To the relentless ambition that fuels darkest deeds, to the gamer's spirit that finds opportunity in despair, and to the chilling realization that sometimes the only path to salvation is through damnation. This story is for those who understand that power is not given, but taken, and that the line between hero and villain is often as thin as a forgotten stat point. May your own journeys through the labyrinthine worlds of imagination be as treacherous, as rewarding, and as morally compromising as Kale's. For every soul that has ever yearned for a second chance, a different life, a higher level, and has grappled with the inherent darkness that ambition can unleash. This is for the architects of their own destinies, the ones who are not afraid to break the rules, or, in this case, to rewrite them entirely. May your skills be sharp, your stats ever increasing, and your choices ever more questionable. 1. The Cinder's Wake. The world swam into focus, not in a gentle dawn, but in a violent, flickering strobe. A cacophony of sensation assaulted Kale, each one a sharp, unwelcome intrusion. His lungs burned, not with the familiar agonizing fire of his terminal illness, but with a raw, potent inhalation of something acrid, metallic, and impossibly alive. His limbs, once weak and unresponsive, throbbed with a newfound, almost aggressive vitality. A dull ache, a constant companion for years, was gone. Replaced. Replaced by what? He didn't know, but the absence was a screaming void in his consciousness. He tried to move, to sit up, but his body felt alien, disconnected, as if piloted by a novice with faulty controls. A groan escaped his lips, a sound rough and unfamiliar. He blinked, his eyelids feeling heavy, gritty, like sand had been ground between them. The light assaulting his vision resolved into a defined, if chaotic, pattern. He was lying on something cold, hard and smooth. Beneath him, intricate lines of pulsing, ethereal energy traced geometric patterns across a dark, obsidian-like surface. They glowed with an inner luminescence, shifting between hues of violet, crimson, and an unsettling emerald green. Sigils he vaguely recognized from countless hours spent lost in virtual worlds, swirled and interlocked, humming with latent power. A summoning circle. The thought, devoid of any rational explanation, slammed into his mind with the force of a physical blow. A summoning circle. He was lying in a summoning circle. His mind, still wrestling with the sudden absence of pain and the influx of sensory data, struggled to process this impossible reality. This wasn't a hospital bed. This wasn't the sterile white of his sterile existence. This was something else entirely. Something ripped from the pages of the fantasy novels he devoured. The MMORPGs he logged countless hours into. The escapist dreams he clung to in his final agonizing days. The irony was so thick, so bitter, it tasted like bile at the back of his throat. Death. He had welcomed it in a morbid, detached sort of way. The pain had become unbearable, the prognosis a death sentence delivered with cold, clinical finality. He had yearned for an escape, a reset, a chance to start over. He had fantasized about being reborn into a world where strength was earned, where power was tangible, where life wasn't a slow, agonizing decay. And now, here he was. Not reborn, but summoned. Ripped from one existence and violently inserted into another. It was a cruel, twisted mockery of his desires. He managed to push himself up onto his elbows, the strange new muscles in his arms protesting with a satisfying resistance he hadn't felt in years. His vision cleared further, revealing a dimly lit chamber. Stone walls, damp and ancient, stretched upwards, disappearing into shadow. The air was thick with the scent of ozone, of something burning, and a faint cloying perfume he couldn't quite place. The light emanated from the circle itself, casting long, dancing shadows that writhed like living things. Panic, a cold, sharp thing, began to prickle at the edges of his awareness. This was real. This wasn't a dream. The pain was gone, but it had been replaced by a terrifying, exhilarating sensation of potential, of untapped energy. He flexed his fingers, watching the ethereal glow of the sigils reflect in his skin. His skin. It looked different, tanned almost. Leaner. The pallor of death that had clung to him for so long was gone, replaced by a healthy, if slightly unnerving hue. "What the hell?" he rasped, the sound foreign and raw in the echoing chamber. He tried to stand, his legs wobbly but surprisingly steady. He swayed, catching himself on the cold stone of the circle's outer edge. His gaze swept across the chamber, searching for answers, for any sign of who or what had brought him here. He saw no one. Only the glowing circle, the ancient stone, and the oppressive silence. This was it, wasn't it? The ultimate escapist fantasy. He had always been a gamer, a strategist. Someone who preferred the predictable logic of code and mechanics to the messy, unpredictable chaos of real life. His terminal illness had only amplified that desire, pushing him deeper into virtual worlds where he could be someone else, someone stronger, someone who mattered. And now somehow, impossibly, that fantasy had become his reality. But this wasn't a game. This was real. And that more than anything was terrifying. The disorientation began to recede, replaced by a sharp, analytical focus. He was Kale. He was, or rather had been, a gamer. He had died, and now he was here, in some alien world, within a summoning circle, brimming with a vitality he hadn't felt since before the diagnosis. This wasn't just a new life. It was a new game. And like any good gamer, his first instinct was to check the stats. As if responding to his unspoken thought, a flicker of light materialized before his eyes. It was transparent, holographic, composed of shimmering pixels that coalesced into an interface. It was undeniably familiar, yet utterly alien in this context. System alert. Summoning protocol complete. Initiating personal status assessment. Loading. Kale stared, his jaw slack. This was it. The system. Just like in his games. A wave of something akin to relief, mixed with a potent dose of morbid amusement, washed over him. He was really here. This was really happening. Status. Kale level, 1 HP, 100 100ths MP. 50-50 attributes. Strength. 5 dexterity. 7 constitution. 6 intelligence. 12 wisdom. 9 charisma. 8 race. Human. Summoned. Class? He scrolled down, his eyes widening. The attributes were basic, rudimentary, expected for a starting character. But the class, it was blank, marked with a question mark, a placeholder for something yet to be defined. He tapped on the class field, his mental command echoing in the silent chamber, querying class assignment, processing, class determined, cursed Lord of Cinders. A new window bloomed into existence, displaying a detailed description of his new class, Cursed Lord of Cinders, an esoteric and volatile class, born from the coalescing of elemental fire and a pact with shadow. The Cursed Lord commands the destructive power of flame, the insidious creeping of ash, and the lingering despair of a burnt-out soul. This path promises immense power, bordering on the infernal, but carries the inherent risk of corruption and eternal damnation. Progression in this class may lead to an inevitable descent into a form akin to a demon lord. Caution, high potential for alignment shift towards evil. Kale read the description twice, then a third time. Cursed Lord of Cinders. It sounded potent, dangerous, and undeniably appealing. The mention of Demon Lord sent a thrill down his spine, a morbid fascination he couldn't suppress. He had always gravitated towards the darker, more powerful archetypes in games. The anti-heroes, the villains, the ones who operated outside the rules. The cursed aspect, however, gave him pause. It hinted at a cost, a price for this power. But what was a price compared to the slow, agonizing death he had escaped? He ran a mental diagnostic, checking his stats again. His constitution was surprisingly decent, a far cry from the frail body he'd inhabited. His intelligence and wisdom were his highest base attributes, a testament to his life spent analyzing complex systems and strategizing. Charisma was average, which he supposed made sense. He hadn't exactly been a social butterfly. Dexterity and strength were low, but that was to be expected for a level 1 character. He focused on the Cursed Lord of Cinders class. He could feel it now, a faint warmth thrumming beneath his skin, a latent energy eager to be unleashed. It felt like the echo of a wildfire, contained but potent. The curses associated with it were vague, but the immense power was not. The warning about a potential shift towards evil barely registered. In his mind, evil was simply a label for efficiency, for pragmatism. Goodness was a weakness, a liability he couldn't afford in this new reality. Just as he was about to delve deeper into the class skills, another wave of information washed over him. It wasn't data presented by the system, but fragmented, disjointed images and emotions, like broken shards of memory. They were not his own. They belonged to someone else. A flicker of a shadowed forest, the gleam of steel, a sense of profound loss, the desperate struggle for survival against monstrous foes. A name echoed in the torrent. Aethelgard. Aethelgard. The world. This was Aethelgard. The memories, or rather the echoes of memories, coalesced into a fragmented narrative. This world was steeped in magic, a place where ancient powers slumbered and warring factions vied for dominance. It was a land of breathtaking beauty and terrifying peril, where survival was a constant struggle and power was the only currency that mattered. And woven through it all was the system, the very same system that now governed his existence. Levels, skills, stats, experience points. These weren't just game mechanics here. They were the fundamental laws of reality. He learned of the prevailing powers, the ancient races, the constant threat of monstrous incursions and arcane cataclysms. It was a dark fantasy world, raw and brutal, far removed from the sanitized versions he had experienced in his digital escapades. The memories were overwhelming, a flood of information that threatened to drown him. But beneath the chaos, a sense of grim understanding settled in. He had been given a second chance, a chance to live a life he had only dreamed of, and he would not squander it. He pushed himself to his feet, testing his balance. The chamber was small, circular, and empty, save for the glowing, summoning circle. He looked down at his hands, at the faint, ethereal energy that seemed to cling to his skin. The Cursed Lord of Cinders. It was a path of power, a path of darkness, and it was his. His cynicism, honed by years of real-world disappointment and digital disillusionment, served him well. The notions of heroism and virtue, of fighting for a noble cause, felt hollow, naive. They were the playthings of fools, the gambits of those who didn't understand the true nature of power. In this world, driven by the cold, hard logic of the system, weakness would be exploited, and virtue would be punished. He embraced the darkness not out of malice, but out of a profound, game-honed pragmatism. He was a gamer. He understood the mechanics. He understood that the most efficient way to survive, to thrive, was to embrace the most potent tools available. And the Cursed Lord of Cinders class, with its hints of infernal power and its inherent darkness, was precisely that. He wouldn't just play this game, he would master it. He would exploit its rules, bend its systems, and carve out his own destiny, no matter the cost. He took a tentative step towards the edge of the summoning circle. The sigils pulsed, seemingly acknowledging his movement. He felt no lingering connection to his former life, no remorse for his death. That Kale was gone, a weak, dying husk. This new Kale, the Cursed Lord of Cinders, was forged in fire and shadow, ready to begin. He stepped out of the circle, and the world seemed to acknowledge it. The oppressive stillness of the chamber broke. A low rumble vibrated through the stone floor, and a section of the wall, previously indistinguishable from the rest, ground open, revealing a dark, narrow passage. The air that wafted from it was stale, carrying the scent of damp earth and something acrid, like refuse. This was it. His first step. His first test. He took a deep breath, the potent air filling his lungs. The gamer in him thrilled at the prospect. The cynic in him braced for the inevitable grind. The newly awakened Cursed Lord of Cinders was ready. He moved towards the opening, the faint glow of the summoning circle fading behind him, leaving him to face the unknown darkness ahead. The game had truly begun. The holographic interface shimmered into existence, a familiar yet utterly alien presence against the backdrop of ancient stone. It hung suspended in the air, composed of glowing, translucent pixels that shifted and reformed with an unnerving fluidity. Kale stared at it, a ghost of a wry smile touching his lips. Of course, there was a system. What else could there be? A deathbed hallucination? A particularly vivid dream? No. This was far too detailed, too structured. This was the unmistakable imprint of code, of mechanics, of the very language he had spent a lifetime mastering in its virtual guise. System alert. Summoning protocol complete. Initiating personal status assessment. Loading. The words, stark and precise, solidified his new reality. The cacophony of sensations, the burning lungs, the throbbing limbs, the absence of pain, began to recede, replaced by a focused, analytical calm. This wasn't a game about dying and being reborn. This was dying, and this was being reborn. And the system was the omnipresent, unblinking eye of this new existence. Status Kale, the name, his name, appeared in crisp, glowing characters. It felt both familiar and strangely detached, like looking at an old photograph. Level 1. 1. The absolute beginning. He'd started countless games at level 1, but never had the stakes felt so profoundly, irrevocably real. There was no logging out, no restarting a corrupted save file. This was it. HP. 100/100ths MP. 50/50 hit points and mana points. The bread and butter of any RPG. He could feel the vitality coursing through him, a vibrant hum that vibrated beneath his skin. It was a stark contrast to the sluggish, pain-ridden existence he had left behind. A body that felt like a fragile shell, constantly threatening to crack. Now it felt robust, resilient, a vessel brimming with potential energy. Attributes: strength, 5, dexterity, 7 constitution, 6 intelligence, 12 wisdom, 9 charisma, 8. He scanned the attributes, his gamer's instinct kicking in. Strength, dexterity, constitution, the physical core. Intelligence, wisdom, charisma, the mental and social aspects. His physical stats were low, predictably so for a starting character. But his intelligence and wisdom were noticeably higher. A testament, perhaps, to the years spent dissecting game mechanics, strategizing, and voraciously consuming lore and theory crafting. Charisma was average. He'd never been one for grand pronouncements or impassioned speeches, preferring to let his actions or his carefully crafted strategies speak for themselves. Race: human. Summoned: human. That was expected. But summoned? It was a label that solidified his displacement, his artificial insertion into this world. He wasn't born here. He was brought here. The implications were unsettling, but he pushed them aside for now. The more pressing question was the next line. Class? Class? A blank. A placeholder. The most crucial piece of his new identity. Undefined. The gamer in him itched to fill it, to unlock the potential, to define his role in this new world. He focused his will on a mental command directed at the system. Querying class assignment. The interface flickered, pixels rearranging themselves with a soft hum. A processing bar appeared, slowly filling. The silence of the chamber amplified the internal whirring of the system, a symphony of invisible calculations. He held his breath, a knot of anticipation tightening in his chest. What would it be? A warrior? A mage? A rogue? He'd always favored the more complex, less straightforward classes in games, the ones that required a deeper understanding of mechanics to truly master. Processing. Class determined. Cursed Lord of Cinders. The words appeared, accompanied by a new window, a detailed description that bloomed into existence with an almost oppressive weight. Kale's eyes, now sharp and focused, devoured the text. Cursed Lord of Cinders, an esoteric and volatile class, born from the coalescing of elemental fire and a pact with shadow. The Cursed Lord commands the destructive power of flame, the insidious creeping of ash, and the lingering despair of a burnt-out soul. This path promises immense power, bordering on the infernal, but carries the inherent risk of corruption and eternal damnation. Progression in this class may lead to an inevitable descent into a form akin to a demon lord. Caution: high potential for alignment shift towards evil. Kale read the description once, then twice, then a third time. The words themselves seemed to carry a palpable heat, a faint whisper of infernal power. Cursed Lord of Cinders. It sounded epic, dangerous, and undeniably, deliciously potent. The mention of immense power and infernal was like a siren's call to his gamer's soul. He'd always been drawn to the anti-heroes, the morally gray characters who operated on the fringes of society, wielding power that others feared. The idea of becoming something akin to a demon lord, a being of immense power and terrifying influence, sent a thrill of dark excitement coursing through him. But the cursed aspect, that gave him pause. It wasn't just a title, it was a warning, a price, a consequence, corruption and eternal damnation, high potential for alignment shift towards evil. These were not terms to be taken lightly, even in a world where the rules had been rewritten by a system. He considered his own life, the slow, agonizing decay that had been his constant companion, the medical reports that had painted a grim, inevitable future. He had welcomed death in a morbid, detached way, seeing it as an escape from suffering. Now, he had been given a new lease on life, a chance to wield power he could only have dreamed of. What was a curse, a potential descent into darkness, compared to the slow, painful death he had been spared? He flexed his fingers, and the ethereal glow of the summoning circle seemed to intensify, casting long, dancing shadows across the stone floor. He could feel it now, a nascent warmth that thrummed just beneath his skin, a contained inferno waiting for release. It wasn't just a description. It was a promise of power that transcended the mundane, a power that could reshape reality. The cursed nature of the class was a risk, certainly, but one he was willing to take. In his experience, the greatest rewards often came with the greatest risks. And in this new world, where evil was merely a label for efficiency, a potential alignment shift was less a cause for alarm and more an opportunity for ruthless pragmatism. He mentally scrolled down, delving deeper into the class information. There were skills, of course. The system wouldn't be complete without them. Class skills. Cinder's Grasp. Active. Summon forth a tendril of spectral ash and embers to ensnare an enemy, dealing minor fire damage and slowing their movement speed. Ashen Skin. Passive. Your skin gains a protective layer of fine ash, granting a small bonus to physical defense and resistance to fire damage. Burning Desire. Passive. Your ambition fuels your power. Gain a small bonus to MP regeneration when below 50% hydrogen phosphide. Kale studied the skills with a gamer's keen eye. Cinder's Grasp. A crowd control ability. A way to hinder enemies and set them up for further attacks. Useful, especially at low levels when survival was paramount. Ashen Skin. A passive defensive buff. Every bit of resilience would count. And resistance to fire damage? That felt appropriate. And Burning Desire. The mana regeneration buff when below half health. This was the kind of skill that rewarded aggressive play, that encouraged pushing the boundaries, that spoke to the core of his new class, a desperate, burning ambition for power. It hinted at a playstyle that was high risk, high reward, a dangerous dance on the edge of destruction. He ran a mental diagnostic, re-examining his attributes in light of his new class. Strength and dexterity at 5 and 7 respectively were low, meaning his physical attacks would likely be weak. However, the Constitution at 6 provided a decent foundation for his hit points. His intelligence at 12, combined with his wisdom at 9, suggested a capacity for understanding and manipulating the arcane aspects of his class, perhaps even deciphering ancient texts or understanding complex magical phenomena. Charisma at 8 was average, but perhaps with his new class he could learn to command a certain presence. The system's interface was more than just a status screen. It was a gateway to understanding the fundamental laws of this new reality. He felt a surge of exhilaration, a feeling he hadn't experienced since the early days of discovering new game worlds, of unlocking hidden mechanics, of meticulously planning a character build. This was the ultimate sandbox, the ultimate game, and he was not just a player, he was the architect of his own destiny. He focused on the description of Cursed Lord of Cinders once more, letting the words wash over him, absorbing their meaning. Esoteric and volatile, coalescing of elemental fire in a pact with shadow. Destructive power of flame, insidious creeping of ash, lingering despair of a burnt-out soul. It was a potent brew of imagery, conjuring visions of scorched earth, flickering shadows, and a soul consumed by ambition. The idea of a pact with shadow was particularly intriguing, suggesting a deeper, more complex connection to the darker forces of this world. He wondered what form this pact would take, what obligations, if any, it entailed. The warning about eternal damnation and the descent into a form akin to a demon lord resonated with a morbid fascination. He had always gravitated towards characters who walked the line between humanity and monstrous power, who were feared as much as they were respected. To become a demon lord, a being of immense, untamed power, it was a terrifying, exhilarating prospect. It was the ultimate endgame for a power-hungry player. He noticed a small, almost imperceptible detail in the description. Progression in this class may lead to an inevitable descent. The word may was crucial. It implied choice, or at least the possibility of choice. While the path was inherently dangerous, it wasn't necessarily a predetermined fate. This offered a sliver of hope, or perhaps a more complex challenge. Could he harness the power of the cursed Lord of Cinders without succumbing to its darker influences? Could he wield the infernal flames without being consumed by them? As if to answer his unspoken questions, a new notification flashed across his interface, a small, unobtrusive banner at the bottom of the screen. System notice: the class Cursed Lord of Cinders is tied to a specific path of development. User will receive additional information as progression occurs. Failure to adapt to the class's nature may result in permanent status deterioration. OR: uncontrolled manifestations. Uncontrolled manifestations. Permanent status deterioration. The system was not playing around. This wasn't a game where you could afford to be careless, to experiment recklessly without consequence. The stakes were ultimate. He needed to be deliberate, strategic, and above all, adaptable. He focused his attention on the summoning circle beneath him. The intricate sigils pulsed with a soft internal light, their geometric patterns shifting and weaving. He could feel a faint resonance emanating from them, a residual energy from the ritual that had brought him here. He reached out mentally, trying to interact with them, to understand their purpose. System message: Summoning Circle sigils are active mana conduits. They are currently DEACTIVAINATED, as the summoning protocol is complete. Further interaction not recommended without proper understanding. Mana conduits. Of course. Magic was the lifeblood of this world, and he was now intrinsically linked to it through his class. The summoning circle was not just a stage. It was a piece of arcane machinery, a conduit for interdimensional travel. He resisted the urge to poke and prod at it further. The system's warning was clear. He needed to learn, to understand, before he started tinkering with potentially volatile magical architecture. He took another deep breath, the scent of ozone and something ancient, like dust and forgotten things, filling his lungs. The initial shock and disorientation had given way to a potent blend of adrenaline and calculated resolve. He was Kale, the former patient, the avid gamer, the now cursed Lord of Cinders. He had been granted a second chance, a brutal, unforgiving, and exhilarating one. He looked around the chamber again. It was small, circular, and constructed of dark, rough-hewn stone. The summoning circle occupied the center, its sigils still faintly glowing. Beyond it, the walls were bare, save for the section that had ground open, revealing a narrow, dark passage. The air wafting from it was stale, carrying the scent of damp earth and decay. A true dungeon entrance, if he ever saw one. His mind raced, piecing together the fragmented information he had received. This was Aethelgard, a world steeped in magic, where the system dictated the rules of life and death. A world of ancient powers, warring factions, and monstrous incursions. And he, Kael, was now a part of it, armed with the nascent power of flame and shadow. He clenched his fists, feeling the unfamiliar strength in his hands. The low attributes were a concern, but he knew that in any game, character progression was the key. Experience points, skill acquisition, stat gains. These were the ladders he would climb. He would grind. He would strategize. He would exploit every advantage the system offered, and perhaps even some it didn't. The irony was not lost on him. In his former life, he had been a prisoner of his own failing body, a spectator to the world. Now he was reborn into a world of brutal physicality and tangible power, with a body that felt more alive than it ever had, and a class that promised to make him a force to be reckoned with. He wouldn't be a hero, not in the traditional sense. He would be something more pragmatic, something more effective. He would embrace the darkness, the cursed aspect of his class, not out of malice, but out of a cold, hard understanding of survival. He took a tentative step out of the summoning circle. The obsidian-like floor felt cool and smooth beneath his bare feet. As he moved, the sigils of the circle seemed to dim, their light fading as if acknowledging his departure from their sacred space. The chamber felt different now, less a place of arrival and more a starting point. The air, though stale, seemed to carry the faint whisper of possibility. The passage beckoned, a gaping maw of darkness promising unknown challenges and untold rewards. It was the logical next step, the only path forward. He was Kael, the cursed Lord of Cinders, and his journey had just begun. The game, the real game, was finally underway. The holographic interface, still humming with the residual energy of his class assignment, shimmered, and a new cascade of information began to unfurl. It wasn't a notification, nor a skill description, but something far more intimate, far more invasive. It was a torrent of images, emotions, and fragmented narratives, crashing against the shores of his newly awakened consciousness. These were not his memories, not in the conventional sense, yet they felt undeniably present, like phantom limbs or echoes of a forgotten song. They were the inherited memories of the soul that had once inhabited this body, the original owner, now seemingly subsumed and superseded by Kael, the gamer from another world. He braced himself, mentally preparing for an onslaught. The system had thrust him into this world, and now it was unearthing the very essence of his new vessel. The first images coalesced with a jarring abruptness, a sky choked with perpetual twilight, pierced by jagged obsidian mountains that clawed at the heavens. Below, sprawling cities, built not of polished stone and gleaming steel, but of crude blackened rock and interwoven, skeletal timbers, sprawled like malignant growths across the landscape. The air, even in these mental snapshots, tasted of ash and something acrid, a constant reminder of the world's inherent decay. This was Aethelgard, the name whispered through the fragmented consciousness like a lament. He saw sprawling forests, their ancient trees twisted into grotesque shapes, their leaves a perpetual, mournful rust red. Rivers of dark, sluggish water snaked through the land, reflecting the dim, oppressive sky. And everywhere, the signs of a world locked in perpetual conflict. Fortifications, crudely built but formidable, dotted the horizon, Armies, clad in mismatched armor forged from bone and iron, clashed on windswept plains, the clash of steel and the cries of the dying echoing through the ethereal memories. This was not a world of chivalrous knights and benevolent kings. This was a realm where survival was a constant, bloody battle, where the weak were fodder for the strong, and where power, in its rawest, most brutal form, was the only true currency. The memories flowed, a chaotic, unsorted jumble. He saw glimpses of arcane rituals, arcane symbols etched into ancient stones, the air crackling with raw, untamed magic. He witnessed spectral beings, their forms indistinct and terrifying, stalking through shadowed valleys. He felt the chilling touch of despair, the gnawing hunger of desperation, the burning sting of betrayal. These were not just passive observations. They were visceral experiences, emotions seeping into Cale's own consciousness, threatening to overwhelm him. He felt the original owner's fear, a primal, gut-wrenching terror that clawed at his throat. He felt the surge of desperate hope, the fleeting moments of joy, the crushing weight of loss. It was a symphony of raw, untamed emotions, a stark contrast to the detached, analytical existence Cale had known. He was not merely an observer. He was being forced to experience the life, the struggles, and the traumas of another. The system, ever present, continued to overlay these fragmented memories with its stark, unwavering logic. He saw how the world of Aethelgard was governed by the same principles he had mastered in virtual realities. Levels, stats, skills, experience points. These were not just game mechanics. They were the fundamental laws of this existence. He saw the original soul's desperate attempts to understand and navigate this system, to gain power, to survive. He saw the grinding, the repeated failures, the moments of hard-won victory. The fragmented memories painted a picture of a world both beautiful and terrifying. There were moments of breathtaking natural splendor, vistas of stark, alien beauty that Cale, even through the filter of the original soul's emotions, couldn't help but find awe-inspiring. But these moments were always overshadowed by the pervasive sense of danger, the constant threat of violence, the gnawing uncertainty of tomorrow. Aethelgard was a world of stark contrasts, where life could be brutally extinguished in an instant, and where survival demanded an unwavering ruthlessness. He saw the original owner's fascination with the system, a similar gamer's curiosity that mirrored Cale's own. They had sought to understand its intricacies, to exploit its loopholes, to become a master of its arcane rules. There was a sense of shared purpose, a grim determination that transcended the barrier between their souls. Both had sought power, not for its own sake, but as a means of survival, of control in a chaotic existence. The memories were a flood, an overwhelming deluge of information. It was like trying to drink from a fire hose, each drop of water a crucial detail, a vital piece of context, but all arriving at once, threatening to drown him. He saw glimpses of various factions, their sigils and banners flashing before his mind's eye. The ironclad legions of the Valerians, their rigid discipline a terrifying force. The shadowy assassins of the Nightfall Syndicate, their movements as silent as the grave. The wild primal shamans of the Sunken Mire, their magic rooted in the earth and the blood of ancient beasts. He saw the territorial disputes, the constant skirmishes, the grand wars that shaped the political landscape of Aethelgard. He felt the original soul's yearning for something more, a desire to break free from the cycle of struggle and bloodshed. But Aethelgard was a harsh mistress, and such desires were often crushed beneath the weight of its unforgiving reality. He saw the original soul's own descent, the compromises made, The lines crossed in the pursuit of survival and a fleeting hope for a better future. The inherited memories were not just a history lesson. They were a guide, a desperate plea from a soul that had lived and died in this world. They contain the knowledge of hidden pathways, of dangerous creatures, of ancient artifacts, and of the very nature of the system that governed Aethelgard. Chaol realized that these memories were his greatest asset, his most valuable inheritance. They were the foundation upon which he would build his new existence, the knowledge that would allow him to navigate the treacherous currents of this world. He began to sort through the torrent, trying to impose some order on the chaos. He focused on the details related to his chosen class, the Cursed Lord of Cinders. He saw fragmented visions of others who had walked similar paths, individuals who had courted the power of fire and shadow, and the dire consequences that had often befallen them. He felt the original soul's fear of such a path, a lingering apprehension about the corrupting influence of such volatile energies. But he also felt a grudging respect, a recognition of the immense power that such a class could wield. The memories also offered a broader perspective on Aethelgard itself. It was a world where magic was not a mere academic pursuit, but a tangible force, interwoven into the fabric of daily life. He saw instances of everyday magic, minor enchantments used for convenience, and larger, more destructive spells wielded in combat. He understood that the system was not just an external framework, but an integral part of Aethelgard's magical ecosystem, a means of channeling and controlling the raw energies that permeated the world. He saw that Aethelgard was a world of ancient ruins, remnants of forgotten civilizations that held secrets and dangers in equal measure. The original soul had harbored a fascination for these ruins, a desire to uncover their mysteries, a quest that had often led to perilous encounters and near-death experiences. Chaol recognized that these ruins would be fertile ground for his own exploration, a place where he could potentially uncover powerful artifacts or forgotten lore that would aid him in his journey. The emotional residue of the inherited memories was intense. He felt the sting of the original soul's regrets, the weight of their unfulfilled ambitions, the deep-seated fear of failure. It was a heavy burden to bear, a constant reminder of the life that had been lost. But Chaol was a survivor, both in his previous life and in this new, brutal reality. He wouldn't be paralyzed by the past. Instead, he would use it, learn from it, and forge his own path. He focused on a recurring image, a grand, desolate monument etched with swirling, infernal patterns. The original soul had been drawn to it, obsessed with its meaning and the power it represented. Chaol felt a nascent understanding, a flicker of recognition that this monument was somehow tied to the essence of his class, to the pacts and the curses that defined the Cursed Lord of Cinders. This would be a destination, a point of interest that he would need to investigate further. The system's interface, still visible in his periphery, occasionally flickered, displaying new notifications related to the influx of memories. System notice, inherited memory data integration in progress. User may experience temporary sensory distortions. OR, emotional resonance. Remain calm and allow system to process. Temporary sensory distortions. Emotional resonance. It was the system's way of acknowledging the disruptive nature of this data transfer. Chaol acknowledged the warning, but he also felt a strange sense of empowerment. These memories were a part of him now, a source of knowledge and understanding that no other, new, player would possess. He had a head start, an intimate connection to the world of Aethelgard that gave him an edge. He saw fleeting images of creatures that defied earthly description, beasts with scales of polished obsidian, wings of tattered shadow, and eyes that burned with malevolent intelligence. He felt the chilling terror of being hunted by such entities, the desperate flight, the narrow escapes, The inherited memories provided crucial insights into the weaknesses of these creatures, their attack patterns, and the most effective ways to combat them. This was invaluable intelligence for a level 1 character in a world teeming with deadly monsters. The original soul's life had been one of struggle, of constant adaptation. They had learned to survive in the harshest environments, to utilize the limited resources available, and to exploit the weaknesses of their enemies. Kale felt a profound sense of gratitude for this hard-won knowledge. It was a legacy of resilience, a testament to the human, or perhaps the soul's, capacity to endure and to overcome. He also began to discern a pattern in the flow of memories. There were threads of personal ambition, of a desire to rise above the oppressive circumstances of Aethelgard. There were moments of desperate alliances, of betrayals and heartbreaks, all painting a complex tapestry of a life lived on the precipice. He felt the original soul's regrets, the choices they wished they could undo, the paths they wished they had taken. As the integration continued, Kale felt a subtle shift within himself. The raw emotions of the inherited memories began to meld with his own gamer's mindset. The fear he felt from the original soul was tempered by his analytical approach, his ability to deconstruct threats and formulate strategies. The desperation was replaced by a calculated resolve, a focus on achieving objectives. He was not merely absorbing the past, he was actively processing it, filtering it through his own unique perspective. He saw the original soul's attempts to understand the system's true nature. There were whispers of ancient texts, of hidden prophecies, of entities that existed beyond the veil of Aethelgard itself. It suggested that the system was not merely a construct of this world, but perhaps something far older, far more pervasive. This opened up a whole new avenue of speculation and potential discovery. The inherited memories also provided crucial context for his Cursed Lord of Cinders class. He saw that fire and shadow were not just elemental forces, but were deeply intertwined with the spiritual and metaphysical fabric of Aethelgard. He felt the echoes of ancient pacts, of bargains struck with entities of immense power, and the inherent dangers associated with such dealings. The curse aspect of his class wasn't just a label, it was a tangible force, a consequence of wielding such forbidden power. He saw a recurring figure, cloaked and hooded, its face perpetually hidden in shadow. This figure seemed to be a harbinger of doom, a source of both fear and fascination for the original soul. Kale sensed a connection between this figure and his own class, a potential antagonist or perhaps a cryptic mentor. Unraveling the identity and purpose of the shadowy entity would undoubtedly become a critical objective. The sheer volume of information was staggering. It was a lifetime of experiences, condensed and delivered in a torrent. He felt the exhaustion seeping into his own consciousness, a mental fatigue that was as real as any physical strain. But he pushed through, driven by the gamer's innate desire to understand, to conquer, and to progress. He realized that Aethelgard was a world where history was not just written in books, but was etched into the very landscape, embedded within the souls of its inhabitants. The inherited memories were a direct conduit to that history, a raw, unfiltered account of the struggles and triumphs that had shaped this realm. As the torrent of memories began to subside, leaving behind a lingering echo of profound experiences, Kale felt a sense of profound change within him. He was no longer just Kale, the gamer from another world. He was also, in a very real sense, a part of the original soul's journey, a vessel for their accumulated knowledge and their lingering regrets. He carried within him the echoes of Aethelgard's past, a knowledge that would serve as his compass in the perilous present. The fragmented memories were not a burden, but a gift, a brutal, unforgiving inheritance that offered him the chance to not only survive, but to thrive in this dark and dangerous new world. The journey ahead was daunting, But armed with the combined knowledge of his gamer's instinct and the inherited wisdom of a native soul, he felt a flicker of grim optimism. He was ready to face Aethelgard. The weight of inherited memories settled within Kale, not as a burden, but as a sharpening of his resolve. The spectral images of a blighted world, the echoes of desperate struggles, the visceral sensations of fear and loss, they didn't break him. Instead, they solidified his understanding. This wasn't a place for heroes, not the kind found in the sanitized tales of his old world, at least. Heroism was a luxury, a folly. Virtue was a weakness, a vulnerability waiting to be exploited. He'd seen enough of that in his previous life, in the backstabbing corridors of corporate ambition, in the hollow pronouncements of politicians, and in the desperate gambles of the less fortunate. It was all a performance, a carefully crafted illusion. Aethelgard, in its brutal, unvarnished truth, offered no such illusions. It was a realm of raw power, where the strong devoured the weak, where alliances were forged in desperation and shattered by expediency. The Cursed Lord of Cinders class, a label that would send shivers down the spines of the naive, felt like coming home. The whispers of forbidden magic, the pacts with infernal entities, the inherent corruption. These were not deterrents. They were the very tools he needed. Why would he shun the dark when it promised such potent leverage? The very concept of a good, aligned path seemed ludicrous, a surefire way to be trampled into the ash-choked soil. He let out a low, humorless chuckle, the sound rough in the confines of his new, borrowed body. Virtue, he mused, the word tasting like ash on his tongue. A nice little story for the weak, to tell themselves as they're being slaughtered. I'm not here to be a martyr, I'm here to win. His gamer's instincts, honed over countless hours of strategic warfare and resource management, now served a far more primal purpose: survival and, more importantly, dominance. The system, that omnipresent architect of his new reality, had gifted him not just a new life, but a new framework for existence, a set of rules that, while terrifying, were also comprehensible. He understood the language of power, of experience, of escalating strength, and he intended to become fluent. The inherited memories offered glimpses of those who had flirted with the powers he now embraced. He saw figures shrouded in smoke and flame, their eyes burning with an unholy light. He saw the fear they inspired, but also the awe. They were outcasts, feared and reviled, yes, but they were also forces to be reckoned with. They carved their own paths, unburdened by the moral constraints that would have crippled them in a less savage world. Some had fallen, consumed by the very powers they wielded, a stark warning he wouldn't ignore. But others had risen. They had bent the darkness to their will, becoming something more than mere mortals. He aimed to be one of the latter. He needed to test these nascent abilities, to feel the crackle of the Cursed Lord's power coursing through him. The inherited memories provided a rudimentary understanding, a set of mental exercises and somatic gestures. He focused, drawing upon the residual emotional energy of the previous soul, a desperate will to survive that still clung to this vessel. He visualized the concept of cinders, the residual heat, the latent potential for ignition. He extended his hand, palm open, towards a pile of discarded debris in the corner of the makeshift shelter that had served as his waking point. It was a miserable space, cobbled together from scavenged materials, reeking of damp and decay. But it was a starting point. He focused his intent, channeling a nascent surge of internal energy. It felt like a gathering storm within him, a pressure building behind his eyes. A faint, orange glow began to emanate from his fingertips. It was weak, flickering like a dying ember, but it was there. The air around his hand grew noticeably warmer. He pushed harder, a grunt of effort escaping his lips. The glow intensified, coalescing into a small, flickering flame, no larger than a candle's. It danced precariously, casting dancing shadows on the rough-hewn walls. System notice, skill acquired. Ember Touch, Tier 1. Description: infuses a minor amount of destructive energy into physical touch, causing slight burn damage and igniting flammable materials. Cost: 1 mana per activation. Ember Touch. Kale murmured, a flicker of satisfaction in his voice. It was rudimentary, insignificant, but it was his, a tangible manifestation of the power he was beginning to wield. He watched the flame, a predatory gleam in his eyes. He imagined this flame not as a mere spark, but as a raging inferno, capable of reducing steel to slag. That was the goal. This tiny ember was the seed. He let the flame die down, the warmth receding. He needed more than just offensive capabilities. The inherited memories had shown him the importance of resilience, of the ability to withstand the brutal onslaughts that were commonplace in Aethelgard. He thought about the concept of ash, not just the remnants of fire, but a protective layer, a shield against further damage. He closed his eyes, focusing inward again. This time, he didn't visualize ignition, but rather a hardening, a calcification. He imagined his skin becoming as resilient as cooled slag, resistant to heat and impact. He felt a strange, gritty sensation spread across his skin, a subtle tightening. System notice. Skill acquired. Ash Skin. Tier 1. Description: coats the user's skin in a protective layer of hardened ash, granting a minor resistance to physical and fire-based damage. Cost: 2 mana per minute. Ash Skin, Kale repeated, the name fitting the sensation perfectly. He flexed his hand, feeling no discernible difference, but he trusted the system's notification. A passive defense, a way to weather the storm. He knew that in Aethelgard, the ability to endure was often more critical than the ability to inflict damage. He stood up, pacing the confined space. He needed to understand the nuances of his class, the inherited knowledge about its strengths and weaknesses. The original soul had been terrified of the power, of its corrupting influence. Kale, however, saw it as an ally, and necessary evil. He recalled fragmented visions of ancient rituals, of pacts made in desperation. These weren't acts of weakness, they were acts of calculated self-preservation. He remembered seeing figures who had embraced the cinder aspect of his class, individuals who had woven shadows and fire into a terrifying synergy. They were masters of deception, of ambush, of burning their enemies from the inside out. This was the path he would walk. He wouldn't shy away from the cursed aspect of his title. He would embrace it, twist it, and make it his own. He ran a hand over the rough fabric of his simple, drab tunic. He needed to equip himself. The inherited memories contained flashes of potential gear, of items that resonated with the cursed Lord of Cinder's class. He recalled a particular emphasis on dark metals, on enchanted bone, and on materials that seemed to absorb light. His gaze fell upon a discarded shard of obsidian lying near the entrance of the shelter. It was roughly shaped, but sharp. He picked it up. It felt cold, inert. He channeled a sliver of his mana into it, remembering the tactile sensations from the inherited memories, the feeling of channeling energy into objects. The obsidian shard pulsed with a faint internal light, a dull crimson that seemed to emanate from its very core. The edges grew sharper, the surface smoother, as if the raw material was being refined by an unseen force. System notice. Item upgrade. Obsidian shard, common, to shadow-kissed obsidian blade, uncommon. Properties: +3 physical attack, +5% critical hit chance. Special property: Shadow Infusion. When wielded by a cursed Lord of Cinders, grants a 10% chance to inflict a bleed debuff on hit. Kale hefted the blade. It felt surprisingly balanced, the grip fitting his hand as if it were molded for him. The subtle hum of infused mana was almost imperceptible, yet it was there, a promise of power. He grinned, a genuine, predatory smile this time. This was more like it. A proper weapon, tailored to his nascent abilities. He knew that Awfulguard was a world of hidden dangers, and even more hidden opportunities. The inherited memories had painted a grim picture, but they had also illuminated pathways, whispered secrets of forgotten ruins and powerful artifacts. He couldn't afford to be cautious. Caution was the first step towards obsolescence. He needed to move, to explore, to learn more about this world and the true extent of his power. The shelter, though it had served its purpose, was a cage. He needed to step out into the Ashlands, the desolate expanse that stretched beyond the ramshackle settlement. He could feel the pull of the outside world, a world ripe for exploitation. He glanced back at the holographic interface, still visible in his peripheral vision. The inherited memories had been a torrent, but the system was also providing constant feedback, meticulously cataloging his progress. He saw his current stats. Kale level 1. Class: Cursed Lord of Cinders HP, 100/100th mana. 50/50 stats: Strength, 5 Dexterity, 7 Endurance, 6 Intelligence, 8 Wisdom, 6 Charisma, 4 Skills. Ember Touch. Tier 1, Ash Skin. Tier 1, Equipment: Shadow-Kissed Obsidian Blade. Uncommon. Tattered Tunic. Common. It was a humble beginning, almost laughably so. But Kale wasn't discouraged. He remembered the countless hours he'd spent grinding from level 1 in his previous life. He understood the exponential nature of growth in these systems, and he had an advantage no one else possessed: the intimate knowledge of a soul that had already perished in this world. He wouldn't be making the same mistakes. He wouldn't be stumbling blindly through treacherous forests or trusting the wrong people. He would be deliberate, calculating, and ruthless. The cynicism that had been his shield in his former life was now his sword and his armor. He saw the world not through the eyes of a hopeful adventurer, but through the lens of a predator. The inherited memories provided a brief but vivid snapshot of the immediate area surrounding his starting point. He saw a small, struggling village nestled precariously at the edge of a desolate, ash-covered plain. It was a place called Oakhaven, a name that seemed tragically ironic given the lack of anything resembling verdant life. He knew from the memories that this settlement was a hub for scavengers and outcasts, a place where information and potentially opportunities could be found. He also recalled warnings about the surrounding ashlands. They were home to mutated creatures, remnants of ancient magical cataclysms, beasts born of ash and shadow, driven by primal hunger. His new skills, Ember Touch and Ash Skin, were designed to offer some initial defense and offense, but he knew they would only go so far against the more formidable denizens of this world. He needed to acquire more knowledge, more skills, and, most importantly, more power. The path of the Cursed Lord of Cinders was not a path of passive observation. It was a path of active consumption, of absorbing the energy of this world and reshaping it to his will. He thought about the concept of curses again. Perhaps they weren't just a negative affliction, but a form of arcane amplification, a way to tap into reservoirs of power that were otherwise inaccessible. He decided to head towards Oakhaven. The inherited memories offered fragments of its layout, its key figures, and its general atmosphere. It was a place rife with desperation, and desperation often made people careless. Careless people made mistakes, and mistakes, Cale knew, were opportunities. He wouldn't be seeking heroic deeds or grand quests. He would be seeking leverage, resources, and the means to ascend. He stepped out of the makeshift shelter, the biting wind of the ashlands whipping around him. The sky was a perpetual, sickly gray, the sun a distant, obscured orb. The landscape was a desolate expanse of cracked earth and fine gray ash, interspersed with the skeletal remains of petrified trees. The air tasted of dust and something metallic, a constant reminder of the world's inherent decay. He held the shadow-kissed obsidian blade loosely in his hand, its subtle warmth a comfort against the chill. He felt a sense of exhilaration, a raw, untamed anticipation. This was it. His new reality. His new game. And he intended to play it to win, no matter who or what he had to burn along the way. The cynical pragmatist in him reveled in the sheer, unadulterated potential for self-serving advancement. Heroism was for fools. He was a cursed lord of cinders, and he was ready to embrace the darkness. The oppressive gray sky of Oakhaven pressed down like a physical weight, a perpetual shroud over the ramshackle settlement. Cale stepped from the shadows of the dilapidated structure that had served as his impromptu awakening chamber, the biting wind of the ashlands immediately wrapping around him like a shroud. It carried with it the acrid scent of decay, of dust, and something subtly metallic, a constant, olfactory reminder of the world's pervasive rot. The landscape stretched out in a desolate panorama of cracked earth and fine gray ash, punctuated by the skeletal remains of trees long dead, their forms twisted into grotesque effigies against the muted horizon. The air itself tasted of desolation. He clutched the shadow-kissed obsidian blade, its subtle warmth, a small comfort against the encroaching chill. A thrill, raw and untamed, coursed through him, a potent cocktail of apprehension and exhilarating anticipation. This was it, his new reality, his new game, and he intended to play it with a single, unwavering objective: to win. The cynical pragmatism that had been his steadfast companion in his former life now felt like a honed weapon, a sharp edge against the perceived naivete of this world. Heroism was a fool's game, a shortcut to the ash. He was a cursed lord of cinders, and the darkness that came with the title was a welcome embrace. The inherited memories, a chaotic tapestry of terror and survival, had provided a basic map of Oakhaven. It wasn't a place of noble quests or heroic deeds, but rather a desperate cesspool where scavengers and outcasts clung to a semblance of life. Information, however, was currency here, and Cale was always in the market for both. He needed to gather intelligence, to understand the immediate threats and opportunities. His level 1 stats, while a starting point, were laughably inadequate for survival in the Ashlands. He needed experience, resources, and more importantly, power. He moved with a calculated gait, his senses on high alert, the obsidian blade held loosely but ready. He kept to the edges of the narrow, unpaved thoroughfares, his eyes scanning the grim facades of the ramshackle buildings. The sounds of Oakhaven were a discordant symphony, the creak of rotten wood, the distant, guttural cries of unseen creatures, the shuffling of weary feet, and the low murmur of desperate conversations. It was a settlement built on the bones of necessity and despair. He noticed the inhabitants, a gaunt and hardened lot. Their faces were etched with the harsh realities of their existence, their eyes holding a perpetual wariness. They wore patched and faded garments, their movements economical and guarded. He saw no laughter, no overt signs of joy, only the grim stoicism of those who had long since abandoned hope for pragmatism. He felt a strange kinship with them, a recognition of the shared struggle for survival, though his methods would undoubtedly diverge from their own. As he navigated a particularly narrow and foul-smelling alleyway, the stench of refuse and something far more unpleasant assaulting his nostrils, a sudden commotion erupted ahead. 2 figures, clad in grubby, patched leather armor, had cornered a lone merchant. The merchant, a portly man with a sweat-slicked brow and wide, panicked eyes, clutched a worn leather satchel to his chest. "Hand it over, old man," one of the thugs growled, his voice a gravelly rasp. He was wiry, with shifty eyes and a crude, notched knife glinting in his hand. "Yeah, no need for trouble," the second thug added, puffing out his chest. He was larger, more brutish, with a crude club slung over his shoulder. "Just the contents of the bag. We're feeling generous today." Cale paused, melting further into the shadows of the alley. This was it. His first test. The inherited memories had provided a rudimentary understanding of combat, a sense of how these brutish exchanges typically unfolded. The thugs were clearly low-level, their gear suggesting they were little more than common brigands, likely preying on the vulnerable within Oakhaven. He felt the familiar prickle of mana at the edge of his awareness, the nascent power within him stirring. The system's interface, a faint overlay in his peripheral vision, was already processing the scene. System notice. Hostile entities detected. Thugs. Level 2. X2. Recommendation. Engage OR evade. The choice was obvious. Evading would mean missing out on valuable experience, potential loot, and a chance to hone his nascent skills. This was precisely the kind of encounter he needed to embrace. He was the cursed Lord of Cinders, not some timid passerby. He subtly shifted his stance, the shadow-kissed obsidian blade coming to rest comfortably in his grip. He allowed a sliver of his mana to flow, activating the ash skin skill. He felt a subtle, gritty sensation across his exposed skin, a faint hardening, like a thin layer of cooled slag settling over him. The slight resistance it offered was minimal, but it was a start. The cost, a mere 2 mana per minute, was negligible. He watched as the merchant, driven by a desperate surge of adrenaline, attempted to push past the thugs. It was a futile effort. The wiry thug shoved him roughly, sending him stumbling back against the grimy wall. "Not so fast," the thug sneered. It was now or never. Cale stepped out of the shadows, his movement fluid and surprisingly silent. The thugs, focused on their prey, didn't notice him until he was halfway across the short expanse of the alley. "What the?" the brutish thug began, turning his head. Cale didn't give him time to finish. He channeled a surge of energy, focusing it on his outstretched hand, visualizing the raw, destructive potential of a smoldering ember. The inherited memories had ingrained the somatic components, the mental focus required. He felt the heat gather within him, a familiar sensation now, like a coiled spring ready to release. He thrust his hand forward, palm facing the wiry thug. A small, intense ball of orange flame, barely larger than a fist, erupted from his fingertips. It wasn't a raging inferno, not yet, but it carried a potent, focused heat. System notice. Skill activated. Ember touch. Tier 1. Cost. 1 mana. The flame struck the thug squarely in the chest. He yelped in surprise and pain, his grubby leather armor smoking where the ember made contact. The shock of the sudden intense heat made him recoil, his knife clattering to the ground. "Ah!" What in the 9 hells? He shrieked, clutching at his chest. The burn was minor, more a searing discomfort than a debilitating wound, but the suddenness and unexpected nature of the attack were clearly disorienting. The brutish thug, momentarily stunned, reacted a beat too late. He swung his club in a wide, clumsy arc, aiming for Kale's head. Kale, however, had anticipated the move. He ducked low, the club whistling harmlessly over him. As he straightened, he brought the shadow-kissed obsidian blade up in a swift, arcing motion. The blade, imbued with a subtle dark energy, sliced through the thug's exposed forearm. A thin trail of dark ichor, mixed with blood, welled from the wound. The thug roared in pain, dropping his club and clutching his bleeding arm. System notice, item effect triggered. Shadow infusion. Debuff applied. Bleed, Tier 1. Target, brutish thug. Effect, inflicts minor damage over time. The merchant, seeing his chance, scrambled to his feet and bolted, disappearing around a corner with surprising speed. He didn't look back. Kale ignored the fleeing merchant. His focus was on the 2 thugs. The wiry one was still nursing his burn, his face contorted in a mixture of pain and fear. The brutish one was whimpering, his arm bleeding steadily. You can't do that," the brutish thug stammered, his bravado completely shattered. "We're from the Crimson Crows! You'll pay for this!" Kale tilted his head, a predatory smile playing on his lips. "Crimson Crows? Never heard of them, but I'm sure they'll be interested in your demise." He closed the distance to the brutish thug, his movements economical. The thug, seeing the glint in Kale's eyes and the obsidian blade held ready, made a desperate lunge, attempting to grapple. It was a mistake. Kale sidestepped, driving the point of his blade into the thug's gut. The obsidian blade pierced through the worn leather and flesh with surprising ease. The thug's eyes widened in shock, a gurgling sound escaping his throat. He slumped to the ground, his life force draining away. System notice. Hostile entity defeated. Thug, level 2. Experience gained. 30 XP loot obtained. 15 copper coins. Rotten leather gloves. Common. Kale nudged the fallen thug with his boot, his expression unreadable. He then turned his attention to the wiry thug, who had frozen in terror, his eyes darting between Kale and his fallen companion. "Your turn," Kale stated calmly, the promise of violence implicit in his tone. The wiry thug didn't need further prompting. He turned and bolted, scrambling over his downed comrade and disappearing into the labyrinthine alleys of Oakhaven. He was clearly more interested in self-preservation than any loyalty to his gang. Kale watched him go for a moment, a faint flicker of disappointment crossing his features. An escapee meant a potential future threat, someone who might spread word of his presence and abilities. But for now, it was acceptable. He had secured the immediate gains. He knelt beside the fallen thug, his movements efficient. He collected the meager loot, a handful of tarnished copper coins and a pair of worn, greasy leather gloves. He also noticed a crude iron ring on the thug's finger. He pried it off. System notice, item acquired. Iron ring. Common. Properties, +1 endurance. Condition, slightly corroded. A small but welcome addition to his equipment. He slipped the ring onto his index finger, feeling a subtle, almost imperceptible increase in his resilience. He then turned his attention to the obsidian blade. He ran a thumb along its edge, feeling the slight vibration of the lingering dark energy. System notice. Skill update. Tier 1. Duration. 1 minute remaining. Total mana used. 2. Initial activation. System notice. Skill update. Ember Touch. Tier 1. Mana recharged. 50-50. Cooldown. 5 seconds. System notice. Item effect. Update. Shadow infusion. Bleed debuff duration. 15 seconds remaining on Fallen Thug. He stood up, dusting off his hands. The encounter had been brief, brutal, and effective. He had tested his skills, acquired his first pieces of equipment and currency, and gained valuable experience points. System notice. Level up. Kale is now level 2. Stats increased by 1 in all attributes. New skill point available. A small, genuine smile touched Kale's lips. Leveling up so quickly was a testament to the system's design and the brutal nature of this world. He had a new skill point to allocate. He considered his options. He could invest more in Ember Touch, increasing its potency or reducing its mana cost. Alternatively, he could look for new skills entirely, or perhaps boost his basic attributes. Given his current focus on survival and offense, he decided to enhance his nascent flame ability. He accessed the skill menu, his gaze settling on Ember Touch. He clicked the upgrade option, allocating his new skill point. System notice. Skill upgrade. Ember Touch. Tier 1 to Ember Touch. Tier 2. Description. Infuses a moderate amount of destructive energy into physical touch, causing significant burn damage and igniting flammable materials. Cost. 2 mana per activation. The description now spoke of moderate, energy, and significant damage. He could feel the subtle shift within him, a more potent reservoir of fiery power now at his command. This would be far more effective in future encounters. He turned his gaze back to the alley. The merchant was long gone, likely clutching his satchel and counting his blessings. The corpses of the thugs would soon attract unwanted attention, or perhaps be stripped of anything of value by opportunistic scavengers. Kale had no interest in lingering. His business here was concluded. He exited the alley, rejoining the throng of weary souls navigating the grimy streets of Oakhaven. The city was a vast, interconnected ecosystem of desperation and opportunity. He had taken his first, albeit violent, steps into this new world, shedding the last vestiges of his former existence like so much dead skin. He was no longer just Kale, the man from another world. He was Kale, the cursed Lord of Cinders, and the path of fire and shadow had just begun. The air, though still thick with the stench of decay, now carried a faint, new scent for him, the scent of potential, of power waiting to be claimed. He adjusted the grip on his obsidian blade, the weight of it, a reassuring presence, and continued his exploration of the squalid, vibrant, and utterly unforgiving city. His journey had truly begun. 2. Forging an alliance. The air in Oakhaven, already thick with the stench of decay and desperation, seemed to acquire a new layer of grime as Kale ventured deeper into the settlement's underbelly. The initial exhilaration of his first successful combat encounter had begun to fade, replaced by a more calculated, almost predatory focus. He had gained experience, a pittance of coin, and a basic piece of equipment, but what he truly craved was information, leverage, and allies, or at least tools that could be molded into allies. The inherited memories, while useful for immediate survival, offered only fragmented insights into the power structures and key players within this desolate realm. He needed to go beyond the whispers of the common folk and delve into the shadows where true influence resided. His inquiries, discreet and laced with the few copper coins he now possessed, pointed him towards a particular establishment. It wasn't a place of illicit trade in goods, but in something far more dangerous and volatile: secrets and allegiances. The Serpent's Coil, as it was ominously named, was whispered to be a den where the desperate, the disgraced, and the dangerous congregated. It was a gamble, but Cale had come to Oakhaven to gamble with the highest stakes imaginable. The tavern itself was a testament to the city's pervasive misery. Built from salvaged timbers and what appeared to be the petrified hides of some colossal, long-dead beast, its entrance was a gaping maw, exhaling the stale, yeasty fumes of cheap ale and unwashed bodies. The interior was a cacophony of raucous laughter, drunken arguments, and the mournful, off-key strumming of a lute by a musician who seemed to have lost all hope. Shadows clung to the corners like moss, concealing patrons who nursed their drinks with a grim, resolute air. Cale moved with a practiced nonchalance, his obsidian blade a subtle, comforting weight beneath his cloak, his senses absorbing the ambient details. He was a predator in a den of scavengers, and he knew how to blend in. He found a relatively secluded corner table, ordering a watered-down ale that tasted suspiciously like fermented swamp water. He nursed it slowly, his eyes scanning the room. He was looking for a specific kind of desperation, a particular brand of brokenness that he could exploit. And then he saw him. Slumped at a table near the back, bathed in the weak flickering light of a sputtering oil lamp, was a figure that drew Cale's attention like a moth to a dying flame. The man was large, broad-shouldered, and clad in what had once been magnificent plate armor. Now, however, the metal was scarred, dented, and marred by rust. One pauldron was missing entirely, leaving a raw, exposed patch of stained leather. A dent ran deep across his breastplate, as if struck by a colossal hammer, and his helm, a once proud representation of some forgotten knightly order, lay discarded on the floor beside him, its visor cracked. He was drinking directly from a chipped earthenware jug, his movements slow and heavy, his gaze fixed on some unseen point in the distance, or perhaps, more likely, on the bottom of his own despair. His hair, once likely a proud mane of noble color, was now matted and unkempt, streaked with gray. His beard was patchy, as if he'd been too listless to properly shave for weeks if not months. He exuded an aura of profound weariness, of a spirit thoroughly extinguished. Cale's inherited memories, a jumbled mess of warrior lore and battlefield tactics, immediately recognized the insignia etched into the remaining pauldrons, albeit faded and chipped. It was the symbol of the Sunstone Knights, an order once lauded throughout the fallen kingdoms for their valor, their unwavering resolve, and their devastating martial prowess. This man, Cale deduced, was one of them. Or rather, he had been. The knight lifted the jug again, his arm trembling slightly with the effort. A half-empty plate of what looked like dried, greasy meat sat untouched before him. He was a picture of fallen glory, a broken statue in a temple of ruin. This was Seraphus, the fallen knight. The name had been whispered in the hushed inquiries Cale had made. A cautionary tale of heroism gone awry, of a legend tarnished beyond repair. They said he had lost everything, his honor, his rank, his purpose, after a disastrous campaign that had cost countless lives, a campaign he had been blamed for. Now, he simply endured, a ghost haunting the fringes of Oakhaven's underworld. Cale's internal system interface flickered, analyzing the new presence. System notice. Unknown entity detected. Potential asset/threat. Name. SERAPHIS. Level unknown. Status. critical morale debuff, alcohol intoxication, estimated combat capability, significantly impaired, but not entirely absent. Kale could sense it, a latent power coiled beneath the knight's self-imposed decay. It was the dormant fury of a warrior forged in the fires of true conflict, the echoes of countless battles etched into his very being. His physical frame, despite its current state, was still undeniably powerful, the foundation of a warrior built for war. The system might have deemed his combat capability impaired, but Kale saw a different potential. He saw a blunt instrument, a brutal force that, with the right application, could be incredibly effective. Kale rose from his seat, the movement fluid and deliberate. He approached Seraphis's table, his gait unhurried, his expression neutral. The knight, lost in his stupor, didn't acknowledge him until Kale stopped beside the table. "Mind if I join you?" Kale asked, his voice low and even, carrying a hint of authority that even the knight's haze couldn't entirely dismiss. Seraphis slowly turned his head, his eyes, a faded blue, focusing on Kale with a weary lack of interest. They were eyes that had seen too much, and perhaps not enough of what truly mattered. He grunted, a sound that could have meant anything from assent to utter disdain, and gestured vaguely at the empty bench opposite him. Kale sat down, the worn wood creaking under his weight. He didn't order another drink, choosing instead to simply observe. The silence between them stretched, punctuated by the tavern's din. Seraphis took another long swig from the jug, his throat working. "You're not from around here," the knight finally rasped, his voice thick with drink and disuse. It wasn't a question, but a statement of fact, delivered with a profound lack of curiosity. "No," Kale replied. "I'm new to Oakhaven, and to this particular establishment." Seraphis let out a humorless chuckle, a dry, rasping sound. Few people come to the Serpent's Coil by choice. Most are here because they've nowhere else to go, or nowhere better to drown their sorrows. He gestured with the jug, a dismissive sweep of his arm that encompassed the entire tavern. "This is where broken things come to fester." Kale let the words hang in the air. "Broken things can sometimes be reforged," he said, his gaze meeting Seraphis's directly. The knight's faded eyes flickered with a brief spark of something. Annoyance, perhaps, or a flicker of a long-forgotten fire. "Forged? You speak of hammers and anvils, boy. I speak of shattered souls and dreams turned to ash. There's no reforging that." He took another swig, as if to wash away the faint hope that Kale's words had momentarily stirred. "Perhaps," Kale conceded, leaning forward slightly, his voice dropping to a more confidential tone. "But even ash can be a foundation, or a weapon if wielded correctly." He paused, allowing his words to sink in. "I've heard tales of the Sunstone Knights, of Seraphis, the Lionheart." The mention of his old title seemed to strike a nerve. Seraphis flinched, the jug clattering against the table. His expression hardened, a mask of weary resentment settling back over his features. "Tales are all that remain," he growled, his voice losing some of its drunken slur. "Whispers of a fool who led his men to slaughter, or a man who fought with unparalleled courage against insurmountable odds." Kale countered, a subtle inflection in his voice, suggesting that he wasn't entirely convinced by the popular narrative. He wasn't interested in the knight's past glory, but in the potential that lay dormant within his current brokenness. Seraphis scoffed, a bitter sound. "Courage is a poor substitute for competence. And courage doesn't bring back the dead." He looked away, his gaze returning to the empty space in front of him, They called me Lionheart. Now I'm just a broken dog gnawing on bones. Kale remained silent for a moment, letting the night's self-loathing wash over him. This was the vulnerability he had been seeking. He wasn't interested in the knight's guilt or redemption. He was interested in the skills that guilt had buried. I am building something here, Seraphis, Kale began, choosing his words carefully. Something that requires strength, not the kind of strength that wins parades, but the kind that carves a path through the rot, the kind that doesn't flinch from the darkness. Seraphis finally turned his attention back to Kale, a hint of suspicion in his faded eyes. And what would you know of darkness, boy? You look like you just stepped out of a nursery. Kale's lips curved into a faint, almost imperceptible smile. My experience with darkness is extensive, and I recognize it when I see it, even when it's hidden beneath layers of self-pity and cheap ale. He paused. I also recognize potential when I see it. And you, Seraphis, have more of it than anyone else in this sorry excuse for a tavern. The knight's expression shifted from weary resignation to a flicker of genuine anger. Potential? I'm a spent force, boy. A failure. The best I can offer is a drunken brawler who can swing a rusty sword, and even that, I'm not sure I can manage anymore. The rest can be polished away, Kale said, his voice hardening slightly. And the swings can be guided. What I offer is a purpose, a chance to do something other than wallow. He met Seraphis's gaze, his own eyes holding a sharp, unyielding intensity. I am building a force to contend with the powers that fester in the Ashlands, and I need warriors. Warriors who understand what it means to fight, to bleed, and to win, no matter the cost. Seraphis stared at him, his drunken haze momentarily lifting, replaced by a dawning, wary realization. This wasn't just some ruffian trying to recruit muscle. This was something different. There was a chilling conviction in the young man's words, an ambition that burned with an intensity Kale usually reserved for his own thoughts. And why would I follow you? Seraphis asked, his voice rough. I've lost everything once. I have nothing left to offer a cause, and less still to gain from one. You have your skill, Kale stated plainly, your experience, the muscle memory of a warrior, and perhaps, he added, a hint of dark amusement in his tone, you have a desire to prove them all wrong, to show the world that Seraphis, the Lionheart, is not yet dead. He saw a tremor run through the knight's arm. The mention of his old epithet, the ingrained pride of a warrior, was a subtle prod, but Kale knew it was enough. He was playing a dangerous game, offering a broken man a chance at a new, perhaps even darker purpose. This cause of yours, Seraphis said, his eyes narrowing. What is it? More glory-seeking? More reckless charges into the unknown? It is about power, Kale answered without hesitation, his voice devoid of pretense. About survival. About ensuring that the shadows that prey on this world do not consume us. And if that involves proving people wrong, so be it. But my goals are not driven by a desire for praise or honor. They are driven by necessity, by the need to forge my own destiny, and to make those who stand in my way regret it. He pushed a few copper coins across the table, enough to cover the jug of ale and perhaps a meager meal. Consider it an investment, an offer. I will be back. Think on it, Seraphis. Think on what it means to be a warrior, not just a drunkard. Think on whether you are truly broken or merely waiting to be reforged. Kale rose and walked away, leaving the knight staring at the coins, the half-empty jug, and the lingering echo of Kale's words. He didn't look back. he knew he had planted a seed. Whether it would sprout into a weapon or a weed remained to be seen, but for now, he had identified a valuable, albeit damaged, asset. As Cale exited the Serpent's Coil, the oppressive gray sky of Oakhaven seemed to press down even harder. But beneath the weight of the atmosphere, Cale felt a flicker of grim satisfaction. He had found a potential recruit, a warrior whose legend, though tarnished, spoke of immense power. Seraphis, the fallen knight, was a testament to the harsh realities of this world, a reminder that even the brightest lights could be extinguished. But Cale was not interested in relighting old flames. He was interested in forging new fires, fires that would burn brighter and more destructively than any that had come before. The strategic advantage of a warrior of Seraphis' caliber, even in his current state, was undeniable. If Cale could harness that dormant power, could temper the knight's despair with his own ruthless ambition, he would have acquired a formidable weapon indeed. He would return for Seraphis, and when he did, he would ensure the knight understood the true cost of reforging and the even greater cost of refusing. The gears of his grand design were beginning to turn, and Seraphis, whether he knew it or not, was about to become a crucial component. The oppressive gloom of the Serpent's Coil seemed to cling to Cale as he turned away from Seraphis' table, the clinking of his coins a subtle counterpoint to the tavern's general din. He had laid his bait, a carefully crafted morsel designed to appeal to the deepest, most festering wounds of a fallen warrior. Empathy was a luxury Cale couldn't afford, nor did he believe it effective in this world. What Seraphis needed wasn't pity, but a purpose that resonated with the raw, unyielding core of his martial spirit, even if that spirit had been long buried under layers of regret and rotgut. He moved through the shadowy den of broken souls with a calculated grace, his senses still absorbing the ambient details, not for information this time, but for the lingering resonance of his own words. He'd seen the flicker in Seraphis' faded eyes, the slight tension in his shoulders, as Cale had spoken of power, of necessity, of proving them all wrong. It was a fragile spark, easily extinguished by the crushing weight of his despair, but it was a spark nonetheless. He knew the nature of men like Seraphis. Their pride, even when deeply wounded, was a powerful, often destructive force. Cale had merely offered it a new direction, a darker, more potent channel. Outside, the air, though still thick with the pervasive stench of Oakhaven, felt infinitesimally lighter. The deal hadn't been struck yet, not in any formal sense, but the foundation had been laid. Cale's system interface, a constant hum of data in the back of his mind, registered a subtle shift in Seraphis' threat/asset evaluation. The significantly impaired status hadn't vanished, but the probability of his eventual recruitment had ticked upward. It was a game of percentages, of calculated risks, and Cale was playing to win. He spent the next few days navigating the fringes of Oakhaven, his inquiries becoming more targeted. He wasn't merely seeking information anymore. He was subtly scouting potential locations, observing patrol routes, and assessing the general mood of the city's more desperate inhabitants. He needed to understand the landscape he was attempting to reshape. He visited the squalid marketplaces, the derelict workshops, and the dimly lit alleyways where survival was a daily, brutal struggle. Each observation was logged, cross-referenced, and added to the growing tapestry of his nascent operations. He found himself drawn back to the Serpent's Coil on several occasions, always arriving during the late, melancholic hours. He never approached Seraphis directly, preferring to observe from a distance, a silent phantom in the periphery. He saw the knight still slumped at his table, the jug a constant companion, but there was a subtle change. Seraphis' gaze, while still distant, seemed to hold a fraction more awareness. He would occasionally glance towards the entrance, his brow furrowed in a way that suggested more than just drunken disorientation. The seed Cale had planted was beginning to sprout, pushing through the hardened soil of the night's despair. On the third night, as Cale watched from a shadowed alcove, Seraphis pushed the jug away with a decisive shove that sent it skittering across the table. He stood, his movements still heavy, but with a newfound deliberation that was absent before. He didn't seek out another drink. Instead, he walked directly to the tavern's exit, pausing at the threshold, his silhouette framed against the dim light of the street. He stood there for a long moment, the cool night air seeming to wash over him, before turning and walking out into the labyrinthine streets of Oakhaven. Cale noted the direction, a grim satisfaction blooming in his chest. The knight was contemplating, wrestling with the offer, and the lure of something more was, it seemed, proving stronger than the numbing comfort of oblivion. The following evening, Cale returned to the Serpent's Coil with a specific objective. He found Seraphis in his usual spot, but the air around him was different. The usual haze of despair was still present, but it was tinged with a restless energy, a coiled tension. The knight looked up as Cale approached, and this time there was no weary indifference in his gaze, but a guarded wariness. "Back again, boy?" Seraphis rasped, his voice still rough, but lacking the slurred quality of their first encounter. His hand rested on the scarred table, his knuckles white. Cale sat down opposite him, his movements smooth and unhurried. "I told you I would be back," he said, his voice low and steady. He didn't order ale this time. He didn't need to dull his senses. "And I see you have been considering." Seraphis grunted, a sound devoid of humor. "Considering what? Whether to sell what little is left of my soul for a fool's errand?" He met Cale's gaze, his own eyes burning, with a mixture of defiance and a flicker of something akin to desperation. "You speak of power, of carving paths. But for what? To fall again? To be remembered as a fool? Twice over? The world remembers what it wants to remember," Cale replied, his tone devoid of any pretense of idealism. "And those who shape the world ensure its memory serves their purpose. I am not offering you honor, Seraphis. Honor is a luxury for those who can afford to lose it and still stand. I am offering you a weapon, a tool, a chance to inflict your will upon a world that has, by your own admission, crushed you." He leaned forward, his eyes locking with the knight's. "You believe you were blamed for the loss of your men. You carry that burden. But what if that burden is not a testament to your failure, but to the sheer bloody difficulty of the task? What if the impossible demands a price, and you were simply the one unfortunate enough to pay it? I am not interested in your past regrets, Seraphis. I am interested in the skills honed by those regrets. The ability to face overwhelming odds and still fight. The capacity for brutal efficiency that comes from knowing the cost of failure." Seraphis's jaw tightened. "You speak as if you understand. As if you've walked in my boots." "I understand the necessity of ambition," Cale stated, his voice hardening, "and the ruthless pragmatism required to achieve it. I don't care about your past glory or your perceived failures. I care about what you can do now. The system recognizes your potential, even if you refuse to. It sees the warrior beneath the rot, and I am in the business of forging the broken into something more potent." He slid a small, intricately carved obsidian amulet across the table. It was cool to the touch, radiating a faint, almost imperceptible aura of latent power. "This," Cale said, his voice dropping to a near whisper, "is a token, a symbol of our agreement, should you accept. It will offer some protection, some small enhancement. It is a taste of what I can provide. More importantly, it is a mark of your commitment. Once you wear it, there is no turning back. Seraphis stared at the amulet, his gaze fixed on its dark, polished surface. He reached out a trembling hand, his fingers hovering just above it. The air in the tavern seemed to grow heavy, the surrounding noise fading into a distant hum. "And if I wear it?" Seraphis's voice was hoarse, laced with a weariness that Kale recognized as the precursor to a decision. "What then? Am I your slave? Your expendable pawn?" "You are an asset," Kale corrected, his tone firm and unwavering. "A vital component of a larger design. You will be compensated for your service, more than this broken city could ever offer. You will be given a purpose that demands the full measure of your strength and skill. And perhaps," he allowed a subtle, almost predatory smile to touch his lips, "you will finally have the opportunity to make those who wronged you, those who cast you aside, understand the true cost of their judgment." He pushed the amulet closer. "You believe yourself broken. I see a tempered blade, waiting for a new hilt. You feel forgotten. I see a force that can remind the world of its power. All it requires is the will to embrace it, and the understanding that true power is rarely born of nobility. It is forged in necessity, honed by pragmatism, and wielded without remorse." Seraphis looked up from the amulet, his faded blue eyes meeting Kale's intense gaze. The internal struggle was palpable, etched onto his weathered features. The weight of his past, the sting of injustice, the gnawing emptiness of his present. All of it seemed to coalesce in that moment, warring with the faint, almost forgotten ember of his warrior's pride. "Unconventional means?" Seraphis finally asked, his voice barely audible. "You mean without honor?" "Honor is a concept for winners," Kale replied, his voice sharp. "And for those who have the luxury of choosing their battles. We are fighting for survival, for dominance. If honor serves that purpose, we will employ it. If it hinders us, we will discard it. What matters is results, Seraphis. What matters is achieving the objective, no matter the cost." He held out his hand, palm up. "Do we have an accord?" Seraphis hesitated for another long moment, his gaze flicking from Kale's outstretched hand to the obsidian amulet. The silence stretched, taut and expectant, filled only by the muffled sounds of the tavern. Then, with a sigh that seemed to carry the weight of years of regret and a newfound resolve, Seraphis slowly reached out and placed the amulet on his own calloused palm. It settled there, a stark contrast against his scarred skin, its dark surface seeming to absorb the faint light of the oil lamp. He then grasped Kale's outstretched hand. Their grip was firm, a silent acknowledgement of the pact forged in the shadows of Oakhaven. The handshake was not one of friendship, nor even of grudging respect, but of a shared understanding of the harsh realities of power. It was a negotiation sealed, a deal struck in the dark, cynical heart of a world that rewarded ruthlessness above all else. "An accord," Seraphis rasped, his voice gaining a new, rough edge. It wasn't the voice of a broken man anymore, but of a man contemplating a dangerous path. "But know this, boy, if this is a fool's errand, if you lead me to another slaughter, you'll wish you had never set foot in this damn city." Kale's grip tightened for a fraction of a second, a silent acknowledgement of the veiled threat. "And if you falter, Seraphis, if your past chains you to inaction, you will find that the chains I forge are far more unforgiving than any despair you've known." He released the knight's hand, a flicker of something akin to triumph in his dark eyes. "Now, tell me, what do you know of the Sunken District? And the scavengers who call it home? The question hung in the air, marking the true beginning of their alliance. Seraphis, the fallen knight, now bound by a shared ambition and a cynical understanding of the world, looked at Kale, not with the defeated weariness of before, but with the calculating gaze of a warrior who had just been given a new battlefield and a new reason to fight. The night was young, and the path ahead was shrouded in darkness, but for the first time in a long time, Seraphis felt the stirrings of something other than despair. He felt the thrum of possibility, however grim, and the cold, sharp edge of purpose. The game had truly begun. The obsidian amulet pulsed with a faint, internal light against Seraphis's palm, a stark contrast to the grime and scars etched into his skin. It was more than just a trinket. Kale could feel the faint tendrils of his will reaching out, seeking purchase within the knight's weary soul. This was the culmination of his strategy, the delicate weaving of a bond that would bind Seraphis more effectively than any chain or prison. The system, in its infinite, often brutal wisdom, had provided him with the tools, and Kale, with his innate understanding of power dynamics and a healthy disregard for conventional morality, was eager to employ them. He focused his intent, drawing upon the latent abilities granted by his Shadow Weaver class. The system interface shimmered in his mind's eye, displaying a complex web of runes and arcane symbols. The Enslavement Pact skill was not the crude, mind-breaking magic of a low-level necromancer. Instead, it was a more refined, insidious art. It didn't erase Seraphis's will, but rather it subtly rewrote its priorities. It infused the knight with a profound sense of purpose, aligning his deepest desires, even those he had long suppressed, with Kale's own objectives. It was an almost symbiotic connection, one that would feel like self-determination to the bound party, at least in the initial stages. "Do you feel it, Seraphis?" Kale's voice was a low murmur, cutting through the ambient noise of the serpent's coil as if they were the only two people in the world. He watched the knight's expression, searching for any flicker of realization, any tremor of fear. Seraphis's brow furrowed, his gaze still fixed on the amulet, but his posture had shifted. The slumped defeat was gone, replaced by a taut alertness. Seraphis flexed his fingers, his grip tightening around the obsidian token. A subtle tremor ran through his arm, not of weakness, but of an awakening power. I feel something," he admitted, his voice rougher than before, yet carrying a new resonance. A clarity. The fog, it's thinning, and a strange sense of obligation, as if this pact, as you call it, is not a chain, but a promise. He looked up at Kale, his faded blue eyes now holding a glint of something sharp and dangerous, a reflection of the awakening warrior within. "This amulet, it's more than just protection, isn't it?" Kale allowed a slow, almost imperceptible smile to spread across his lips. "The pact is a two-way street, Seraphis. It enhances your capabilities, sharpening your senses, bolstering your resolve, and granting you an edge in combat that you haven't felt since your prime. It fuels the warrior you are. But it also ensures your unwavering loyalty, your newfound clarity, your heightened senses, your increased strength. They will all be directed towards our shared goals. Your very being will be aligned with my will, without the need for constant supervision or explicit command. It is a contract etched not in ink, but in the very fabric of your essence." He saw the subtle shift in Seraphis's posture, the almost imperceptible straightening of his shoulders. The knight was not being forced, not truly. He was being guided, his own latent desires for purpose and power being expertly channeled. The system's pacts were designed to be intrinsically rewarding for the bound party, at least in terms of raw ability and a sense of directed purpose. It was a form of magical coercion that masqueraded as empowerment. "You say, shared goals. Seraphis mused, his voice thoughtful. But what if my goals diverge from yours? What if I, in time, seek something beyond what you offer? He was testing the boundaries, trying to understand the nature of this new bond. That is the beauty of the unseen contract, Kale explained, his tone even. It does not impose a singular, rigid path. It aligns your core motivations with mine. As I gain power, so do you. As I succeed, you succeed. Your ambition will become intertwined with my own. You will find that the most efficient way to achieve the glory you crave, the respect you feel you have lost, is to remain by my side. The pact will subtly steer you, making our objectives feel like your own. It will whisper in your mind when you stray, reminding you of the benefits, the power, and the purpose you have found. You will still make your own choices, Seraphis, but those choices will invariably lead you back to me. He watched as Seraphis's gaze fell back to the amulet. A subtle surge of energy flowed through Kale, a confirmation of the connection solidifying. The system's internal feedback was clear. The pact was established. Seraphis's loyalty was now a quantifiable, albeit magically enforced, metric. It was a chillingly efficient process, a far cry from the messy, unpredictable nature of mere diplomacy. The system, it feels alive, Seraphis murmured, more to himself than to Kale. It's as if 1,000 whispers are guiding my thoughts. But they are my thoughts, my desires amplified. I feel capable, stronger. He clenched his fist, the muscles in his forearm bunching with an unfamiliar power. The years of hard living, the despair, the self-neglect, seemed to recede, replaced by a focused intensity. That is the pact at work, Kale confirmed. It amplifies what is already within you, Seraphis. It doesn't create something from nothing. It forges the broken into something sharper, more potent. You felt the sting of failure, the weight of responsibility. Now, you will feel the exhilaration of success, the burden of dominance. The system rewards efficiency, and loyalty is the ultimate form of efficiency. He tapped a finger on the table, the sound echoing slightly in the sudden quiet that had fallen around them. The other patrons of the Serpent's Coil, usually a boisterous lot, seemed to have instinctively sensed a shift in the air, a silent tension that had silenced their drunken revelry. Consider this a refinement, Seraphis. You were a weapon, dulled by neglect and regret. I have simply restored your edge and sharpened your purpose. You will find yourself more adept, more resilient, your reflexes quicker, your senses keener. The pact imbues you with a portion of my own understanding of the system, allowing you to better utilize your innate abilities. It's a symbiotic relationship. Your strength fuels my ambitions, and my vision guides your power. Seraphis slowly rose from his seat, his movements fluid and surprisingly steady. He was no longer the slumped, broken man who had occupied this stool for weeks. The raw, untamed power that had once defined him was now returning, tempered and focused by the pact. He looked around the tavern, not with the weary resignation of before, but with a newfound assessment, a silent cataloging of his surroundings. Kale recognized the shift. It was the gaze of a predator, no longer hunting for scraps, but for opportunities. The Sunken District, Seraphis said, his voice firm, the question he had asked earlier now replaced by a statement of intent. You asked about the Sunken District and its inhabitants. I know it. It's a cesspool, even by Oakhaven's standards. A labyrinth of decaying docks, flooded basements, and forgotten alleyways. The scavengers there, they are desperate. Ruthless. They survive by preying on the weak, by scavenging anything of value from the refuse of this city. He paused, his eyes meeting Kale's with an unnerving intensity. What is it you plan to do there? There is little to be gained in such a place, unless you intend to burn it to the ground. Kale inclined his head, a gesture of acknowledgement rather than agreement. Destruction is often a necessary prelude to creation, Seraphis. The sunken district is a festering wound on the city's underbelly. Its inhabitants are a resource, as you said, but not one to be overlooked. They are tenacious, adaptable, and used to operating in the shadows, much like ourselves. They know the city's forgotten paths, its hidden routes, and its vulnerabilities. He rose and walked towards the exit, Seraphis falling into step beside him, a silent, imposing shadow. The amulet glowed faintly beneath Seraphis's rough tunic, a subtle beacon of their pact. My intentions are not to simply clear out the vermin, Seraphis. My intentions are to organize them, to forge them into a force that can be utilized. They have skills, however crude, that can be honed. They understand the art of survival in the harshest conditions, and they are accustomed to operating beyond the law. You intend to recruit them? Seraphis asked, a hint of disbelief in his voice. They are little more than rats. They will betray you for a handful of coppers. Betrayal is a matter of perspective, Seraphis, Kale replied, stepping out into the grimy alleyway behind the serpent's coil. The stench of Oakhaven seemed to cling to him, but it no longer felt oppressive. It was merely the scent of his domain, the raw material from which he would sculpt his empire. It is simply a matter of ensuring that their loyalties are aligned with their own perceived best interests. And when those interests are inextricably linked with mine, their loyalty will be absolute. The pact I have forged with you is a template. It will be replicated in a more rudimentary form with those who possess the potential to become useful assets. He paused, turning to face Seraphis. The knight stood bathed in the flickering gaslight of the street lamps, his silhouette sharp and defined against the encroaching darkness. The pact had not only amplified his abilities, but also seemed to have restored some of the lost charisma, the commanding presence that had once made him a respected knight. The scavengers of the sunken district, Kale continued, his voice low and intense, have learned to survive by exploiting the weaknesses of others. I will teach them to exploit the weaknesses of the system itself. They are accustomed to scarcity, to operating with minimal resources. They are the perfect candidates for building a network of informants, for conducting reconnaissance in the city's most dangerous sectors, for acquiring certain goods that may not be readily available through conventional channels. He saw the flicker of understanding, and perhaps even a grudging respect, in Seraphis's eyes. The fallen knight, even with his newfound loyalty, was still a warrior of considerable intellect. He understood the strategic implications of such a move. You intend to build a shadow army, a network that operates unseen, beneath the notice of the city guard and the established powers. Precisely, Kale confirmed. The sunken district, with its labyrinthine passages and its desperate inhabitants, is the ideal starting point. Once we establish control there, we can begin to extend our reach. The scavengers will be my eyes and ears, Seraphis. You will be my sword. He gestured towards the amulet that now rested beneath Seraphis's tunic, a subtle reminder of their binding. The pact ensures your strength, your loyalty, and your unwavering focus. And as your power grows, so too will your influence. Together, we will carve out a space for ourselves in this world, a space where our ambitions are not only tolerated, but celebrated. He began to walk, his steps purposeful, leading Seraphis out of the immediate vicinity of the serpent's coil and into the deeper shadows of Oakhaven's alleys. The scavengers are not merely rats to be exterminated, Seraphis. They are the foundation. They are the roots that will anchor our growth. They are accustomed to living on the fringes, to making do with what they have. I will provide them with a purpose, and in return they will provide me with an army that is not bound by honor or by law, but by necessity and by the power that I, and now you, can wield." Seraphis followed, his gait confident, the weight of his past seemingly lifted. The pact had not just altered his abilities, it had fundamentally reshaped his perception of himself and his place in the world. He was no longer a discarded knight, a relic of a bygone era. He was a weapon, honed and ready, his purpose finally clear. He felt the latent power within him stirring, a vibrant energy that pulsed with the rhythm of Kale's own ambition. The whispers of the system were not commands, but suggestions, powerful urges that aligned perfectly with his own dormant desires for retribution and for relevance. "And what of the opposition?" Seraphis asked, his voice a low rumble as they navigated the narrow, refuse-strewn alleyways. "The city guard, the merchant guilds, the other powers that vie for control of Oakhaven. They will not tolerate a new faction rising from the muck." Kale chuckled, a dry, humorless sound. "They will not even see us coming, Seraphis. Not at first. We will be the unseen hand, the whispers in the dark, the fear in the shadows. We will exploit their blind spots, their arrogance, their complacency. The scavengers will be my early warning system, my disruption force. They will sow chaos and confusion, creating the perfect environment for more structured operations to take root." He stopped and leaned against a grimy brick wall, the faint glow of the amulet a visible warmth beneath Seraphis's worn leather jerkin. "The pact, Seraphis, is more than just a tool of control. It is a conduit. Your enhanced senses will allow you to perceive threats that others miss. Your increased resilience will allow you to withstand pressures that would break a lesser man. And your absolute loyalty, enforced by the system, ensures that you will always act in my best interests, even when my interests seem inscrutable to you. You are not merely a soldier. You are an extension of my will, a finely crafted blade that I can wield with absolute confidence." He watched as Seraphis's eyes scanned their surroundings, the knight's gaze sharper, more analytical than Kale had ever seen it. The fallen warrior was already adapting, already seeing the world through the lens of their newfound alliance, his mind whirring with tactical possibilities. "The sunken district," Seraphis repeated, a grim satisfaction in his tone. "It is a place where the rules are broken, where survival is the only currency. A fitting place to begin building your empire, Kale. And I, it seems, will be there to ensure your foundations are laid in blood and iron." Kale nodded, a sense of profound satisfaction settling over him. The unseen contract was not a simple bargain. It was an intricate tapestry of magical coercion and self-interest, woven with threads of ambition and pragmatism. Seraphis would never be a willing slave, but he was now an indispensable asset, his formidable skills and unwavering loyalty bound to Kale's machinations by the very fabric of his being. The knight may not have fully understood the depth of the magical binding, but he felt its effects keenly, a newfound resolve, a surge of power, and an unshakable compulsion to follow Kale's lead. The connection had solidified, a silent, potent force that would shape the future of Oakhaven. The game had truly begun, and Kale had just acquired his most potent piece. The obsidian amulet, a conduit for Kale's will, thrummed faintly against Seraphis's chest, a constant reminder of the pact forged in the shadowed depths of the serpent's coil. It was more than a symbol. It was the engine of their burgeoning alliance, a meticulously crafted tool of the system that had redefined the fallen knight's very essence. Kale watched, his gaze sharp and analytical, as Seraphis shifted his weight, the worn leather of his jerkin creaking softly. The initial shock and disorientation of the pact's activation had subsided, replaced by a focused intensity that Kale recognized as the awakening of a predator. "Show me!" Kale's voice was a low command, devoid of unnecessary preamble. He gestured towards a secluded training yard behind the tavern, an area typically used by the establishment's more robust patrons for informal brawls and weapon practice. It was a gritty, utilitarian space, littered with discarded crates and stained with the indelible marks of countless skirmishes. "Show me what remains of Seraphis, the Knight of the Silver Order. Show me the blade that once held terror in its edge." Seraphis didn't hesitate. He moved with a newfound economy of motion, his worn boots crunching on the gravel as he strode towards the designated area. He unslung the scarred, utilitarian sword that had served him through his darkest days, its metal dulled by neglect, but its edge still holding a dangerous glint. Kale, meanwhile, brought up his own system interface, the ethereal glow of the runes flickering in his peripheral vision. He needed data, raw and unvarnished, to understand the true extent of the power he now commanded. Target, Seraphis. Analysis, in progress. The system's silent pronouncements filled Kale's mind, feeding him a stream of metrics and classifications. Seraphis's physical attributes, though diminished by years of hardship and despair, were still impressive. Strength, dexterity, constitution, all were rated above average for a common man. But it was his innate combat prowess, the ingrained reflexes and tactical acumen of a seasoned warrior, that truly set him apart. Kale focused on the Combat Skills tab, his fingers tracing the projected lines of information. Swordsmanship, Greatsword, Proficient, Defensive Combat, Adept, Mounted Combat, Expert, Legacy. The legacy skills were a fascinating byproduct of his past life, remnants of training and experience that the Pact had evidently preserved and even amplified. Seraphis took a defensive stance, his sword held before him, its tip angled towards the ground. He wasn't facing an opponent, not a tangible one, but the presence of Kale, the subtle pressure of his amplified senses, and the very nature of the system itself served as a formidable, if unconventional, adversary. Kale watched the subtle adjustments of Seraphis's feet, the slight tension in his shoulders, the unwavering focus in his eyes. Even without a direct threat, the knight was instinctively assessing, reacting, preparing, parry. Kale instructed, a simple command designed to gauge Seraphis's responsiveness and tactical flexibility. Without a word, Seraphis shifted. He didn't draw a weapon against an unseen attacker. Instead, he mimicked a defensive posture, bringing his sword up in a fluid, controlled arc, as if deflecting an invisible blow from the left. The movement was economical, powerful, and undeniably effective. Kale's system interface flashed an update. Detected. Defensive maneuver, anticipatory parry. Skill proficiency increase. Defensive combat, plus 0.02%. Again, Kale pressed, pushing further. A thrust, from below. Feint left, strike right. This was more complex, requiring deception and rapid execution. Seraphis's brow furrowed for a fleeting moment, a micro-expression that Kale meticulously catalogued. The Pact hadn't erased Seraphis's free will, but it had irrevocably altered his motivations and responses. He was now instinctively seeking to fulfill Kale's implicit requests, to demonstrate his worthiness, to solidify the purpose that the Pact had so artfully injected into his being. The feint was subtle, a mere flicker of the sword's point to the left, but the subsequent thrust was blindingly fast, a clean, decisive movement that Kale felt more than saw. The tip of Seraphis's blade would have found its mark with lethal precision. Detected, offensive maneuver, feint, and riposte, skill proficiency increase, swordsmanship, Greatsword, plus 0.03%. Impressive, Kale murmured, not out of genuine admiration, but as a calculated assessment of Seraphis's potential. The night was rusty, undeniably so. The years of drudgery and despair had taken their toll, dulling the razor's edge of his skills. Yet, beneath the grime and weariness, the core of the formidable warrior remained. The pact had not merely restored his abilities, it had begun to refine them, to accelerate his relearning process, to unlock latent potential that had been buried deep within. Kale initiated a more comprehensive scan, pushing the system's analytical capabilities to their limits. He was not just looking at combat statistics, he was delving into the deeper layers of Seraphis's character, seeking any unique traits, any hidden talents that could be exploited. Scanning aura, moderate. Elemental affinity, none detected. Unique traits, iron will. Passive, grants resistance to fear and mental manipulation. Duration, permanent. Acquired, unknown. Enduring spirit. Passive, reduces stamina depletion and enhances recovery. Duration, permanent. Acquired, unknown. Iron will, Kale noted, a flicker of interest sparking within him. This explained Seraphis's resilience, his ability to endure hardship without succumbing to despair. It also meant that the pact's influence, while profound, would not be absolute in the sense of simple mind control. Seraphis's fundamental personality, his core resolve, remained intact. This was a double-edged sword. It made him a more valuable asset, less prone to easy manipulation, but also potentially more dangerous if his iron will clashed with Kale's directives. However, the enduring spirit trait was a clear boon, promising sustained performance in prolonged engagements. Kale then turned his attention to the more subjective metrics, the aspects that truly defined the nature of their pact. Loyalty, 92%. The number was stark. A cold, quantifiable representation of Seraphis's current allegiance. It was not perfect, not absolute, but astonishingly high for someone who had, mere hours ago, been a stranger bound by nothing more than circumstance. This was the true power of the unseen contract, its ability to integrate Kale's will into the very fabric of Seraphis's being, making loyalty feel like a natural, almost inherent inclination. You still possess the instincts of a knight, Kale observed, his gaze sweeping over Seraphis's every movement. But the knight you were is a relic. The system has refined you, Seraphis. It has sharpened your blade and focused your intent. You feel it, don't you? The clarity, the absence of doubt. Seraphis lowered his sword slightly, his chest heaving with the exertion, though his breathing was remarkably steady. He nodded, his gaze meeting Kale's with a mixture of awe and something akin to grim acceptance. I feel a difference, Kale. The fog. It's not entirely gone, but it's less suffocating. And the desire, the need to act, to prevail. It's a constant hum beneath my skin. It feels right. Self-perception alignment, high. Motivational drive reinforced. Kale allowed himself a faint smirk. The system was not merely enforcing loyalty, it was fostering a genuine, albeit magically induced, sense of purpose. Seraphis wasn't just acting out of obligation. He was beginning to believe that these actions were his own, that his renewed vigor was a natural consequence of his own will. This was the subtle genius of the unseen contract. It cultivated a willing participant, a subordinate who wanted to serve, even if that desire was a carefully constructed illusion. That hum, Seraphis, Kale said, stepping closer, his voice dropping to a more confidential tone, is the sound of your potential being unlocked. The pact amplifies what is already there. It takes the raw material of your being and forges it anew. You were a warrior forged in the fires of duty and honor. Now, you are a weapon forged in the fires of ambition and efficiency. He circled Seraphis slowly, his eyes cataloging the knight's physique, the worn but functional armor, the scars that told tales of battles past. Your stance is still a little wide. You telegraph your intentions on the defensive, and your recovery after a heavy strike, it's still too slow. You rely too much on brute force, not enough on fluid evasion. Kale was deliberately pointing out minor flaws, not to criticize, but to encourage Seraphis to push himself further, to actively seek improvement. It was a way of reinforcing the idea that their current success was merely a stepping stone. Seraphis listened intently, his gaze flicking to his own sword, then back to Kale. He didn't argue, didn't protest. He absorbed the critique, his mind already working to process and implement the feedback. This was the kind of subordinate Kale needed. One who was not only loyal but also driven to excel, to constantly refine his abilities. Tell me about your preferred engagement range, Kale continued, probing deeper. What are your optimal distances for offense and defense? What are your favorite attack patterns against different types of opponents? Against a heavily armored foe, what is your opening move? Against a lightly armored, agile opponent? He was not just assessing Seraphis's current capabilities, but also eliciting information that would allow Kale to tailor their future operations. Understanding Seraphis's combat doctrine was crucial for deploying him effectively. If Seraphis was a blunt instrument, Kale needed to know its weight and impact. If he was a scalpel, Kale needed to understand its precision. Seraphis met Kale's gaze, and a flicker of the old knightly fire ignited in his eyes. He began to speak, his voice gaining a low, resonant cadence as he described his preferred engagement parameters. He spoke of the optimal reach of his blade, the importance of maintaining a solid defensive perimeter, and the necessity of exploiting an opponent's momentary imbalance. He outlined strategies for engaging heavily armored knights, focusing on disabling their mobility and targeting weak points in their plate, and then shifted to the agile skirmishers, emphasizing the need for controlled aggression and swift, decisive counters. Against heavy armor, Seraphis explained, his voice growing more animated, one must control the rhythm of the fight. Wear them down. Their movements are slower, more deliberate. You exploit that. A well-timed sidestep, a glancing blow to the knee joint to disrupt their balance, a powerful upward swing to the visor when they recover. It's a battle of attrition. You don't win by overpowering them, but by outmaneuvering them, by forcing them to expend more energy than you do. He shifted his stance, his sword now held in a more offensive posture. For the swift ones, the rogues, the assassins, they are shadows. They rely on speed and surprise. You cannot outrun them, nor can you always predict their strikes. Your defense must be absolute, a constant wall. You observe their patterns, their breathing, the subtle tension in their muscles before they strike. Then, when they commit, when they overextend, you seize the moment. A swift counterattack, aimed at severing their momentum. You don't chase them. You make them come to you, and then you break them. As Seraphis spoke, Kale's system interface worked tirelessly, cross-referencing the knight's descriptions with known combat doctrines and tactical simulations. It was identifying synergies, potential weaknesses, and areas where Kale's own knowledge could further enhance Seraphis's effectiveness. Analysis. Seraphis's combat doctrine aligns with traditional heavy infantry tactics. Strengths: defensive fortitude, methodical offense, battlefield awareness. Weaknesses: over-reliance on direct engagement, potential vulnerability to guerrilla tactics, and overwhelming numbers. Kale nodded slowly, absorbing the information. Seraphis was a frontline warrior, a bastion of defense, and a potent offensive force when properly supported. He excelled in direct confrontation, in breaking enemy formations, and holding key positions. However, he was less suited for stealth, for infiltration, or for engaging in protracted skirmishes against numerous, unidentifiable threats. This aligned perfectly with Kale's own strategic vision. Seraphis would be his hammer, his frontline assault unit, while Kale himself, with his Shadow Weaver abilities and his nascent network of informants, would handle the more nuanced aspects of espionage, sabotage, and strategic manipulation. Your understanding of the battlefield is sound, Seraphis, Kale conceded, his voice laced with a hint of approval. You are a master of the direct confrontation. But in Oakhaven, the true battles are rarely fought in the open. They are waged in the shadows, in the back alleys, in the whispers of rumor and the subtle shifts of power. He gestured towards the dilapidated buildings that lined the periphery of the training yard. You see these structures? They are not just brick and mortar. They are potential vantage points, choke points, escape routes. Every shadow can conceal an enemy, and every blind corner can hide an opportunity. Kale then initiated a more specialized scan, one that focused on Seraphis's latent magical aptitudes, a characteristic that many knights of his order were rumored to possess, though it was rarely spoken of openly. Scanning for arcane resonance, low-level kinetic enhancement detected. Source, innate, latent, potential, unrefined, skill, kinetic surge, passive, grants a temporary, localized boost to physical impact force. Activation, unconscious, triggered by adrenaline. Cooldown, variable. Kinetic surge. Kale's interest peaked. This was not a formalized spell or a learned ability, but an innate, passive augmentation that manifested under duress. It was the very definition of a latent magical talent, raw and untamed. It explained some of the sheer destructive force Seraphis could unleash in combat, the inexplicable power behind some of his blows. You possess more than just martial skill, Seraphis, Kale revealed, a glint of excitement in his eyes. The system has identified a latent ability within you. Kinetic surge. It enhances the force of your physical strikes, particularly when adrenaline is high. It's a passive ability, meaning it triggers automatically, but its effectiveness can be amplified with conscious effort. Seraphis looked at Kale, a flicker of surprise crossing his features. Kinetic surge? I have always felt a certain surge in the heat of battle, a force that pushed my strikes beyond what I thought was possible. I attributed it to sheer will, to desperation. It is your will amplified by the system, Kale corrected smoothly. And now, with the pact, you can learn to control it, to consciously channel it. Imagine the impact of a strike amplified not by instinct, but by deliberate intent. Imagine the force you could bring to bear if you could predict and control when that surge occurred. Kale's mind raced with possibilities. This latent ability, combined with Seraphis's swordsmanship and the Pact's influence, made him an even more formidable asset. He could be the spearhead of any assault, capable of shattering defenses and overwhelming even the most resilient opponents. The iron will and enduring spirit traits, combined with kinetic surge, made Seraphis a walking embodiment of relentless force. New objective: train Seraphis in the conscious control and amplification of kinetic surge. The system, ever present and ever observant, logged Kale's thought as a new directive. This was the essence of the LitRPG experience: the constant evaluation, the identification of strengths, and the strategic development of those strengths into exploitable assets. Your loyalty is high, Seraphis, Kale said, his voice taking on a more authoritative tone. But the system is a demanding master. It craves efficiency. It rewards results. And I, as its chosen agent, expect nothing less than your absolute dedication to our shared goals. He met Seraphis's gaze. his own eyes burning with an intensity that mirrored the newfound fire within the night. "You are my sword, Seraphis, my primary instrument of force. You will be deployed where brute strength and unwavering resolve are needed most. You will be the first through the breach, the last to retreat. Your role will be to shatter resistance, to break enemy formations, and to instill fear in the hearts of our adversaries." Cale paused, letting the weight of his words sink in. "Your training will now focus on 3 key areas: mastering the conscious activation and amplification of your kinetic surge, refining your defensive techniques to counter agile opponents, and increasing your stamina reserves to ensure you can maintain peak performance throughout prolonged engagements. The system will provide the framework, and I will provide the instruction. Your task is to absorb, to adapt, and to excel." Seraphis nodded, his expression resolute. The raw power that pulsed within him, the clarity of purpose that had been so artfully instilled, left no room for doubt. He was a weapon, and Cale was the hand that would wield him. The fallen knight, once lost in the despair of his own failures, now found a grim satisfaction in the promise of purpose, in the resurgence of his formidable abilities. He was not merely a subordinate. He was an integral part of Cale's grand design, a crucial component in the unfolding game of power within Oakhaven. Seraphis's combat role: primary assault unit / frontline enforcer. Estimated combat effectiveness high, with further training. Specialization: direct engagement, anti-armor, shock tactics. Cale observed the system's final assessment of Seraphis's combat role. It was a clinical, dispassionate analysis, yet it confirmed the knight's immense potential. Seraphis was not a delicate instrument. He was a sledgehammer, capable of crushing obstacles that Cale's more subtle methods could not overcome. The pact had not just bound Seraphis. It had transformed him into the perfect tool for Cale's immediate needs. The fallen knight, with his amplified strength, his unwavering loyalty, and his burgeoning control over his latent powers, was now ready to be unleashed upon the unsuspecting city of Oakhaven. The game had truly begun, and Cale had just acquired his most potent piece on the board. The hushed whispers began subtly, like the skittering of rats in the walls of a forgotten tavern, then grew, gaining substance and volume with each passing hour. Cale, a master of manipulation and unseen influence, understood that the seeds of reputation were sown in the fertile ground of rumor. His brief, brutal encounter with the thugs outside the Serpent's Coil had been a necessary, albeit calculated, display. It was a statement, etched not in stone, but in the sudden, stark silence that followed the swift, brutal efficiency of his actions. The system's meticulous record-keeping and Cale's own inherent understanding of power dynamics allowed him to predict the inevitable fallout. Information, particularly sensational information, was the currency of Oakhaven's underbelly, and Cale had just provided a hefty deposit. Seraphis, now a stark figure of grim resolve, was an undeniable beacon, drawing the attention of those who trafficked in secrets. The fallen knight, once a known quantity, now appeared to have undergone a profound, almost terrifying transformation. His presence beside Cale, the unnerving stillness that now emanated from him, spoke of a pact, a binding, something far more significant than a simple working relationship. The whispers began with questions. Who was this man, Cale, who moved with such unnerving calm and wielded such authority? And what had happened to Seraphis, the disgraced knight, to imbue him with such a focused, almost predatory aura? Within the labyrinthine network of Oakhaven's illicit economy, information flowed like a poisoned river, carrying truths, half-truths, and outright fabrications. The dock workers, their faces etched with the harsh realities of their labor, traded snippets of gossip between heaves of cargo. The barkeeps, their ears perpetually tuned to the undercurrents of their establishments, pieced together fragments of hushed conversations. Even the street urchins, nimble and observant, played their part, relaying observations from the shadows for a few coppers. Cale's name, once unknown or relegated to the footnotes of obscure criminal dealings, was now becoming a recurring motif. He was the enigmatic figure who had appeared seemingly out of nowhere, the one who had dealt with the bothersome thugs with such finality, and, most intriguingly, the one now tethered to the formidable Seraphis. "Did you see it?" a burly stevedore muttered to his companion, his voice a low growl as they unloaded crates of dubious origin. "The way he handled those rogues? No hesitation. Clean, precise, like a butcher with a prize cut." His companion spat on the grimy cobblestones. "Aye, and Seraphis, he was with him. Stood there like a statue carved from iron. Never saw him lift a hand, but there was a darkness about him. Something changed." "They say he made a deal." Another voice chimed in, a wiry man with shifty eyes who peddled information from the shadows of the docks. "Heard whispers from the Serpent's Coil, something about a pact, an unholy alliance." The phrase unholy alliance resonated, catching the attention of those who dealt in the more esoteric and dangerous aspects of Oakhaven's underbelly. The Serpent's Coil, a notorious den of vice and illicit contracts, was a place where desperation often led to desperate measures. The idea that Cale, a newcomer with an unsettling aura, had struck a bargain with Seraphis, a knight stripped of his honor, painted a picture of a union forged in the deepest shadows, fueled by ambition, or perhaps something far more sinister. Cale, meanwhile, remained in the shadows himself, not physically, but in the way he cultivated his nascent reputation. He understood that infamy was a double-edged sword. It attracted attention, yes, but it also bred fear, and fear could be a powerful tool. He allowed the rumors to fester, to grow organically, guiding them with subtle nudges and carefully orchestrated silences. He didn't seek to be liked. He sought to be respected, feared, and ultimately obeyed. The system provided him with the framework, the mechanics of power, but it was the manipulation of perception that would truly allow him to ascend. His interactions with Seraphis, though increasingly efficient, were also subject to observation. The training yard behind the tavern, while secluded, was not entirely invisible. The clatter of Seraphis's steel, the sharp commands Cale issued, the sheer intensity that now radiated from the night, these were not easily dismissed. Those who kept their ears to the ground, those who made it their business to know the comings and goings of anyone of consequence, began to notice a pattern. Cale and Seraphis, a study in contrasts, yet undeniably linked. The new man, a shadowy informant, reported to his employer, a grizzled individual known only as the Weaver, who controlled much of the information network in the city's seedier districts. He calls himself Cale, moves like a ghost, but leaves a trail of broken bodies. And that night, Seraphis, he's his shadow now, follows his every command. But it's not the loyalty of a servant, mind you. It's the loyalty of a weapon, sharpened and ready to be wielded. The Weaver, a man whose face was a roadmap of scars and hard living, stroked his chin thoughtfully. "A weapon, you say? Interesting. And this Cale, what does he want?" "That's the question, isn't it?" The informant replied, his voice barely a whisper. "He's been seen asking questions. About the guilds, about the city council, about the old families. He's not just looking for a fight. He's looking to rearrange things." The Weaver's eyes narrowed. Oakhaven was a city built on a precarious balance of power, a delicate ecosystem of influence and corruption. Any disruption, any new force seeking to rearrange things was a potential threat or a potential opportunity. Kale, with his brutal efficiency and his unsettling control over the former knight, was rapidly becoming a factor that could no longer be ignored. The whispers were coalescing into a narrative, a growing legend of the man who dared to walk in the darkness and emerge with a blade drawn. Kale understood the value of a reputation built on fear. It preceded him, softening targets, creating an atmosphere of apprehension before he even arrived. When he eventually made his move to infiltrate the city's power structures, the very name Kale would carry weight, a silent warning to those who stood in his path. He envisioned a future where his enemies would falter simply at the mention of his name, where their resolve would crumble before his presence. This was the true artistry of his game, the manipulation of the intangible, the crafting of an aura that was as potent a weapon as any blade Seraphis might wield. He also recognized that Seraphis himself was a contributing factor to this burgeoning infamy. The knight's very presence was a testament to Kale's power. The fallen hero, once a symbol of broken virtue, was now a herald of Kale's ambition. The public transformation of Seraphis, from a broken, despairing figure to one of steely resolve and terrifying competence, was a visible manifestation of Kale's influence. It was a story that would be told and retold, each iteration embellishing the tale of the mysterious Kale and his reanimated knight. "He's a puppeteer," mused a grizzled guard captain, his voice rough with exhaustion and cheap ale, as he recounted the tales filtering through the barracks. "Pulling the strings of a fallen warrior. I saw Seraphis the other day. His eyes, they were cold, empty, like he was just waiting for the next command. That kind of control, it's unnatural." "Unnatural, perhaps," his subordinate replied, polishing his helm, "but effective. Those thugs who were found, they say it was brutal, like they were torn apart by something more than just a man. The tales of the thugs' demise, embellished with each retelling, served to further solidify Kale's terrifying reputation. The subtle hints of supernatural involvement, the implication of powers beyond mortal comprehension, were precisely the kind of rumors Kale aimed to cultivate. He was not merely a skilled combatant, he was something more, something to be reckoned with. The system, with its intricate mechanics and its ability to augment and transform, was the perfect silent partner in this grand performance of infamy. Kale's strategy was not to be a subtle infiltrator at this stage. It was to announce his presence, to establish dominance through a display of overwhelming force and ruthless efficiency. The initial encounter with the thugs was merely the overture. The whispers, the rumors, the growing fear, these were the crescendo building towards the main act. He was aware of every glance, every hushed conversation, every speculative murmur. Each one was a brushstroke on the canvas of his legend, a deliberate contribution to the growing tapestry of his infamy. He saw it in the eyes of the tavern patrons when he entered, the way conversations faltered, the subtle shifts in their posture, the way they subtly signaled to their companions to remain quiet. This was the foundation of true power, not just the ability to act, but the ability to inspire dread, to command respect through sheer, unadulterated intimidation. Seraphis, standing silently by his side, was the living embodiment of that power, a constant reminder of the price of defiance and the rewards of allegiance. The fallen knight was no longer a man seeking redemption. He was a symbol of Kale's ascendance, a harbinger of the changes to come in Oakhaven. And as the whispers continued to spread, Kale knew that he was well on his way to becoming a name that would be spoken with a mixture of fear and awe, a name synonymous with power in the city's unforgiving shadows. He was forging an alliance, yes, but more importantly, he was forging a legend, one whisper at a time. The infamy was just beginning, and Kale was its architect. 3. Dungeon delving for power. The air in Oakhaven, usually thick with the stench of brine and cheap ale, had begun to carry a new scent, a subtle metallic tang that hinted at ambition and the sharp edge of danger. Kale, however, found himself less interested in the city's brewing whispers, and more in the tangible promise of power that lay beyond its grimy walls. His gaze, a sharp, calculating instrument, was fixed eastward, towards the jagged peaks that clawed at the bruised twilight sky. There, nestled within a volcanic scar on the land, lay the Obsidian Depths, a name that sent shivers down the spines of seasoned adventurers and served as a whispered warning to the naive. For most, it was a place of death, a gauntlet of monstrous fury and environmental hazards. For Kale, it was a larder. He had acquired the knowledge of its existence through the same channels he had cultivated for his burgeoning reputation: discreet inquiries, the judicious application of coin, and the quiet observation of those who knew more than they ought to. The Obsidian Depths were not merely a dungeon. They were a testament to the raw, untamed forces of the world, a place where the earth itself bled fire, and where creatures born of heat and shadow thrived. It was a perfect ecosystem for his nascent abilities, a forge that could temper his power and imbue him with the strength he craved. The system, in its impartial wisdom, had cataloged such places, marking them with indicators of danger and potential reward, and the Obsidian Depths pulsed with a high-risk, high-reward signal that resonated deeply with Kale's objectives. "The depths," Kale murmured, the name a low rumble in his throat. He tested the word, feeling its weight. It wasn't a place to conquer, not in the conventional sense. Conquest implied a struggle for dominance, a battle of wills. Kale's approach was far more pragmatic, far more predatory. He saw the dungeon as a naturally occurring resource, teeming with life that could be harvested, with challenges that could be overcome not through brute force alone, but through calculated strategy and the exploitation of inherent advantages. The jagged volcanic rock formations, the rivers of molten lava that snaked through its passages, the oppressive, suffocating heat. These were not obstacles. They were components of an environment tailor-made for his burgeoning fire-based affinities. His preparations were characteristically Spartan. He owned little, and what he did possess was functional, durable, and chosen with purpose. A sturdy, dark leather tunic, reinforced at the shoulders and elbows, offered minimal protection but allowed for maximum mobility. Well-worn leather breeches, tucked into sturdy boots that had seen their share of rough terrain, were designed for endurance. A thick wool cloak, dark as a moonless night, served to conceal his movements and provide some respite from the elements, though he knew it would offer little comfort against the infernal heat of his destination. The real preparation, however, lay not in his meager gear, but within himself. He had spent the past few days in focused meditation, attuning his senses, his mind, and his burgeoning magical reserves to the elemental forces that would dominate the Obsidian Depths. He visualized the flow of heat, the dance of flames, the sheer unbridled energy of the Earth's core. He practiced conjuring small, controlled bursts of fire, honing the precision with which he could manifest and direct them. Seraphis, his silent shadow, had been an unspoken, yet integral part of this preparation. The knight's stoic presence was a constant, a reminder of the power Kale could command, and the knight's own burgeoning martial prowess, honed under Kale's demanding tutelage, offered a formidable sword arm to complement Kale's arcane might. He checked the few items he carried in a simple, unadorned satchel. A water skin, filled with a mixture of water, and a potent, mineral-rich tonic that would help mitigate the effects of dehydration and extreme heat. A small pouch of dried, nutrient-dense rations, hardtack, dried meat, and preserved fruits, designed to provide sustained energy without the bulk. A coil of sturdy rope, its fibers treated to resist heat. And, most importantly, a small obsidian shard he had acquired, not for its inherent magical properties, but for its symbolic resonance, a tangible link to the place he was about to enter. He felt no trepidation, only a cold, sharp focus. Fear was an indulgence he could not afford, a weakness that would be exploited in the unforgiving crucible of the depths. His ambition was a roaring fire within him, and every step he took away from Oakhaven was a step closer to fueling that inferno. The whispers of his growing reputation, the fearful glances he received, they were all part of the edifice he was building, a testament to his capacity for power. But power, true power, was not forged in rumor alone. It was forged in action, in the acquisition of resources, in the mastery of challenges that others deemed insurmountable. The journey to the foothills of the volcanic range was uneventful, though not without its own subtle dangers. The roads leading away from Oakhaven were often frequented by bandits and opportunistic brigands, the detritus of a society that operated on the fringes of law and order. Cale's reputation, however, had begun to precede him, and the knowledge that he was accompanied by the grim, imposing figure of Seraphis was often enough to deter any ill-advised confrontations. The sight of the knight, his movements fluid and lethal, his expression unreadable, was a potent deterrent. Cale, for his part, made no effort to disabuse anyone of the notion that he was a dangerous man to cross. He had no desire for unnecessary conflict, but he would not hesitate to enforce his will if challenged. As the terrain became more rugged, the air grew warmer, carrying the distinct, acrid scent of sulfur. The landscape transformed, from rolling hills and scrubland to a jagged, broken terrain of black rock and scorched earth. The sky above, once a pale blue, began to take on a hazy reddish hue, as if the very atmosphere was beginning to bleed with the infernal heat of the land below. Trees became sparse, then vanished altogether, replaced by hardy, ash-resistant shrubs and hardy, obsidian-like flora that seemed to thrive in the desolate environment. The silence was profound, broken only by the crunch of their boots on the volcanic gravel and the distant, unsettling rumble that seemed to emanate from the very heart of the earth. The entrance to the obsidian depths was not a grand archway or a gaping maw. It was, instead, a fissure, a jagged tear in the earth's crust, almost perfectly camouflaged against the dark, volcanic rock. A faint, ethereal glow emanated from its depths, hinting at the incandescent nature of the environment within. The heat radiating from the fissure was palpable, a wave of oppressive warmth that pressed against Cale's skin. It was the kind of heat that promised not just discomfort, but a genuine threat to life itself. Yet Cale felt a surge of exhilaration, a primal thrill that coursed through his veins. This was it. This was the crucible. He paused at the precipice, taking a deep, steadying breath. Seraphis stood beside him, his gaze fixed on the fissure, his posture betraying no hint of unease. The knight was a silent sentinel, a testament to Cale's growing power, and his presence offered a silent assurance. Cale turned to him, a rare, almost imperceptible nod of acknowledgement passing between them. There were no words exchanged, no grand pronouncements. Their understanding was forged in action, in shared purpose, in the silent acknowledgement of the path they walked together. Cale then looked back at the fissure, the dark, yawning maw promising both peril and untold riches. The whispers of Oakhaven, the machinations of its guilds and its elite, all seemed distant and insignificant now. Here, in the heart of this volcanic scar, Power was not a matter of coin or influence, but of raw survival and the mastery of elemental forces. He was not here to play games of reputation. He was here to acquire the very essence of power, to forge himself anew in the fires of the obsidian depths. With a final resolute breath, Kale stepped into the fissure, Seraphis close at his heels, descending into the searing embrace of the earth's fiery heart. The air within the fissure was immediately thicker, the heat intensified. It was a tangible force, pressing in on them, making each breath a conscious effort. The light within was a dim, oppressive red, cast by the glowing, volcanic rock formations that lined the passage. Jagged spires of obsidian jutted from the walls and ceiling, their surfaces glinting with an inner fire. The ground underfoot was uneven, a treacherous mix of loose scree and hardened lava, interspersed with veins of what appeared to be raw, unrefined ore that pulsed with a faint, internal light. The path sloped downward, the faint glow becoming more pronounced with every step. The first sounds that truly registered were the subtle crackles and pops of cooling lava, a constant, ambient noise that underscored the volatile nature of their surroundings. It was the sound of creation and destruction intertwined, the very essence of the elemental forces at play. Kale found himself naturally attuned to these sounds, his senses sharpening, his awareness expanding to encompass the subtle shifts in temperature, the faint tremors in the rock, the faint scent of molten metal and sulfur that permeated the air. His fire affinity hummed within him, a low thrum of resonance with the environment, as if he were finally coming home. They emerged from the narrow fissure into a vast cavern, a cathedral of fire and shadow. Rivers of molten lava flowed through the cavern floor, their incandescent currents illuminating the space with an unholy orange-red glow. The heat here was immense, radiating in waves that made the air shimmer and distort. The temperature was well beyond anything Kale had experienced outside of controlled magical conjures, a constant, searing inferno that would have driven any ordinary individual to their knees. Yet, Kale felt a strange sense of exhilaration, a primal connection to the raw, untamed power of this place. His internal mana reserves felt invigorated, the ambient heat somehow fueling his arcane energies. Jagged, obsidian formations rose like monstrous teeth from the cavern floor, some so tall they reached towards the unseen ceiling, their surfaces slick with condensation from the intense heat. Steam rose in plumes from various fissures and vents, hissing as it met the cooler air of the cavern. The air itself felt thick, almost viscous, laden with fine particles of ash and mineral dust. Kale's lungs burned with each inhale, but he pushed through the discomfort, his focus unwavering. "Stay alert, Seraphis," Kale said, his voice a low rasp, cutting through the ambient din. "This place is teeming with life, all of it hostile." Seraphis, ever the silent guardian, simply inclined his head, his eyes scanning the cavern with practiced vigilance. His hand rested on the hilt of his sword, a subtle gesture that spoke volumes of his readiness. Kale began to assess the cavern, not as a threat to be overcome, but as a resource to be cataloged. The lava flows were obvious pathways, dangerous, yes, but potentially navigable with the right approach. The ore veins, pulsing with light, were of particular interest. They likely contained precious metals or minerals, perhaps even materials with unique magical properties that could be harvested and refined. The sheer density of raw materials here was staggering. His gaze swept over the cavern walls, searching for signs of life. He spotted them almost immediately. Dark, scuttling shapes moving in the periphery, blending seamlessly with the shadows cast by the glowing lava. These were the native inhabitants of the obsidian depths, creatures born of heat and rock, perfectly adapted to this hellish environment. Fire salamanders, Kale identified, recognizing the distinct serpentine forms. And magma crawlers. The system was accurate. The fire salamanders were small, agile reptilian creatures, their scales shimmering with an internal heat, capable of spitting jets of flame. The magma crawlers, larger and more robust, were arthropod-like beings with carapaces of hardened lava, their pincers capable of crushing rock. Both were creatures of pure elemental fire, their very existence a testament to the infernal nature of the depths. Kale's attention was drawn to a particularly large flow of lava that snaked its way towards a distant, darker opening in the cavern wall. This was likely the main thoroughfare, the heart of the dungeon. He could feel the increased heat emanating from that direction, a palpable increase in the ambient temperature that hinted at even greater dangers and more valuable rewards. The main passage appears to be that way, Kale stated, pointing with a gloved hand. We'll need to be cautious. These creatures will likely be more numerous and more powerful the deeper we go. He then began to take stock of his own abilities, considering how best to utilize them in this environment. His fire magic, already potent, felt amplified by the ambient heat. He could feel his mana reserves replenishing at an accelerated rate, drawing energy from the very air around him. This was not just a place to fight. It was a place to grow, a place to ascend. He initiated a minor spell, a simple orb of light that pulsed with a warm, steady glow, casting a more defined illumination than the oppressive red of the cavern. This would help him identify threats more readily and navigate the treacherous terrain. The light, however, seemed to attract the attention of the creatures. Small, glowing eyes began to appear in the shadows, and the distant scuttling sounds grew closer. "They're aware of us," Seraphis stated, his voice calm and steady, a reassuring anchor in the oppressive environment. "Naturally," Kale replied, a faint smirk touching his lips. "We are an intrusion, but an intrusion that brings a new, more potent form of fire." He then focused his intent, channeling the ambient heat, drawing upon his own reserves. He conjured a small, incandescent flame in his palm, its light brighter and more intense than any mundane fire. It pulsed with raw energy, a miniature sun in his hand. The fire salamanders closest to them recoiled, hissing, their own flames dimming in response to the superior heat. "This environment is ideal for my skills," Kale mused, the words carrying a tone of satisfied anticipation. "The closer we get to the lava, the stronger I become, and the weaker they become, unless they are specifically adapted to the molten flow itself." He then turned his attention to the magma crawlers, observing their movements. They were slower, more methodical, their thick carapaces providing excellent protection. Direct attacks with his flame might be less effective against them, but their reliance on brute force also made them predictable. "Seraphis," Kale instructed, his gaze fixed on a group of magma crawlers lumbering towards them. "Focus on their legs, cripple their mobility. I will handle the smaller threats and prepare for their advance." Without a word, Seraphis moved, a blur of controlled aggression. He lunged forward, his sword a gleaming arc of steel, targeting the thick, rocky legs of the nearest magma crawler. The creature hissed, its pincers snapping wildly, but Seraphis was too quick, too precise. He landed a decisive blow, severing one of the creature's legs, causing it to stumble and writhe. As Seraphis engaged the larger threats, Kale turned his focus to the fire salamanders. He conjured a torrent of flame, a roaring inferno that swept through their ranks, incinerating several of the smaller creatures instantly. Their hisses turned to shrieks as they were consumed by the superior heat. He continued to draw upon the ambient energy, his spells becoming more potent, more destructive. The very air around him seemed to crackle with contained power. The cavern, which had seemed so vast and empty moments before, was now alive with the sounds of battle. The clanging of steel against rock, the hiss of fire, the roars of the creatures, and Kale's own measured, almost clinical commands. He moved with a fluid grace, his steps sure on the treacherous terrain, his every action precise and deliberate. He was not merely fighting, he was conducting an orchestra of destruction, each spell and each strike a perfectly timed note. He observed the system's feedback. His mana reserves, though depleted by his aggressive spellcasting, were replenishing at an astonishing rate, a testament to the unique properties of the obsidian depths. His proficiency with fire magic was steadily increasing, each successful spell reinforcing his connection to the element. Experience points, though not yet significant, were steadily accumulating, marking his progress. "This is just the entrance," Kale stated, his eyes alight with a feverish intensity as he dispatched another wave of fire salamanders. "The real treasures, the true challenges, lie deeper within. The heart of the volcano. That's where we'll find what we're looking for." He was referring to the legends, the whispered tales of a primordial forge deep within the obsidian depths. A place where raw elemental energy could be harnessed, where artifacts of immense power were said to be forged. This was the ultimate prize, the objective that had drawn him to this dangerous locale. He envisioned himself not just wielding fire, but mastering it, becoming an avatar of its destructive and creative potential. He saw a particularly large vein of ore embedded in the cavern wall, pulsing with a vibrant sapphire blue light. It was unlike anything he had seen before. "Seraphis, that vein of ore," Kale pointed. "I want samples, carefully extracted. It appears to possess unique energetic properties." Seraphis, having dispatched his magma crawler quarry, moved with his characteristic efficiency. He approached the vein, his reinforced gauntlets allowing him to carefully chip away at the obsidian matrix, freeing chunks of the glowing ore. The ore pulsed with a cool light, a stark contrast to the fiery environment hinting at its unusual composition. As they gathered the ore, Kale continued to scan their surroundings. He noticed a faint tremor running through the ground, more pronounced than the usual ambient vibrations. The lava rivers seemed to flow with greater urgency, their incandescent glow intensifying. "The cavern is reacting," Kale noted, a hint of excitement in his voice. "Perhaps our increased activity has disturbed something. Or perhaps it's a natural phenomenon of this place. Either way, it means we are progressing." He was not deterred by the subtle shifts in the environment. In fact, he welcomed them. Change, instability, these were the harbingers of opportunity. The obsidian depths were not a static dungeon. They were a living, breathing entity, a volatile crucible of raw power. He felt a distinct surge of energy coursing through him, a tangible increase in his mana pool. The ambient heat, combined with the proximity of the ore and the flowing lava, was creating a synergistic effect, amplifying his innate abilities. He could feel his fire magic becoming sharper, more focused, more potent. The oppressive heat, which would have weakened or even killed another, was now acting as a conduit, a direct link to the elemental forces he sought to master. "This place is a gift," Kale declared, his voice echoing slightly in the vast cavern. "A testament to the system's design. It provides not only challenges, but the very means to overcome them. We will not just survive here, Seraphis. We will thrive." He extended his hand, a ball of pure, white-hot flame igniting in his palm. It burned with an intensity that seemed to scorch the very air around it. This was not just fire. It was concentrated, refined power, a testament to his growing mastery. The fire salamanders nearest to him scattered, their own flames, a pale imitation compared to the inferno Kale now wielded. Kale understood that this was merely the antechamber. The true depths of the obsidian depths lay beyond, promising greater dangers, more formidable foes, and, most importantly, more significant rewards. He was not here to collect trinkets or to clear out a few minor monsters. He was here to forge his legend, to acquire the power that would allow him to reshape not just his own destiny, but the destiny of Oakhaven itself. And the Obsidian Depths, with its searing heat and its volcanic fury, was the perfect forge for such an ambition. He glanced at Seraphis, who was now meticulously placing the extracted ore into Kale's satchel. The knight's movements were precise, economical, betraying no hint of fatigue or discomfort, despite the extreme conditions. He was an extension of Kale's will, a perfectly honed instrument of his ambition. Once we have explored this initial chamber and secured these samples, Kale stated, his eyes already fixed on the darker passage ahead, we will press onward. The heart of the depths awaits. The oppressive heat, the noxious fumes, the constant threat of molten rock, these were no longer deterrents, but rather the familiar companions of his ascent. He felt a deep sense of satisfaction, a primal thrill that came from pushing beyond the perceived limits of mortal endurance. The Obsidian Depths were not a dungeon to be conquered. They were a power source to be tapped, a crucible to refine his burgeoning abilities, and a stepping stone on his path to absolute dominion. The whispers of Oakhaven were a distant echo. The roar of the volcano was the true symphony of his ambition. The cavern, once a shimmering expanse of incandescent lava and obsidian spires, now pulsed with a new kind of energy, the thrum of agitated life. Kale, his senses attuned to the subtlest vibrations in the air and rock, felt it before he saw it. A skittering, a chattering, a rising tide of guttural noises that spoke of more than just the ambient fauna of this hellish landscape. It was a sound that hinted at organized movement, at intent. Seraphis, ever vigilant, shifted his stance, his sword drawn, the metal glinting dully in the oppressive red light. His stoic composure remained, a testament to his training, yet Kale could sense a subtle tension radiating from the night, a primal awareness of a new and potentially numerous threat. Then they emerged from the shadowed fissures and the steam vents that dotted the cavern walls. Goblins. Not the scattered lone creatures of the surface world, but a tribe, their small, wiry forms moving with a disconcerting speed and a palpable aggression. Their skin was a mottled gray-green, their eyes burning with a malevolent, hungry gleam. They carried crude, jagged weapons, obsidian shards lashed to sticks, sharpened bones, and wickedly curved knives fashioned from the very rock of this place. The air filled with their high-pitched, chittering war cries, a cacophony of primal fury. Kale's gaze swept over them, his mind already cataloging. There were perhaps 50, maybe 60 of them, a significant number for this early stage of the dungeon. Their formations were rough, their movements chaotic, yet their intent was clear: to defend their territory, and perhaps to claim the two intruders as their own. The goblins were known for their opportunism, their ferocity in numbers, and their utter lack of compunction when it came to violence. A new addition to the ecosystem? Kale murmured, his voice a low rumble that seemed to vibrate with the ambient heat. He felt no surprise, only a professional assessment of the situation. These were not merely monsters to be slain, they were potential assets if approached correctly. His system, ever present, flashed a notification in his periphery. Backquote, new faction detected, Obsidian Cinderlings. Hostile. Threat level, moderate, individual. High group, backquote. The goblins surged forward, a wave of gnashing teeth and crude weaponry. The first few, driven by sheer recklessness, attempted to scale the lava flows, their small feet blistering with each attempted step, only to be consumed by the incandescent rivers with shrill screams. Others charged directly, their eyes fixed on Kale and Seraphis, their primitive minds driven by instinct and the intoxicating scent of fear. Kale didn't immediately draw a weapon. Instead, he raised his hands, palms outward, and began to chant. It wasn't a spell of brute force. Not yet. It was a manifestation of his, cursed Lord of Cinders, ability, a skill that resonated with the very essence of his being and the environment he now inhabited. The air around him began to shimmer, not with heat, but with a palpable aura of dread, a cold, primal fear that seemed to seep into the very rock. He focused his intent not on annihilation, but on subjugation. He envisioned the raw, destructive power of the volcano, the infernal heat that seared the land, and channeled it through his ability. The fire elementals within him, usually eager to lash out, responded to this command, not with outward flame, but with an internalized pressure, an oppressive weight that crushed the spirits of lesser beings. The goblins, caught in this invisible wave of terror, faltered. Their war cries died in their throats, replaced by whimpers and panicked screeches. Their eyes, once burning with aggression, now widened with a primal, unreasoning fear. The heat of the obsidian depths, which had previously felt invigorating to Kale, now seemed to radiate from him, a suffocating, all-consuming inferno that was not physical, but spiritual. "You dare trespass?" Kale's voice boomed, amplified by the echoing cavern. It was not a question. It was a pronouncement, laced with an ancient, terrible authority. "You dare to challenge the Lord of Cinders?" He amplified the display, letting the raw power of his affinity surge. A small vortex of superheated air began to swirl around him, not hot enough to burn, but radiating an intense, suffocating pressure. The very rocks around his feet seemed to glow brighter, the lava flows nearby reacting to his power, their currents swirling more violently. The goblins closest to him recoiled, their fur standing on end, their small bodies trembling uncontrollably. His system flashed another notification. Backquote, "Cursed Lord of Cinders, Aura of Despair, activated. Fear effect amplified by ambient elemental energy. Morale of obsidian cinderlings significantly reduced." Backquote, "Several of the goblins, overcome by terror, dropped their weapons and fell to their knees, their faces buried in their hands, whimpering. Others simply froze, their eyes wide and vacant, trapped in a nightmare of Kale's making. A few, more stubborn or perhaps simply too foolish, attempted to press their attack, but their movements were sluggish, their strikes weak and uncoordinated. Seraphis, standing beside Kale, was untouched by the fear aura, his knightly discipline and his own inherent fortitude acting as a shield. He observed the scene with his usual impassive gaze, his sword held ready, but without immediate need for action. He was a weapon waiting for Kale's command, a symbol of the power Kale wielded. Kale then unleashed a single, controlled burst of his fire magic. It wasn't an inferno, but a focused lance of pure, white-hot energy that struck a large obsidian pillar near the goblins. The pillar didn't explode. Instead, it melted and reformed in an instant, its surface glowing with an impossible searing light, then hardening back into obsidian, but with a subtle, almost iridescent sheen. The sheer destructive potential, demonstrated with such effortless control, was a stark testament to Kale's power. The sound of the melting and reforming rock was a sharp, piercing shriek that echoed through the cavern, further unnerving the goblins. "This is but a flicker of my power," Kale declared, his voice dripping with disdain. The heat of this domain is mine to command. The fire that scorches this earth answers to me. You are but vermin in my path." He let the aura of despair continue to wash over them, the oppressive weight of his power pressing down, breaking their will. He saw the fear in their eyes, the dawning realization that they were not facing a mere intruder, but a force of nature. Then, Kale initiated the next phase of his plan. The system prompted, "Opportunity to recruit obsidian cinderlings. Initiating monster taming protocol." He selected the option. "You have a choice," Kale projected, his voice resonating with a cold, calculated authority. "You can cling to your fleeting defiance and be consumed by the fires that are now mine. Or you can kneel. You can swear your loyalty to me, the Lord of Cinders, and find a new purpose, a purpose that will grant you power, protection, and a place in the new order I am forging." He lowered his hands, and the intense aura of despair receded slightly, leaving behind a lingering sense of dread and a heavy, oppressive silence broken only by the hisses of the lava. This was not a benevolent offer. It was a stark ultimatum, delivered with the implicit threat of unimaginable violence. He watched as a few of the more timid goblins, their knees still on the ground, looked at each other with wide, fearful eyes. They saw the melted obsidian pillar, they felt the residual terror, and they understood the futility of resistance. One particularly small, scrawny goblin, its face streaked with dirt and tears, was the first to move. It pushed itself up onto its hind legs, still trembling, and bowed its head so low its forehead touched the rough ground. "Great Lord," it stammered, its voice a reedy squeak. We swear allegiance, we are yours." The system chimed, "Obsidian Cinderling recruitment success. Subject 001 pledges loyalty." Seeing this, a ripple of movement went through the remaining goblins. The fear was still there, potent and paralyzing, but it was now intertwined with a desperate hope for survival, for power that had previously been unimaginable. One by one, hesitantly at first, then with growing conviction, they began to prostrate themselves, their crude weapons clattering to the ground. Their pledges, though laced with terror, were heartfelt in their desperation. "We swear, we are yours, Lord of Cinders. Protect us, give us strength. We will serve." Kale observed them with a critical eye. Their fear was evident, their loyalty born of coercion, but that was the nature of power. True loyalty was earned, but the foundation of service was laid with fear and the promise of strength. He saw the potential in their numbers, their resilience in this harsh environment, and their innate capacity for aggression, now redirected under his command. He continued to focus his Cursed Lord of Cinders ability, but now with a different intent. Instead of instilling despair, he projected a sense of overwhelming power, of authority, of a shared dominion over the fiery landscape. He allowed them to feel the ambient heat not as a threat, but as a source of potential power, a power that he, and now they, could tap into. "You will serve me," Kale stated, his voice now carrying a subtle resonance of power, a promise of the strength he offered. "You will be my eyes and ears in these depths. You will be my tools, my soldiers. Your lives have been spared not out of mercy, but out of utility. Do not mistake my clemency for weakness." He walked slowly among the prostrate goblins, his boots crunching on the volcanic rock. He stopped before a particularly brutish-looking specimen, one whose scars and hardened gaze suggested a history of violence. The goblin flinched as Kale approached, but did not avert its eyes. "You," Kale said, his voice low and commanding, "you have the look of a leader. Your ferocity has not gone unnoticed. From this day forward, you will be my overseer. You will ensure my will is carried out by these creatures. You will be rewarded for your obedience and punished for your failures." The goblin, its chest puffing out slightly, nodded vigorously, a crude grin spreading across its scarred face. "Yes, Lord, I will obey. I will make them obey." The system offered another notification. Backquote. New lieutenant assigned, Grom Bloodtusk, Obsidian Cinderling. Loyalty, high. Fear-based. Function, overseer of goblinoid units. Backquote. Kale then addressed the entire group. "The Obsidian depths are vast and full of wonders and dangers. You know these passages better than I. You will guide me. You will show me the paths to greater power, to the heart of this volcano. And in return you will share in the spoils. You will grow strong. You will feast on the power of this place, under my banner." He then held up his hand, and a small, concentrated flame erupted from his fingertips, a miniature sun of pure, white-hot energy. It didn't burn him, nor did it singe the air around him. Instead, it pulsed with a life of its own, a testament to his mastery over the element. The goblins, even in their fear-induced haze, watched with awe. "This," Kale declared, his voice resonating with a newfound authority, "is the mark of my power. The mark of the Lord of Cinders. Now rise, and show me the way." With a collective gasp, the goblins scrambled to their feet, their earlier terror replaced by a mixture of awe and a burgeoning, albeit coerced, enthusiasm. They looked at Cal not as an enemy, but as something far more significant, a source of power, a harbinger of change, a figure of terrifying absolute authority. Kale observed the shift in their demeanor. The fear remained, a necessary undercurrent, but it was now overlaid with a primitive sense of purpose, a connection to something greater than themselves. They were no longer just a tribe of opportunistic monsters. They were now a nascent unit, bound to his will, a part of his growing influence within this subterranean world. He felt a subtle surge in his system interface. Backquote. New unit acquired, Obsidian Cinderlings Tribe. Strength, 58. Morale, moderate. Coerced. Loyalty, high, fear-based. Special abilities, tunneling, basic fire resistance, primitive weaponry. Backquote. The system also offered an upgrade path, detailing how their fire resistance could be enhanced, their weapons improved, and their numbers bolstered through further recruitment or subjugation. "Excellent," Kale murmured, a satisfied smirk playing on his lips. This was more than just a victory. It was an acquisition. He had not merely overcome an obstacle, he had turned an enemy into a resource. The Obsidian Depths were not just a source of raw power and ore. They were a breeding ground for his own ambitions, and the goblins were the first, crude but effective, bricks in the foundation of his domain. He turned to Seraphis, a rare glint of approval in his eyes. "They know the terrain. They will guide us to the deeper parts of this cavern. Grom," he called out to the scarred goblin lieutenant, "lead the way. Show me the heart of your domain. Show me where the true power lies." Grom, puffing out his chest with pride at being singled out, turned to the assembled goblins, barking orders in their guttural tongue. The tribe, now a coherent, if still nervous, entity, began to move, their crude weapons held with a newfound purpose, their eyes darting towards Kale for further instruction, their fear a silent testament to the power he now commanded. The journey deeper into the Obsidian Depths had begun, and Kale was no longer a solitary intruder. He was a conqueror, leading his first, ragged legion into the fiery unknown. The metallic tang of ambition in Oakhaven, now felt like a distant echo, replaced by the searing scent of sulfur, molten rock, and the undeniable intoxicating aroma of power gained through subjugation. The oppressive heat of the obsidian depths intensified, no longer just a passive environmental hazard but a palpable force that seemed to press in on Kale from all sides. The air, thick with the scent of sulfur and molten rock, shimmered with an unseen energy, a testament to the proximity of the dungeon's heart. This was not merely a cavern, it was a nexus, a wound in reality, where raw magical power bled into existence, shaping the very fabric of this subterranean world. Kale could feel it, a humming resonance deep within his very bones, a siren song of ultimate power. Ahead, the cavern opened into a vast, domed chamber. The walls here were not of rough obsidian, but of a polished, glassy black that reflected the infernal glow of lava flows cascading down from unseen heights. In the center of this cathedral of fire, a colossal, crystalline structure pulsed with an inner light. It was the dungeon core, a pulsating heart of pure mana, the source of all life and all monstrosity within this accursed place. Its surfaces swirled with iridescent colors, a mesmerizing, terrifying spectacle that promised untold power to any who could claim it. But such power was never unguarded. As Kale and his small, motley procession, Seraphis, a silent, gleaming bulwark at his side, and the obsidian cinderlings, a nervous, chittering tide at their rear, stepped into the chamber, the very air began to warp and coalesce. From the swirling patterns of light and shadow, figures began to materialize. These were not the crude, instinct-driven goblins Kale had enslaved. These were the dungeon's elite, its guardians, born directly from the core's potent energies. The first to fully manifest was a hulking behemoth, a creature of molten rock and obsidian shards bound together by pure magical force. Its form was vaguely humanoid, but its limbs were colossal, its torso a jagged mountain of infernal material, and its eyes burned with the cold, unwavering fury of a dying star. It stood easily twice the height of Seraphis, its presence radiating an aura of immense power and ancient malice. A deep, resonant growl, like the grinding of tectonic plates, rumbled from its chest. Backquote. New Guardian detected, Obsidian Golem. Elite threat, abilities, Molten Eruption, Rock Shard Barrage, Igneous Aura. Backquote. The system's notification flashed in Kale's peripheral vision, a stark warning of the challenge ahead. Before Kale could even fully assess the golem, more figures began to appear. Lesser entities, yet still far more dangerous than any goblin. Spectral forms, wisps of pure energy crackling with contained fire, materialized around the core, their translucent bodies shimmering with an unholy light. These were the Ember Wraiths, beings of pure elemental fury, their touch capable of searing flesh and soul alike. They circled the core like predatory birds, their silent spectral forms radiating a chilling malevolence. Backquote. New Guardians detected, Ember Wraiths. Elite threat, X8. Abilities, Soul Burn, Phantasmal Charge, Mana Siphon. Backquote. The Obsidian Cinderlings, despite their recent recruitment and Kale's projected aura of command, began to falter. The sheer power radiating from the core and its guardians was overwhelming, a stark reminder of their own meager strengths. They huddled closer to Kale's retreating form, their guttural chatter escalating into a chorus of anxious yelps. Some, already succumbing to the primal fear that was their hallmark, began to edge towards the chamber's entrance, their instinct for self-preservation battling with Kale's draconian command. "Hold your ground, vermin," Kale's voice boomed, amplified by the cavern's acoustics and imbued with the raw power of his cursed Lord of Cinder's ability. He focused his intent not on the core itself, but on his newly acquired troops, projecting a wave of controlled aggression and unwavering authority. "You serve me now. Your fear is your own, but your actions are mine. Attack the spectral pests. Distract them. Keep their soulless eyes off me and the night." His words, laced with a potent blend of command and primal fury, seemed to momentarily snap the goblins out of their stupor. Grom Bloodtusk, the scarred lieutenant, let out a guttural roar, his crude obsidian axe held high. He lunged forward, not towards the towering golem, but towards the nearest ember wraith, his fellow goblins scrambling after him, a wave of chittering, desperate bodies. They were fodder, yes, but potent fodder, their numbers and sheer recklessness enough to momentarily draw the wraiths' attention. The wraiths, initially dismissive of the scurrying creatures, found themselves harried by their relentless, if clumsy, attacks. Javelins of crudely sharpened obsidian flew, often missing their spectral targets but forcing the wraiths to shift their focus. The goblins, their skin already singed by the ambient heat and the wraiths' proximity, swarmed, their jagged knives and clubs a flurry of ineffective yet annoying strikes against the spectral forms. Seraphis, his face an impassive mask, was already engaged with the obsidian golem. The colossal creature's massive, rocky fist slammed down where Seraphis had stood moments before, the impact shaking the very foundations of the chamber. The ground cracked and molten rock splattered outwards, but Seraphis was a blur of motion, his enchanted sword Oathkeeper, a streak of silver against the infernal landscape. The golem's hide was incredibly resilient, each of Seraphis' strikes ringing with the clang of steel against impossibly hard stone. Yet Oathkeeper was no ordinary blade. Forged in the fires of divine will and tempered with the blood of lesser demons, it possessed the ability to cleave through even the most unnatural of resistances. With each parry and riposte, Seraphis chipped away at the golem's molten armor, small fragments of obsidian and superheated slag raining down. "Stand back, Kale." Seraphis's voice, a low, steady baritone, cut through the din of battle. "This beast is mine." Kale acknowledged him with a curt nod, his gaze fixed on the pulsating dungeon core. The goblins were doing their part, a chaotic distraction, and Seraphis was holding the line against the primary threat. Now it was his turn. He raised his hands, his fingers splayed, and began to channel his innate connection to the hellish energies of this place. The cursed Lord of Cinder's ability flared to life, not as an aura of fear this time, but as a torrent of raw, destructive power. He focused his will, drawing on the immense mana that suffused the chamber, pulling it into himself, shaping it with his ambition. The lava flows around the chamber's perimeter seemed to surge, their incandescent currents churning with renewed vigor. The air crackled with unseen energy, and the very rock beneath Kale's feet grew warm, then hot, then almost unbearable. He could feel the core's power responding to his own, a mutual resonance that promised either mastery or annihilation. The Ember Wraiths, sensing Kale's burgeoning power, began to shift their attention. Their incorporeal forms drifted towards him, their spectral eyes, burning with an unholy light, fixed on his form. The goblins, however, continued their desperate assault, their small, tenacious forms weaving between the wraiths' ethereal bodies, their attacks, creating momentary disruptions that allowed Kale to continue his preparations. "Flee, little pests." One of the wraiths seemed to hiss, though no sound truly emanated from its form. The voice echoed directly in the goblins' minds, a chilling whisper of despair. Backquote. Ember Wraith, Whispers of Despair. Ability activated. Affects morale of non-elite units. Backquote. A wave of renewed terror washed over the goblins. Some stumbled, their movements becoming sluggish, their aggression faltering. Their numbers began to thin as a few of the wraiths, no longer fully occupied by the frenzied onslaught, managed to lash out. A ghastly, wispy tendril lashed out at a goblin, and with a shriek that was cut short, the creature's form dissolved into a puff of acrid smoke, leaving behind only a faint, lingering scent of burnt flesh. Kale saw this and gritted his teeth. The wraiths were more dangerous than he had anticipated. Their ability to drain mana and instill despair a significant threat to his newly acquired forces. He needed to end this quickly. He unleashed his first major assault. With a guttural roar, he thrust his hands forward. A torrent of pure, condensed fire erupted from his palms, not as a broad wave, but as a focused beam of incandescent energy. It lanced across the chamber, striking a cluster of ember wraiths that had begun to converge on him. The impact was devastating. The spectral forms shrieked, not with pain, but with a sound of pure energy being torn asunder. The beam of fire consumed them, their ethereal bodies dissolving into trails of crackling ash and dissipating mana. The chamber was momentarily illuminated by the blinding intensity of the blast, the heat it generated even palpable through Kale's innate resistances. Backquote. Ember Wraith defeated. Experience gained. Mana gained. Backquote. Backquote. Ember Wraith defeated. Experience gained. Mana gained. Backquote. Backquote. Ember Wraith defeated. Experience gained. Mana gained. Backquote. The system chimed repeatedly, the familiar notifications a stark contrast to the infernal spectacle unfolding before him. 3 of the 8 wraiths were gone, but the remaining 5 now focused their undivided attention on Kale, their spectral forms crackling with heightened animosity. Meanwhile, Seraphis was locked in a brutal dance with the obsidian golem. The golem, enraged by Seraphis's relentless assault, unleashed its own devastating attacks. A geyser of molten rock erupted from its chest, scorching the air and forcing Seraphis to leap backwards, his cape singed. The golem then followed up with a brutal sweeping attack with its massive stone arm, aiming to crush Seraphis against the cavern wall. Seraphis, with a practiced maneuver, ducked beneath the swing, the wind from the passing limb buffeting him. He used the momentum to surge forward, bringing Oathkeeper down in a powerful two-handed chop. The blade bit deep into the golem's forearm, shearing away a significant chunk of its rocky appendage. The golem roared in agony, a sound that shook the very foundations of the chamber, and a shower of molten slag rained down. "You will not defeat me, knight." The golem's voice was a guttural, rumbling growl, laced with the raw power of the earth. "I am the guardian of the core. I am the manifestation of its will. And I am the hand that will claim it," Seraphis replied, his voice steady and unwavering. He pressed his advantage, his sword a silver blur, carving into the golem's already damaged form. Kale, seeing Seraphis holding his own, turned his attention back to the remaining ember wraiths. They swarmed him now, their spectral forms phasing through the air, attempting to siphon his mana and burn his very soul. He felt their cold touch, a chilling drain on his reserves, but his own potent magical reserves and his innate resistance to elemental forces allowed him to withstand their assault. He needed a more devastating attack, one that could cleanse these spectral pests from his path. He closed his eyes for a brief moment, focusing his will, drawing upon the very essence of his, cursed Lord of Cinder's, ability. He envisioned not just fire, but purification. He envisioned the cleansing flame, the inferno that could scour away all impurities. When he opened his eyes, they blazed with an unholy light. He raised his hands, palms facing outwards, and a sphere of pure, white-hot energy began to form between them. It was small at first, no larger than his fist, but it pulsed with an incredible intensity, radiating a heat that was not just physical, but spiritual. This was his ultimate fire spell, a manifestation of his power honed to a razor's edge. "Begone!" he roared, and with a surge of his will, he unleashed the sphere. It shot forward, a miniature sun blazing through the cavern. The remaining Ember Wraiths, sensing the immense power of the attack, attempted to scatter, but it was too late. The sphere struck them, and the effect was instantaneous and catastrophic. It didn't explode in a conventional sense. Instead, it detonated from within, releasing a wave of pure, cleansing fire that incinerated everything in its path. The spectral forms of the wraiths vaporized instantly, their shrieks of agony a fleeting whisper against the roar of the inferno. The very air seemed to burn, the ambient mana in the chamber recoiling from the sheer destructive force. The magical wards woven into the chamber's walls flared violently, struggling to contain the unleashed power. Backquote. Ember Wraith defeated. Experience gained. Mana gained. Backquote. Backquote. Experience gained. Mana gained. Backquote. Backquote. Mana gained. Backquote. Ember Wraith defeated. Experience gained. Mana gained. Backquote. Backquote. Ember Wraith defeated. Experience gained. Mana gained. Backquote. Backquote. Ember Wraith defeated. Experience gained. Mana gained. Backquote. The system notifications confirmed the eradication of the remaining wraiths. Kale stood amidst the fading afterglow, his chest heaving, his body humming with the residual energy of his spell. He felt a significant drain on his mana reserves, but the exhilaration of unleashing such power was intoxicating. He had faced the dungeon's elite and emerged victorious, his ambition fueled by the taste of overwhelming might. Across the chamber, Seraphis had finally brought the obsidian golem to its knees. With a final powerful thrust, Oathkeeper pierced the creature's chest, driving deep into its core. The golem staggered, its molten form beginning to crack and crumble. With a final, earth-shattering roar, it collapsed, its rocky limbs disintegrating into a heap of slag and smoldering obsidian. "It is done," Seraphis stated, his voice calm, though his armor was scorched and his sword dripped with molten rock. He walked over to Kale, his gaze assessing. "You have proven your prowess, Kale. This core will not be easily taken, but neither will it remain unconquered." Kale allowed himself a grim smile. The battle had been arduous, testing his limits and the capabilities of his nascent legion. The goblins, though battered and depleted, had served their purpose, a chaotic buffer that had allowed him and Seraphis to focus on the true threats. He looked at the remaining goblins, cowering but alive, and a sense of possessive pride washed over him. They were his, a tool he had forged in the fires of necessity. "It is but the first step," Kale said, his eyes fixed on the pulsating dungeon core. Its light seemed to beckon him, promising power beyond his wildest dreams. The guardians were vanquished, the path cleared. Now, only the heart of the beast remained, and the true conquest has just begun. He felt a profound sense of satisfaction. He had not just fought, he had conquered. He had faced the guardians of this power and systematically dismantled them. utilizing every resource at his disposal, from Seraphis' knightly might to the crude desperation of his goblin horde. The dungeon core, once a distant objective, now felt within his grasp, its raw power a tangible force that sang to his soul. The challenges ahead were undoubtedly great, but for the first time since entering the Obsidian Depths, Cale felt the unshakable certainty of victory. He was not just an intruder anymore. He was a contender, a force to be reckoned with, and the dungeon core would soon bear witness to his absolute ambition. The taste of power, hard-won and absolute, was a potent elixir, and Cale intended to drink deeply from this wellspring. The air in the chamber, still thick with the acrid scent of vanquished specters and the ozone tang of residual magic, began to hum with a different kind of energy. It was the resonant thrum of victory, the system's acknowledgement of a challenge met and overcome. Cale stood amidst the dissipating haze, the infernal glow of the lava flows now seeming less a threat and more a testament to his ascendance. The obsidian golem lay in shattered ruins, its molten essence cooling into inert slag, and the spectral remnants of the ember wraiths had long since been consumed by the final purifying inferno. Before him, the dungeon core, no longer pulsing with defiant energy but dimming, its immense power now a quiescent source ripe for the taking, was the silent witness to his triumph. The system's notifications cascaded through Cale's vision, a torrent of data that far outstripped the meager rewards of lesser encounters. Each fallen guardian, from the hulking golem to the ephemeral wraiths, had contributed to a significant surge in his accumulated experience. The familiar chime of leveling up echoed not once, but multiple times in rapid succession. Backquote, level up, current level, 27, backquote, level up, current level, 28, backquote, level up, current level, 29, backquote, level up, current level, 30, backquote. A wave of revitalizing energy coursed through him, mending any minor abrasions and replenishing his depleted mana reserves to their absolute maximum. 30. He was a level 30 entity, a significant milestone that opened up a plethora of new skills and abilities. A testament to the sheer power he had wielded. The offensive capabilities of his, cursed Lord of Cinders, were now substantially augmented, and the potential for further growth felt boundless. This wasn't just a victory. It was a fundamental shift in his power dynamic within the Obsidian Depths. He could feel the raw, untamed mana within him surging, a reservoir now capable of sustaining even his most demanding spells. The ambient mana of the dungeon, once a hostile force, now felt like a welcoming embrace, eager to be drawn into his burgeoning power. The sheer volume of experience gained was staggering, a clear indication that this dungeon core was far more potent than any he had previously encountered, and its guardians, a formidable challenge. Following the deluge of experience, the true rewards began to materialize. From the dissipating forms of the defeated guardians, shimmering ethereal remnants coalesced into tangible objects, hovering in the air before Cale. The system's voice, devoid of emotion but laden with significance, announced the bounty. Backquote, loot acquired, obsidian golem heart, unique crafting material, backquote, loot acquired, ember wraith essence, rare alchemical ingredient, backquote, loot acquired, fragment of the core, dungeon artifact, backquote, loot acquired, Oathkeeper's blessing, enchantment scroll, backquote, loot acquired, golem's resilience gem, accessory, backquote, loot acquired, Lord of Cinders, decree, unique skill scroll, backquote. Cale's eyes narrowed as he scanned the list. The obsidian golem heart, a pulsing, fist-sized orb of solidified magma that radiated intense heat, was a unique crafting material, the kind that could be used to imbue weapons with incredible defensive properties, or imbue armor with fiery resistance. The Ember Wraith Essence, a swirling vial of condensed spectral energy, was ideal for potent offensive potions, or, perhaps, for enchanting weapons with a soul-searing effect. The fragment of the core was particularly intriguing. It was a shard of the very substance that formed the dungeon core itself, a crystalline sliver humming with raw, unrefined mana. Such artifacts were notoriously difficult to obtain, and held immense potential for boosting a user's magical prowess, or even being integrated into new magical constructs. Kale could already feel its latent power resonating with his own magical core, a promise of amplified arcane abilities. This was precisely the kind of power-up he craved, a direct infusion of the dungeon's essence into his own being. Then there was the Oathkeeper's Blessing. The scroll itself shimmered with a faint silvery light, hinting at the potent enchantment it contained. Seraphis, who had been observing the loot collection with a stoic gaze, seemed to nod in acknowledgement. This was clearly a boon intended for the knight, a reinforcement of his already formidable capabilities. Kale, ever the pragmatist, saw it as another layer of investment in his most valuable asset. The Golem's Resilience gem was a small, multifaceted jewel that pulsed with a dull, earthy light. Its description within the system indicated it could be socketed into armor or weapons, granting a significant boost to physical defense and resistance to crushing or blunt force trauma, a perfect counter to the brute strength of creatures like the obsidian golem. But it was the Lord of Cinder's decree that truly captured Kale's attention. A scroll of ancient scorched parchment, it emanated an aura of potent, controlled flame. The system's description was tantalizing. Backquote. Unique skill scroll Lord of Cinder's decree. Unlocks the Infernal Dominion ability, allowing the user to exert greater control over fire-based creatures and enhance the potency of their fire spells by drawing directly from ambient heat sources. Consumes one skill slot. Backquote. Infernal Dominion. The name itself sent a shiver of anticipation down Kale's spine. Greater control over fire-based creatures. That meant his obsidian cinderlings, and any other fiery entities he might encounter or create, would become even more potent, more obedient. And enhancing fire spells by drawing from ambient heat? In the obsidian depths, that was an inexhaustible resource. This skill was tailor-made for his current environment and his long-term ambitions. It represented not just raw power, but tactical superiority, a deepening of his mastery over the very elements that define this domain. The cost of one skill slot was negligible compared to the immense benefits. He didn't hesitate. With a mental command, he consumed the Lord of Cinder's decree, a surge of heat far more intense than anything he had experienced before washed over him. The world seemed to melt and reform around him, the very air taking on the comforting warmth of a hearth, albeit one fueled by infernal fires. The system's interface flickered, updating his skill tree. Backquote. New skill unlocked, Infernal Dominion, unique. Backquote. Infernal Dominion, level 1. Grants enhanced control over fire elemental creatures and allows the user to draw upon ambient heat sources to amplify fire-based spell damage. Passive effect. Backquote. A small, satisfied smile played on Kale's lips. The journey to acquire this skill had been fraught with peril, but the reward was immeasurable. He felt a subtle shift in his connection to the surrounding heat, a newfound ability to siphon it, to bend it to his will. Beyond these powerful individual rewards, there were also the less glamorous but equally vital components. Piles of obsidian shards, sulfur deposits, and molten rock fragments materialized, standard but valuable crafting components that would be essential for the ongoing development of his forces and equipment. These would be the building blocks for future upgrades, the raw materials from which greater power could be forged. But the loot wasn't confined to Cale alone. As he meticulously inventoried his spoils, the system also registered the gains of his newly integrated army. The Obsidian Cinderlings, who had bravely, if fearfully, participated in the battle, were not forgotten. Their loyalty, tested and proven in the crucible of combat, was rewarded. Backquote. Obsidian Cinderling unit loyalty increased by 15%. Backquote. Backquote. Obsidian Cinderling unit morale increased by 10%. Backquote. Backquote. Obsidian Cinderling unit stat boost. +3 strength, +2 constitution, +1 dexterity. Backquote. Cale observed the Cinderlings, who were still huddled together, though their chittering had taken on a more confident tone. They seemed to stand a little straighter, their obsidian-plated forms gleaming brighter under the infernal light. The stat boosts, while seemingly small, would compound over time, especially across the entire unit. Increased strength meant more potent physical attacks, better constitution translated to increased survivability, and a touch more dexterity would improve their combat responsiveness. Their loyalty and morale, now significantly boosted, meant they were less likely to break and run, more inclined to follow his commands with unwavering obedience, even in the face of overwhelming odds. This was crucial for his long-term strategy. A disloyal or cowardly army was a liability, regardless of its numbers. Seraphis, meanwhile, was examining the Oathkeeper's Blessing scroll with a quiet intensity. Cale knew that the knight's own progression was vital, and any enhancement to his abilities was an enhancement to Cale's own strength. The scroll represented a direct infusion of power into Seraphis's already legendary weapon, making him an even more formidable force on the battlefield. Cale began the process of integrating his newfound wealth. He mentally accessed his inventory, a vast extra-dimensional space that housed his acquired treasures. The obsidian golem heart, he decided, would be the first item to be utilized. He needed to reinforce his defenses, and the golem's resilience was legendary. He would seek out the most skilled smith he could find, or perhaps even attempt the crafting himself if his burgeoning abilities allowed, to integrate it into a piece of his personal armor, or perhaps even fashion it into a defensive amulet. The sheer durability it offered was too valuable to pass up. Next, the Emberwraith Essence. This was more volatile, more aligned with offensive magic. He considered brewing a potent concoction, something that could unleash a wave of pure, soul-scorching energy upon his enemies. Alternatively, he could use it to enchant a weapon, perhaps a dagger or a gauntlet, to inflict a lingering burning effect on his targets, weakening them over time. The possibilities were numerous, and Cale relished the strategic depth they offered. He made a mental note to revisit this after securing the dungeon core itself. The fragment of the core was a more personal acquisition. He held it in his mind's eye, feeling its raw power thrumming against his own magical core. He could feel it subtly amplifying his connection to the ambient mana, making it easier to draw upon, easier to shape. For now, he decided to keep it as a reservoir, a personal power boost that he could tap into during critical moments. He would not immediately attempt to integrate it, as such a potent artifact required careful consideration, and perhaps specialized rituals to unlock its full potential without risking instability. The risk of a mana overload or, worse, a catastrophic backfire was too great to ignore. The golem's resilience gem was a simpler matter. He envisioned it embedded within the pauldrons of his dark obsidian armor, adding another layer of impenetrable defense to his already formidable protection. The gem would serve as a constant, passive buff, making him even harder to injure, even more capable of withstanding direct assaults. Finally, Kale turned his attention to the loot that would directly benefit his existing forces. The obsidian shards and sulfur deposits would be immediately channeled to his growing workshop, where his goblins, under the tutelage of a newly appointed foreman, were already beginning to hone their crafting skills. He envisioned them forging stronger armor and weapons for themselves, improving their overall combat effectiveness. The molten rock fragments, however, had a more immediate application. He pictured them being used to reinforce the very tunnels and chambers he was conquering, making his territory more defensible. He could also envision them being used to craft rudimentary traps, designed to channel the dungeon's natural heat into damaging bursts against unwelcome intruders. Kale's gaze swept over the chamber, now stripped bare of its guardians and their tangible legacies. The dungeon core, a pulsating nexus of power, still sat in the center, its light dimmer, but its presence undeniably potent. The rewards he had reaped were substantial, a testament to his strategic acumen and the brutal efficiency of his cursed Lord of Cinders persona. He had not merely survived, he had thrived, turning a deadly encounter into a stepping stone for his ascent. The experience points, the unique items, the enhanced loyalties of his troops, all of it contributed to a singular overarching goal: absolute power. He approached the dungeon core, its iridescent surface now a tempting prize. The system's notifications had ceased, the loot distributed, the battle won. But the ultimate prize, the very heart of this subterranean domain, remained. He reached out a hand, his fingers tingling with anticipation, ready to claim his dominion. The power within the core was palpable, a deep, resonant hum that promised to elevate him to an entirely new tier of existence. He could already envision the fortifications he would build, the legions he would amass, and the enemies he would crush beneath his heel, all fueled by the power he was about to seize. The obsidian depths would soon bend to his will, and these spoils were merely the prologue to his reign. His ambition, already a burning inferno, now had a new, inexhaustible fuel source. The path to absolute control was laid out before him, paved with the defeated remnants of his enemies and the glittering promise of countless future acquisitions. He was not merely a conqueror, he was a collector, a builder, and the obsidian depths would be his grandest masterpiece. The acquisition of the dungeon core was not merely an end to the immediate conflict, but the genesis of a new era for Kale. The obsidian depths, once a hostile labyrinth teeming with monstrous inhabitants, now pulsed with a subdued yet potent energy that answered to him. He stood in the central chamber, the residual echoes of battle fading into a pregnant silence, and surveyed his domain. This was it, his first true foothold, a solid foundation upon which to build his ambition. The system had provided the tools, the challenges had forged his strength, and now, the conquered territory was his to mold. With a deep breath, Kale focused his will, channeling the raw, untamed mana that emanated from the quiescent dungeon core. It felt like drawing from a vast, subterranean wellspring, a direct infusion of power that resonated with his own burgeoning strength. This was more than just territory. It was a resource generator, a strategic advantage, and a sanctuary. He could feel the subtle currents of ambient mana flowing through the rock and earth, no longer a chaotic torrent, but a predictable tide he could now influence. The dungeon core, now under his control, began to shift its operational parameters. The frantic, defensive pulses that had characterized its prior existence softened into a steady, almost benevolent rhythm. The system's interface, always keenly aware of Kale's intent, began to display new parameters, outlining the potential for resource generation and passive experience accrual. Backquote. Dungeon core secured. Obsidian depths level 3. Backquote. Backquote. Status controlled by Dungeon Lord Kale. Backquote. Backquote. Primary function, resource generation, monster spawning, territory defense, backquote. Backquote. Passive experience generation, plus 0.5% per hour, backquote. Backquote. Resource generation, sulfur deposits, obsidian shards, molten rock fragments, tier 1, backquote. Backquote. Mana infusion rate, increased by 20% within controlled territory, backquote. The percentages, though small individually, represented a monumental shift. This was the true exploitation of the system, the ability to leverage a controlled environment for sustained growth, independent of direct combat. Kale's mind raced with the implications. His current level of 30 was a significant achievement, but it had been hard-won through relentless battles and perilous delves. Now, with the Obsidian Depths acting as his personal engine of progression, his ascent would be exponentially faster. The passive experience gain meant that even in periods of relative quiet, he would continue to grow stronger, his skills sharpening, his power reserves replenishing. He turned his attention to his most readily available assets, the goblin workforce. These creatures, once cowering minions, now bustled with a newfound purpose. Their loyalty, boosted by the recent victory and the palpable shift in the dungeon's aura, was evident in their diligent, albeit clumsy, movements. "You," Kale's voice, amplified by the cavernous space, cut through the din of goblin chatter. He pointed a gauntleted finger towards a particularly sturdy-looking goblin, its skin a deep, earthy brown, its eyes sharp and beady. "You are now Overseer Gribble. Your task is to organize your brethren. Fortifications, entrances, gather resources, make this place our stronghold." Overseer Gribble, a creature usually prone to scurrying and hoarding, puffed out its chest, a glimmer of pride in its small eyes. It let out a series of excited yips and clicks, then turned to its kin, issuing a stream of frantic commands. Kale watched as the goblins, their rudimentary tools clanking, began to swarm towards the various entrances to the Obsidian Depths. Their initial efforts were crude. Piles of loose rocks, hastily reinforced with mud and whatever sparse vegetation they could find. But Kale knew that with time and his guidance, their crude fortifications would become formidable defenses. The raw materials for these defenses were readily available. The obsidian shards, remnants of the shattered golem, and the dungeon's very structure were perfect for reinforcing walls and creating rudimentary barriers. Sulfur deposits, the source of noxious fumes, could be strategically placed to create natural deterrents, or perhaps with further refinement, explosive traps. The molten rock fragments, still radiating a primal heat, could be used to seal off passages or create molten hazards for any unwary intruders. The main entrance, Kale instructed, his gaze sweeping towards the grand, jagged opening through which they had first entered. "Seal it, leave only a small ingress, and reinforce it with the densest obsidian. I want it to look unwelcoming." Overseer Gribble nodded vigorously, then barked orders, directing a larger contingent of goblins towards the primary access point. They worked with a surprising efficiency, their small, nimble hands adept at moving and stacking the heavy, jagged shards. The process of establishing a secure perimeter was paramount. While Kale had conquered the core of the dungeon, the outer reaches and access points remained vulnerable. He envisioned a multi-layered defense system, a labyrinth of reinforced tunnels and strategically placed traps, designed to funnel any attackers into kill zones, or simply to wear them down before they even reached his inner sanctum. He then turned his attention to resource management. The goblins were not merely tasked with defense, they were also the primary gatherers. Kale designated specific zones within the dungeon, where the sulfur and obsidian were most abundant. He instructed Gribble to establish designated collection points, ensuring that the raw materials were brought back to a central hub for processing. "We will need a workshop," Kale declared, his voice echoing in the cavern. "A place where these materials can be refined, where weapons and armor can be forged. You will find a suitable location, Gribble. And you will begin training your most capable brethren in the art of smithing. Even the crudest blade is better than no blade at all." Gribble's response was a series of excited chirps and a show of his surprisingly sharp, albeit stained, teeth. The concept of a workshop, of creation, seemed to ignite a spark within the goblin. Kale knew that while goblins were often seen as simple creatures, their capacity for imitation and adaptation was significant. With the right guidance and resources, they could become a valuable asset in his burgeoning army. The passive resource generation of the dungeon was a constant, quiet hum beneath the surface of his actions. Every passing hour, the system would meticulously tally the gathered resources, adding them to Kale's inventory. This steady influx of materials meant that his reliance on scavenging and risky raids would diminish. He could now afford to be more strategic, to plan his expeditions with less urgency, knowing that his base of operations was actively contributing to his growth. This realization, the tangible proof that the system's rules could be bent and exploited to his advantage, was a potent elixir to Kale's ambition. He had always suspected that the inherent mechanics of this world offered loopholes, ways to circumvent the intended progression. His mastery over the obsidian depths and the subsequent establishment of his power base was a resounding validation of that suspicion. The system was a game, and he was becoming a master player, understanding its hidden algorithms and leveraging them for maximum gain. He wasn't simply surviving in this world, he was actively reshaping it to his will, one conquered dungeon at a time. To facilitate his command and control, Kale identified a large, relatively stable chamber deeper within the dungeon. It was situated away from the primary entrances, offering a degree of seclusion, and its proximity to the dungeon core ensured a steady flow of ambient mana. This would be his command center, his sanctuary. The goblins, under Gribble's increasingly competent direction, began to clear the chamber, smoothing the rough-hewn walls and creating a more organized space. Kale directed them to carve out a dedicated area for himself, a raised platform from which he could survey his domain, and a sturdy, if crudely fashioned, table where he could examine his spoils and plan his next moves. He also instructed them to create a secure storage area for the more valuable items he had acquired, particularly the unique crafting materials and artifacts. The obsidian golem heart, the ember wraith essence, and the fragment of the core were too precious to be left exposed. He envisioned a vault reinforced with obsidian and perhaps some of the golem's shattered essence, a testament to his conquest. The dungeon's mana infusion rate, now enhanced by his control, meant that his own magical reserves replenished at a much faster pace while within its confines. This was invaluable. He could spend hours meditating, refining his spells, or experimenting with new arcane techniques without fear of depletion. The ambient mana acted as a constant supportive buffer, allowing him to push his magical limits further than ever before. It was a synergy of environment and user, a perfect storm of power waiting to be unleashed. Kale spent several days overseeing these initial stages of consolidation. He moved with a calculated efficiency, delegating tasks and ensuring that his instructions were understood and executed. He observed the goblins, noting their strengths and weaknesses, and began to mentally catalog potential future recruits and specialized roles. He saw some of them exhibiting a natural aptitude for engineering, others for scavenging, and a few, surprisingly, for rudimentary trap-making. These observations would be crucial as his forces grew. During this time, Kale also began to experiment with his newfound skill, Infernal Dominion. He found that by focusing his intent, he could exert a subtle influence over the ambient heat of the dungeon. It was not a dramatic manipulation, but a gentle coaxing, a drawing forth of thermal energy. He practiced channeling this heat into his existing fire spells, noticing a distinct increase in their potency and duration. The flames seemed to burn hotter, last longer, and lash out with a more aggressive fury. The concept of drawing from ambient heat sources was not theoretical. It was a tangible reality within the obsidian depths. He could feel the very rock and magma around him contributing to the power of his spells, making him a truly formidable force within his domain. He also began to understand the nuances of his army's growth. The obsidian cinderlings, their loyalty and morale boosted, were becoming more cohesive. Their movements in formation were less erratic, and their attacks during drills showed a marked improvement in coordination. The stat boosts, while small, were beginning to manifest as a tangible increase in their combat effectiveness. They were no longer just disposable units. They were evolving into a disciplined fighting force, capable of executing more complex tactical maneuvers. Kale saw the potential for them to become specialized units, perhaps acting as shock troops or scouts, depending on how he further developed their abilities. The system's notifications, though less frequent now that the immediate battle was won, continued to inform him of the dungeon's ongoing operations. Resource counts increased, passive experience trickled in, and the loyalty of his minions remained high. It was a symphony of growth, each element contributing to the grander composition of his power. He was no longer just a lone adventurer delving into dangerous places. He was a warlord, establishing a kingdom, and his first throne was carved from the heart of a conquered dungeon. The Obsidian Depths were not just a conquered territory. They were his genesis, the crucible in which his true power would be forged. He could feel the foundations of his empire being laid, brick by obsidian brick, and the future, once uncertain and fraught with peril, now shimmered with the incandescent promise of absolute control. 4. The Rise of the Cinder Lord. The conquest of the Obsidian Depths was a monumental victory, a turning point that solidified Kale's position and provided him with a stable base of operations. Yet, complacency was a luxury Kale could not afford. The system, in its infinite and often cruel wisdom, had presented him with not just a dungeon to conquer, but a world teeming with potential threats and even greater opportunities. The Obsidian Depths, while now his own, were merely a single, albeit significant, point of light in a vast, encroaching darkness. The whispers of ambition within him, once a nascent flame, now burned with an unyielding intensity, fueled by the taste of power and the knowledge that greater strength lay just beyond his current reach. The immediate aftermath of securing his domain saw him not indulging in rest, but rather meticulously surveying the perimeter of his newly acquired territory. The goblins, under Overseer Gribble's increasingly capable leadership, were diligently fortifying the main entrance, turning it into a formidable maw of jagged obsidian and sulfurous vents that promised a fiery welcome to any unwelcome guests. But Kale's gaze extended far beyond the immediate defenses of his stronghold. His senses, honed by countless battles and the system's constant feedback, were now attuned to the subtle thrum of life and danger that emanated from the surrounding wilderness. Beyond the jagged peaks and shadowed ravines that framed the Obsidian Depths lay a tapestry of untamed territories, each with its own unique ecosystem of monstrous inhabitants. Kale knew that true dominance wasn't merely about securing a single lair. It was about expanding his influence, about weaving a web of subjugation that would encompass the entire region. His primary objective was to identify and neutralize potential threats that could one day turn their attention towards his burgeoning stronghold, and more importantly, to assimilate their strengths into his own growing army. The system, a perpetual observer of his actions, seemed to anticipate his intentions, presenting him with a series of subtle notifications that highlighted areas of high monster density and territorial activity within a 10-mile radius. These were not mere geographical markers, but invitations, challenges, and most importantly, potential recruitment grounds. His first foray beyond the obsidian depths was a calculated risk, a test of his current capabilities, and a preliminary assessment of the local fauna. He chose a relatively close region, a fetid marshland, known to be the hunting grounds of a pack of mutated fenstalkers. These creatures, often described in hushed tales by those who had survived their encounters, were known for their amphibious nature, razor-sharp claws, and an unnerving ability to blend seamlessly with their murky environment. They were also surprisingly resilient, their tough hides capable of deflecting all but the most potent of blows. Kale, clad in his obsidian-infused armor and wielding his newly forged obsidian greatsword, moved with a predatory grace. He no longer relied solely on brute force, but on a calculated application of his skills, weaving his fire magic with the precise, devastating strikes of his blade. The encounter was swift and brutal. Kale used the terrain to his advantage, luring the stalkers into shallow pools of water where his fire magic could ignite the surrounding mist, creating a suffocating, burning shroud. The hiss of steam and the guttural roars of pain echoed through the swamp, a testament to Kale's growing mastery. His monster taming skill, a passive ability that had seen limited use during his initial dungeon crawl, began to flicker with increased activity. Each stalker he felled, each moment he pushed his abilities to their limit, contributed to its incremental growth. He observed their innate resilience and their formidable claws, recognizing their potential as formidable shock troops, capable of overwhelming enemy defenses with their ferocity. Monster taming skill level increased to 3. New ability unlocked. Amphibious adaptation. Minions gain resistance to water-based attacks and can traverse aquatic environments with ease. The notifications were a testament to his efforts. The creatures he defeated were not simply vanquished. Their essence, their very being, was being cataloged by the system, its data feeding into Kale's growing understanding of creature archetypes and their potential applications within his army. He didn't just kill them, he analyzed them. He mentally cataloged their attack patterns, their weaknesses, their strengths, and how they might integrate into his existing force. The fenstalkers, despite their aggressive nature, possessed a certain primal instinct that Kale could harness. He found a way to break through their territorial aggression, to instill a primal fear that was more potent than any mere force of will. It was during his return from the marshlands that he encountered his first true test of subjugation. A territorial earth elemental, a hulking mass of granite and molten rock, had claimed a cluster of obsidian veins near his dungeon's periphery as its own. Its presence was a constant irritant, its seismic tremors, a threat to the fragile fortifications the goblins were still erecting. The elemental, sensing Kale's approach, erupted from the earth in a thunderous display of raw power. Boulders the size of wagons were hurled with devastating force, and the ground itself seemed to writhe and buckle under its immense weight. This was no mere beast to be slain. This was a creature of raw, elemental power, a being intrinsically tied to the very earth Kale sought to control. His obsidian golem heart, a prize from his earlier conquest, pulsed within his chest, resonating with the elemental's power. He realized this was an opportunity to test the true limits of his monster-taming skill and, more importantly, to acquire a defender of unparalleled strength and resilience. The battle was a grueling affair. Kale's fire magic, while potent, struggled to significantly damage the elemental's stony hide. He dodged and weaved, his obsidian greatsword chipping away at the colossal being, while simultaneously channeling his infernal energies to create searing jets of flame that scorched its surface. He realized that direct confrontation was a losing battle. Instead, he focused on disrupting its connection to the earth, using targeted explosions to create fissures and unsteady ground, making it difficult for the elemental to draw upon its full strength. His monster taming skill was pushed to its absolute limit. He could feel the strain, the mental exertion of attempting to dominate a creature of such raw, primordial power. He envisioned not its destruction, but its submission. He projected an image of unwavering control, of an iron will that dwarfed the elemental's own chaotic might. He channeled his own ambition, his desire for dominion, into a mental assault that was as potent as any physical blow. Monster taming skill level increased to 4. New ability unlocked, Geomantic Resonance. Minions gain enhanced defensive capabilities when in contact with earthen terrain. The elemental roared, a sound that seemed to shake the very foundations of the mountains. But the roar was tinged with a new note, a hint of confusion, of dawning subjugation. Kale pressed his advantage, the mental tendrils of his skill tightening their grip. He envisioned the elemental not as a foe, but as a guardian, a bulwark for his domain. The fight ended not with a defiant roar, but with a low, resonant rumble, as the earth elemental, its eyes now glowing with a soft, subservient light, sank back into the earth, its rocky form reshaped into a massive, unmoving sentinel at the entrance to the obsidian veins. Kale stood, breathing heavily, his armor scarred but intact. He felt a deep exhaustion, but also a profound sense of accomplishment. He had not only neutralized a threat, but had also acquired a powerful new asset. The elemental, now under his command, would not only secure the obsidian veins, but would also serve as an unyielding guardian, a testament to his growing power. He could already envision it, a silent stony giant, standing watch over his domain, its presence alone a potent deterrent. The earth itself had become an extension of his will. The successes in the marshlands and the obsidian veins emboldened Kale. He began to systematically expand his influence, venturing further into the surrounding territories. He sought out nests of spine crawlers, creatures known for their venomous sting and their ability to burrow through stone, their chitinous armor providing a degree of natural protection. While not as powerful as the elemental, their numbers and their ability to infest areas made them a significant nuisance. Kale discovered that their venom, when harvested and processed, could be used to create potent alchemical concoctions, useful for both offensive and defensive purposes. He also noted their natural tendency to swarm, a trait that could be exploited to overwhelm isolated enemies. Monster taming skill level increased to 5. New ability unlocked, Venomous Secretion. Minions can secrete a corrosive or paralyzing venom. He also encountered a colony of ember whelps, small reptilian creatures that thrived in volcanic regions, their bodies radiating intense heat. These creatures were a natural complement to his fire-based magic, their innate thermal energy a resource he could tap into. While individually weak, their ability to swarm and to generate intense heat made them dangerous in large numbers. He envisioned them as living heat sources, capable of melting enemy armor or acting as living bombs when strategically deployed. Monster taming skill level increased to 6. New ability unlocked, Pyre Aura. Minions emit a constant aura of heat, damaging nearby enemies. Each new conquest, each new creature assimilated into his growing army, brought with it new insights and new possibilities. He was not simply collecting monsters. He was curating an army, selecting units that would synergize with his own abilities and with each other. He prioritized creatures that offered defensive capabilities, such as the Earth Elemental and the heavily armored spine crawlers, to protect his more vulnerable minions and his own position. He also sought out offensive powerhouses like the Fenstalkers and Ember Whelps, creatures that could unleash devastating assaults. His monster taming skill continued to evolve, adapting to the diverse challenges he faced. With each successful subjugation, he gained not only a new unit, but also a deeper understanding of the mechanics of dominance. He learned to identify the psychological triggers of various species, to exploit their primal instincts, and to weave his will into their very being. The system provided the framework, but Kale provided the ruthless ingenuity, the sheer force of will that bent these creatures to his service. He was no longer merely a powerful warrior. He was becoming a master strategist, a warlord forging an army from the very fabric of the wilderness. The fear he instilled was a weapon, his reputation a growing legend, and the Obsidian Depths were merely the nucleus of an empire he was determined to build, one subjugated lair at a time. The dust of battle had settled, but Kale felt no urge to revel in the quiet. His victories, while significant, were merely stepping stones. The Obsidian Depths were secured. His initial forays into the surrounding wilds had yielded promising results, and his monster taming skill was steadily climbing. Yet the true prize lay not in the conquered territories, but within himself. The system's reward for his tireless efforts, for his relentless pursuit of power, manifested not just in newfound minions, but in the very evolution of his own capabilities. Every vanquished foe, every meticulously cleared cavern, every subjugated beast added not only to his experience pool, but also to his inherent understanding of the game's mechanics, subtly nudging him towards greater personal power. He withdrew to the heart of his newly established domain, the obsidian walls of his stronghold, offering a stark contrast to the vibrant chaos of his ambition. The raw experience points, accumulated from the grueling battles against the Fenstalkers, the territorial Earth Elemental, the swarming spine crawlers, and the heat-generating Ember Whelps, coalesced within him, a palpable energy waiting to be channeled. The system's notifications had been a steady stream throughout his recent endeavors, each one a testament to his growing prowess and the evolving nature of his abilities. The continuous rise of his monster taming, skill from level 3 to a respectable level 6, was a clear indicator of his progress, but it was the personal advancement that truly beckoned. Kale accessed his status interface, the familiar holographic glow bathing his determined features. His core stats had seen a noticeable increase, a testament to his physical and magical exertions, but his attention was immediately drawn to the skill tree section, specifically the unique path he had forged for himself, the Cursed Lord of Cinders. This was no generic progression. It was a personalized evolution, a manifestation of his desires and his inherent affinity for destructive, yet ultimately controlled, power. The system had presented him with this branching path, a reward for his adherence to a specific, often brutal, combat style, and his willingness to embrace the darker aspects of power. He had earned a significant number of skill points, a direct result of his consistent leveling and the completion of various in-game objectives, ranging from territory acquisition to the subjugation of formidable individual monsters. The temptation to spread these points thin, to dabble in a variety of skills, flickered briefly, but Kale's ambition was a focused beam, not a scattered light. He knew precisely where he wanted to invest, where his true potential lay. The Cursed Lord of Cinders tree was a reflection of his soul, a crucible where his innate destructive capabilities were forged into instruments of absolute dominion. His gaze settled on the uppermost available nodes of the Cursed Lord of Cinders tree. The previous advancements, though vital in shaping his foundation, felt like mere prologue to the power that now lay within his grasp. He had meticulously planned this progression, mentally cataloging the benefits of each potential skill, correlating them with his current combat strategies and his long-term goals. He wasn't merely acquiring abilities. He was architecting his own legend, building a framework of power that would make him an unstoppable force. The first node that drew his attention was Inferno Aura. The description was concise, yet pregnant with destructive potential. Radiate an aura of intense heat, dealing constant fire damage to all enemies within close proximity. Damage scales with user's intelligence and Cursed Lord progression. This was a natural extension of his established fire magic, a passive enhancement that would turn his very presence into a weapon. He envisioned himself wading into the thick of battle, not just swinging his sword or unleashing spells, but passively incinerating those who dared to stand too close. The implications for his swarm tactics for overwhelming enemy formations were immense. He mentally pictured his lesser minions, the spine crawlers and ember whelps, benefiting from this aura as well, their natural resistance to heat amplified, and their proximity to enemies becoming even more of a hazard. It would allow him to maintain offensive pressure, even when flanked or surrounded, forcing enemies to break their formations or suffer constant attrition. The thought of the ember whelps, already radiating heat, being further empowered by his own aura, created a terrifying synergy, turning them into walking infernos. With a decisive mental command, Kao allocated a significant portion of his skill points to Inferno Aura. The system's confirmation was immediate, a cascade of light and sensation coursing through him. He felt a subtle warmth emanating from his core, a warmth that seemed to thrum with contained energy. The air around him subtly shimmered, a visual testament to the nascent power that now clung to his person. This was not just a passive buff. It was an active declaration of his infernal nature. He could already feel its influence, a low hum of heat that seemed to deter any would-be pests that might have been lurking in the shadows of his chamber. Next, his eyes fell upon a defensive option that perfectly complemented his offensive surge, Cinder Shield. The system's description read, "Manifest a temporary shield of solidified ash and embers, absorbing a significant portion of incoming magical damage. The shield regenerates slowly over time and can be actively dismissed. Duration and absorption capacity increase with Curse Lord progression and maximum mana." In the chaotic world he was navigating, magical attacks were a constant and often deadly threat. While his obsidian armor provided excellent physical protection, a dedicated defense against arcane energies was crucial. The ability to absorb magical assaults, especially those from powerful mages or enchanted creatures, would give him a vital edge. He envisioned himself facing down sorcerers, their spells dissipating harmlessly against his spectral barrier, leaving them vulnerable to his counterattack. The regenerative aspect was also key, allowing him to maintain defensive pressure without completely depleting his resources. This skill was particularly appealing, as it offered a direct counter to the types of threats that had proven most challenging in his previous encounters, such as the arcane blasts of certain dungeon guardians, or the elemental spells of more advanced creatures. The idea of turning a mage's own power against them by simply weathering their magical onslaught and then retaliating with his own inferno was particularly satisfying. He invested another substantial chunk of his skill points into Cinder Shield. This time, the sensation was different. A cool, almost ethereal energy bloomed around him, a stark contrast to the burning warmth of the Inferno aura. When he focused his will, a shimmering, translucent barrier flickered into existence before him, composed of swirling ash and tiny incandescent embers. It felt insubstantial, Yet Kale could sense its underlying strength, a promise of resilience against the unseen forces of magic. He willed it away, and the ethereal shield dissolved, leaving only the lingering sensation of latent power. This skill offered a crucial layer of survivability, allowing him to engage with a wider variety of threats, without the constant fear of being instantly incapacitated by a well-placed magical strike. With these two cornerstone abilities acquired, Kale felt a significant shift in his power dynamic. He was no longer solely reliant on his direct combat prowess or the strength of his minions. He was becoming a multifaceted threat, capable of both overwhelming offense and resilient defense. But his journey within the cursed Lord of Cinders tree was far from over. His gaze drifted to a skill that promised to amplify his existing offensive capabilities in a more targeted manner: Embers of Domination. The system described it as, imbue your attacks with a fragment of your will, causing a percentage chance to inflict the dazed status effect on your target. Dazed enemies suffer reduced accuracy and movement speed. Duration and proc chance increase with Cursed Lord progression and luck. This was a tactical masterpiece in the making. The ability to slow and disorient his enemies, to disrupt their attack patterns and escape routes, would be invaluable. He imagined striking a charging beast, its furious momentum faltering, its wild swings becoming sluggish and inaccurate. This would not only make him safer, but would also allow his minions to more easily engage and overwhelm such targets. The synergistic potential was immense. A dazed enemy was a vulnerable enemy, ripe for exploitation by the Fenstalkers, ferocity, the spine crawlers, relentless assault, or even the brute force of his earth elemental. The mention of luck as a scaling factor was intriguing, hinting at a potential future investment in that attribute, but for now, the core functionality was highly appealing. Kale allocated more skill points to Embers of Domination. He felt a subtle shift in the weight of his greatsword, a phantom sensation of potent energy coursing through its obsidian blade. He knew, intuitively, that his next strike would carry a hidden threat, a chance to unravel his opponent's composure. This was the kind of skill that elevated him from a powerful warrior to a tactical genius, a subtle manipulation that could turn the tide of any engagement. The ability to control the flow of combat, even in small ways, was a form of power in itself. As he scrolled further down the tree, a skill that resonated deeply with his current situation and his growing army caught his eye: Master of the Blighted Soil. The description stated, "Your connection to the earth is strengthened, granting your minions a bonus to their defense and regeneration when fighting on solid ground. Additionally, you can now imbue your territory with a subtle Cursed Lord influence, increasing the ambient magical energy within its borders." This was a skill designed for the leader, for the one who commanded not just individuals but an entire domain. The defensive and regenerative boost for his minions on solid ground was a direct benefit to his strategy of establishing strongholds and defending territorial claims. The Earth Elemental, in particular, would become an even more formidable bulwark, but it was the second part of the skill that truly ignited his ambition: imbuing his territory. This suggested a passive enhancement to his domain, making it a more potent source of power for him and his followers, and potentially a more inhospitable environment for his enemies. He envisioned the Obsidian Depths becoming a literal extension of his cursed will, a place where his power flowed more freely, and where his enemies felt the weight of his dominion. The idea of creating a self-sustaining source of power, a wellspring of dark energy that fueled his growth and weakened his foes, was a tantalizing prospect. He poured a significant number of skill points into Master of the Blighted Soil. The sensation was grounding, a deep thrumming that seemed to emanate from the very stone beneath his feet. He felt a stronger connection to his stronghold, as if the obsidian walls themselves were whispering secrets of power to him. He knew that the immediate vicinity of the obsidian depths would soon feel his influence, becoming a sanctuary for him and a trap for any who dared to invade. This was the beginning of establishing his power base, not just through force of arms, but through the very fabric of the land itself. The remaining skill points were carefully considered. He looked at skills that offered utility, that amplified his existing strengths, or that opened up new avenues of power. One such skill was Scorched Earth Doctrine. The system described it as, when you defeat an enemy, there is a chance that their residual energy will ignite the surrounding area, creating patches of burning terrain that deal moderate fire damage over time. This effect has a cooldown, and its effectiveness scales with users' Cursed Lord progression. This was pure, unadulterated battlefield control. The idea of leaving a trail of burning devastation in his wake, turning fallen enemies into hazards for their allies, was incredibly appealing. It would not only deny enemies the ability to regroup, but would also serve as a constant deterrent, forcing them to think twice about engaging him. It was a proactive application of his destructive power, turning victory into a lingering threat. He spent a portion of his remaining points on Scorched Earth Doctrine. He felt a subtle readiness within him, a coiled energy that would erupt with explosive force upon his next kill. It was a skill that demanded aggressive engagement, rewarding him for pressing his advantage and punishing any hesitation from his foes. This would be particularly effective when fighting larger groups, as the burning terrain could chain reactions, engulfing multiple enemies in flames. Finally, he reviewed the remaining nodes, looking for something that would enhance his core offensive capabilities or provide a crucial utility. He noticed a skill called Whispers of the Pyre. The description read, gain a passive bonus to your fire damage and a chance to ignite enemies on critical hits. This effect is amplified when fighting in hot or volcanic environments. This was a direct enhancement to his primary damage type, fire. The increased chance to ignite enemies on critical hits was a powerful offensive synergy, especially when combined with Embers of Domination and Scorched Earth Doctrine. Fighting in hot or volcanic environments was a condition he actively sought out, and the bonus made such locations even more advantageous for him. Considering the prevalence of volcanic activity in the surrounding territories, this skill was a no-brainer. He allocated his last significant chunk of skill points to Whispers of the Pyre. He felt a subtle crackle of energy whenever his thoughts flickered, a heightened sensitivity to the heat that permeated his obsidian-laden chamber. The promise of setting his enemies ablaze with every critical strike was a potent incentive, solidifying his identity as the Cursed Lord of Cinders. As the last skill point was spent, Kale's status interface glowed with a newfound vibrancy. He reviewed his updated skill list, a testament to his focused progression. Cursed Lord of Cinders skill tree, Inferno Aura, Tier 2. Radiate an aura of intense heat, dealing constant fire damage to all enemies within close proximity. Damage scales with user's intelligence and Cursed Lord progression. Cinder Shield, Tier 2. Manifest a temporary shield of solidified ash and embers, absorbing a significant portion of incoming magical damage. The shield regenerates slowly over time and can be actively dismissed. Duration and absorption capacity increase with Cursed Lord progression and maximum mana. Embers of Domination, Tier 1. Imbue your attacks with a fragment of your will, causing a percentage chance to inflict the Dazed status effect on your target. Dazed enemies suffer reduced accuracy and movement speed. Duration and proc chance increase with Cursed Lord progression and luck. Master of the Blighted Soil, Tier 1. Your connection to the earth is strengthened, granting your minions a bonus to their defense and regeneration when fighting on solid ground. Additionally, you can now imbue your territory with a subtle Cursed Lord influence, increasing the ambient magical energy within its borders. Scorched Earth Doctrine. Tier 1. When you defeat an enemy, there is a chance that their residual energy will ignite the surrounding area, creating patches of burning terrain that deal moderate fire damage over time. This effect has a cooldown, and its effectiveness scales with users' Cursed Lord progression. Whispers of the Pyre. Tier 1. Gain a passive bonus to your fire damage and a chance to ignite enemies on critical hits. This effect is amplified when fighting in hot or volcanic environments. He felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Each skill was a carefully chosen component, designed to create a devastating synergy. The Inferno aura would keep enemies at bay and inflict constant damage, while the Cinder Shield would protect him from magical assault. Embers of Domination would disrupt their attacks, allowing him to exploit their openings. Master of the Blighted Soil would bolster his minions and strengthen his domain, while Scorched Earth Doctrine and Whispers of the Pyre would turn every victory into a battlefield of fire, punishing his enemies and making his presence a terrifying force. His combat style was no longer just about raw power, it was about calculated devastation. He was becoming a living inferno, a harbinger of destruction, his every move imbued with the malevolent will of the Cursed Lord of Cinders. The experience points were not just numbers, they were the raw materials of his ascent, and he had used them to sculpt a formidable weapon from his own being. The obsidian depths were his crucible, and he was emerging from the flames, forged anew, stronger, and infinitely more dangerous. He felt a surge of power, a primal hunger for more challenges, more opportunities to test and refine these newfound abilities. The world outside his stronghold awaited, a canvas upon which he would paint his legend in shades of fire and ash. The chill of the obsidian depths, once a comfort, now felt like a cage. Kale, the newly christened Cinderlord, found his newfound power a double-edged sword. His abilities had surged, his dominion over the blighted lands expanding, yet a gnawing awareness of his limitations began to surface. The system, for all its clarity in dictating power progression and offering tactical advantages, remained a cryptic enigma. Its origins, its true purpose, and the intricate web of its mechanics were shrouded in a fog that even his burgeoning infernal senses couldn't pierce. He possessed the raw power, the destructive potential, but true dominion required more than just brute force and elemental might. It demanded foresight, an understanding of the currents that flowed beneath the surface of this world, and a knowledge of his enemies' hidden vulnerabilities. His gaze drifted to the intricately carved obsidian walls of his nascent stronghold, a monument to his ambition. The creatures he had subjugated, the fenstalkers and spine-crawlers, were mere tools, their instincts honed to serve his will. His direct combat prowess, amplified by the Cursed Lord of Cinders' skill tree, was formidable. He could now weave a tapestry of fire and ash, his presence alone a threat, his attacks capable of sowing chaos and dazing his foes. Yet, this was still a localized power. He was a conqueror on the battlefield, but he lacked the strategic depth to truly shape the world around him. He needed information, not just the kind gleaned from scouting reports or the passive observation of enemy movements, but the deep, historical, and arcane knowledge that could unlock secrets and reveal paths to power hitherto unimagined. He needed a scholar, not a soldier, and not just any scholar, but one whose intellect was as sharp and dangerous as his own burgeoning infernal flame. The system had provided hints, fragmented lore entries discovered within ancient ruins, and cryptic pronouncements from defeated entities. These were tantalizing glimpses, enough to fuel his curiosity and highlight the vast lacunae in his understanding. He knew of ley lines, of ancient pacts, of celestial alignments that influenced magical energies, but the true understanding of these phenomena, Their practical applications and how they could be exploited for his ascent remained beyond his grasp. His gamer's instinct, the very thing that had guided his initial progression, now felt insufficient. He could optimize his builds, exploit enemy AI, and manage resources with ruthless efficiency. But he couldn't divine the secrets of forgotten civilizations, or comprehend the arcane equations that govern the world's hidden workings. This intellectual void was a vulnerability, a chink in his otherwise formidable armor. He needed someone who lived and breathed that knowledge, someone who had dedicated their life to its pursuit, even if their methods were unconventional. His thoughts turned to the sprawling city on the fringes of the Obsidian Depths, a place of shadows and secrets, a hub for those who traded in forbidden arts and arcane curiosities. The city was a festering wound on the land, a place where ambition often curdled into desperation and where power was sought through any means necessary. It was a fitting hunting ground for the kind of asset he required. The journey to the city was a calculated risk. Kale did not travel openly. He moved through the shadowed valleys and forgotten ravines, his obsidian-clad form a fleeting silhouette against the twilight sky. His minions, the more robust of the fenstalkers and a small contingent of spine crawlers, provided a mobile perimeter, their senses sharp, their aggression a deterrent to any casual predators. The ember whelps, their internal furnaces stoked by the proximity of their cinder lord, provided mobile illumination, their fiery glow casting an eerie, flickering light on the rugged terrain. He felt the subtle hum of his inferno aura, a constant, low-grade emanation of heat that kept smaller creatures at bay and announced his presence to those who possessed the senses to perceive it. The cinder shield pulsed faintly, a silent promise of protection against unexpected magical incursions. As he approached the city's outskirts, the air grew thick with the stench of refuse, unwashed bodies, and something far more sinister, the cloying scent of spent enchantments and alchemical residues. The city was a sprawling, chaotic entity, its architecture a haphazard jumble of styles, reflecting centuries of haphazard growth and competing influences. Dark, narrow alleys snaked between towering, soot-stained buildings, their upper floors overhanging, creating a perpetual twilight even at midday. The sounds of the city were a cacophony, the distant clang of smithies, the raucous laughter from taverns, the mournful cries of beggars, and the low, guttural chanting that occasionally drifted from unseen courtyards. Kale's objective was not the bustling market squares or the opulent guild halls, but the arcane district. This was a neighborhood reputedly dedicated to the pursuit of knowledge, no matter how unsavory. The buildings here were more imposing, often built of dark stone and adorned with esoteric symbols. The air thrummed with a subtle, almost imperceptible magical energy, a testament to the constant experimentation and research conducted within its walls. He moved with a predatory grace, his senses heightened, absorbing the ambient energies, seeking out the specific signature he was looking for. He had received whispers, fragmented rumors gathered by his more subtle minions, who had infiltrated the city's underbelly. They spoke of a scholar, a recluse known only as Erevan, who dwelled in a secluded tower, rumored to possess an unparalleled understanding of ancient civilizations and the forbidden arts. He was said to be brilliant, but also deeply flawed, his pursuit of knowledge often eclipsing any semblance of morality. This made him the perfect candidate. A man who had already crossed moral boundaries was more likely to be swayed by the promise of power or the threat of utter annihilation. Kale's path led him to a narrow, winding street where the buildings seemed to lean in on each other, almost suffocating the sliver of sky visible above. At the end of the street stood a tall, slender tower, its obsidian-like stones stark against the grime of its surroundings. Strange, arcane symbols were etched into its facade, pulsing with a faint internal light. This was Eravan's sanctum. Accessing the tower was less a matter of brute force and more a demonstration of controlled intrusion. Kale's embers of domination, skill, though still nascent, allowed him to subtly disrupt the focus of the few wardings he encountered. The cinder shield absorbed the faint, exploratory magical probes that were likely a standard defense. He moved silently, his obsidian armor absorbing sound, his presence a cold dread rather than an overt threat. He found Eravan in a dimly lit study, surrounded by towering stacks of ancient tomes and scrolls. The room was a testament to obsessive scholarship, an organized chaos of parchment, inkwells, and peculiar artifacts. Eravan himself was a gaunt figure, his face pale and lined, his eyes sunken but sharp, burning with an unnatural intensity. He wore the robes of a scholar, but they were stained and frayed, suggesting a life lived more within the confines of dusty tomes than the outside world. He was hunched over a large, leather-bound volume, his brow furrowed in concentration, muttering arcane incantations under his breath. Kale's entrance was not a sudden burst of action, but a slow, deliberate manifestation. He allowed his presence to coalesce in the shadows, a palpable aura of dark power and frigid intent. Eravan, despite his deep immersion, was not entirely oblivious. A tremor ran through his slender frame, and his head snapped up, his sharp eyes scanning the room with a mixture of fear and intellectual curiosity. Who is there?" Eravan's voice was reedy, strained, yet held a certain defiant edge. "This is a private sanctum. All intruders will face the consequences." Kale stepped fully into the faint light, his imposing figure casting a long shadow. The Inferno aura flickered to life, a subtle heat radiating from him, making the air in the room shimmer. The ember whelps accompanying him, usually kept on a tight leash, pulsed with brighter flames, their fiery eyes fixed on the scholar. "Consequences are often a matter of perspective, scholar." Kale's voice was a low rumble, devoid of emotion, carrying the weight of his power. "And yours are about to become significantly altered." Eravan's eyes widened as he took in Kale's form, the obsidian armor, the aura of infernal energy. He was no mere bandit or rogue. This was something more, a creature of power perhaps, or a sorcerer of immense, terrifying potential. His academic curiosity warred with a primal fear. You are the Cinder Lord," Eravan whispered, recognition dawning in his eyes, a recognition born from forbidden texts and hushed rumors. "They say you command the very flames of destruction." "They say many things," Kale replied, taking another measured step forward. "But what they say is often less important than what is true. And the truth is, I require your knowledge." Eravan scoffed, a dry, rasping sound. "My knowledge? And what makes you think I would share it with a walking inferno?" "I do not ask for your willingness, scholar," Kale stated, his gaze unwavering. "I require your compliance, and I have methods to ensure it." He raised a hand, and from the depths of his being, he drew forth the arcane energies that fueled his cursed lord progression. The air crackled with latent power. He began to chant, a low, guttural incantation that resonated with the dark magic of enslavement. This was not a spell he had learned from any trainer or manual. It was a visceral, instinctual manipulation of the system's underlying architecture, an amplification of his own will through the framework of forbidden rituals. Eravan paled, sensing the immense power being invoked. He instinctively reached for a hidden amulet, muttering a countercharm, but it was too late. Kale's ritual was swift and potent, a focused beam of dark energy that slammed into the scholar's defenses. The amulet flared brightly, then shattered, its protective magic dissolving like mist in a furnace. The enslavement ritual was not a violent act of physical subjugation, but a deep, invasive binding of will. Cale felt the scholar's mind as a vast library, intricate and sprawling, filled with knowledge both profound and dangerous. He pressed his will against Erevan's defenses, not to destroy them, but to unravel them, to weave his own essence into the fabric of the scholar's consciousness. It was a delicate yet brutal process. He felt Erevan's panic, his terror, his desperate struggle against the encroaching darkness. "No, you cannot." Erevan cried out, his voice cracking with desperation. "My mind, my research." "Your mind will now serve a greater purpose," Cale stated, his voice echoing with the power of the ritual. He felt the resistance weakening, the intricate defenses of Erevan's intellect fracturing. He pushed deeper, not to dominate, but to bind, to create an unbreakable link between their minds. He was not merely imposing his will. He was becoming a part of Erevan's very being, a shadow cast over his thoughts, an inescapable directive. The process was agonizing for both parties. Cale felt the sheer volume of Erevan's knowledge flood his mind, a chaotic torrent of historical data, arcane theory, and forbidden lore. It was overwhelming, a stark contrast to the focused progression of his own skill tree. He had to actively filter, to build mental barriers, to prevent himself from being drowned in the scholar's intellect. For Erevan, it was a violation of his very essence, his autonomy stripped away, his consciousness irrevocably tethered to another. With a final, resonant surge of power, the ritual was complete. The oppressive aura surrounding Cale dissipated, replaced by a subtle, almost imperceptible hum of shared consciousness. Erevan collapsed to his knees, panting, his eyes wide and vacant, yet with a flicker of something new, a dull obedience. The sharp intelligence remained, but the rebellious spark had been extinguished, replaced by a hollow echo of Cale's will. "Erevan." Cale's voice was now softer, infused with a subtle command that resonated deep within the scholar's newly subjugated mind. "Rise." Erevan's body moved with a jerky obedience, as if controlled by invisible strings. He rose slowly, his gaze fixed on Cale, devoid of any personal emotion, only a blank acceptance of Cale's presence and his authority. "You are now bound to my will," Cale continued, his tone matter-of-fact. "Your knowledge is now my knowledge. Your skills are now at my disposal. You will answer my questions truthfully, and you will offer your counsel without reservation. Any deviation, any act of defiance, will be met with the full force of my power." He let the implicit threat hang in the air, the latent infernal energy radiating from him a stark reminder of his capabilities. Erevan simply nodded, his expression blank. "As you command, Lord." The title felt alien on his tongue, yet delivered with an unshakable conviction. Cale felt a strange sense of accomplishment, a morbid satisfaction. He had acquired not just an advisor, but a living archive, a repository of forbidden knowledge that could propel his ascent. He looked around the study, his gaze lingering on the ancient tomes. "Tell me, Erevan," Cale began, his voice laced with anticipation. "What do you know of the system, of its origins, its true nature, and its vulnerabilities?" Erevan's eyes, though vacant of personal will, began to glow with a faint, scholarly light as he accessed the vast stores of information now under Cale's command. "The system, Lord," he began, his voice taking on a more academic tone, though still devoid of true personal inflection. Its origins are lost to most recorded history. It is believed to be an ancient cosmic construct, a framework imposed upon reality itself, perhaps for the purpose of cataloging existence, or even guiding its evolution. Legends speak of it as the cosmic weaver, the architect of fates, or the echo of creation. Its true nature is debated even among the most esoteric scholars. Some believe it to be a benevolent guiding force, others a neutral mechanism, and still others a malevolent entity that manipulates all life for its own inscrutable ends. Cale listened intently, the sheer weight of the scholar's words pressing upon him. He had suspected as much, but to hear it articulated, to have these abstract theories grounded in actual knowledge, was invaluable. And its vulnerabilities? Cale pressed, his mind already racing with possibilities. Aravan's gaze drifted to a particular section of the library, filled with scrolls bound in what appeared to be petrified human skin. The system is pervasive, Lord, but not infallible. It operates on established rules, on intricate algorithms. Like any complex system, it has blind spots, anomalies that defy its logic. These are often found in places where reality is thin, where the veil between worlds is weak, places steeped in primal magic, or corrupted by immense suffering. These areas can sometimes distort the system's influence, creating pockets of untamed existence where its logic falters. Cale's mind immediately flashed to the obsidian depths, to the raw, untamed energy that pulsed within them, the very essence of his own power. Was his domain one such anomaly? Furthermore, Aravan continued, his voice gaining a touch of its former intellectual fervor, as if the mere act of imparting knowledge was a compulsion that transcended his enslavement. The system can be influenced. Not directly controlled, perhaps, but nudged. Its parameters can be subtly altered by individuals who understand its fundamental principles and possess immense, focused will. Those who ascend beyond its initial intended scope, who forge unique paths within its structure, can, in a sense, rewrite portions of their own reality, creating ripples that affect the system's perception of their capabilities. This resonated deeply with Cale. His Cursed Lord of Cinders path was exactly that, a unique, self-forged progression that deviated from generic archetypes. He was, in essence, a living anomaly. What of history, Aravan? Cale shifted his focus. What knowledge do you possess of the world, beyond the immediate territories, of its power structures, its ancient conflicts, and the entities that wield significant influence? Aravan gestured vaguely towards a towering bookshelf. History is a tapestry woven with threads of ambition, war, and forgotten magic, Lord. The current era is but one chapter. Empires have risen and fallen, their legacies buried beneath layers of dust and time. There are powerful nations beyond these blighted lands, kingdoms that hoard ancient artifacts and command legions of warriors. There are clandestine organizations that operate in the shadows, manipulating events for their own inscrutable purposes. And then there are the elder entities, beings of immense power that predate even the system itself, beings who slumber in forgotten realms, their influence a subtle poison on the fabric of reality. He spoke of fragmented histories, of fallen civilizations that had achieved mastery over energies Cale could only dream of, and of cataclysmic events that had reshaped the world. He detailed the rise and fall of magical empires, the bloody wars fought over arcane artifacts, and the silent struggles between factions vying for control over ley lines and sources of raw magical power. He spoke of ancient prophecies, of cyclical patterns of destruction and rebirth, and of entities that existed beyond the conventional understanding of life and death. And my enemies? Cale prompted, his gaze hardening. Are there any who pose a significant threat to my ambitions? Any who possess knowledge or power that could thwart me? Eravan's gaze, previously unfocused, sharpened with a chilling clarity as he accessed tactical and historical data. The region is rife with potential threats, Lord. The Iron Legion, a militaristic human empire to the north, is expanding its borders aggressively. They possess disciplined armies and potent alchemical weaponry. To the west lie the sunken kingdoms, remnants of a drowned civilization, populated by amphibious creatures with potent control over water and illusion magic. And within the deepest forests to the east, the Whispering Fae hold sway, beings of immense magical power, capricious and ancient, whose motivations are as shifting as the wind. He elaborated on the specific strengths and weaknesses of each faction, detailing their command structures, their favored tactics, and the types of magical resistances and vulnerabilities their troops possessed. He spoke of ancient curses that could cripple armies, of forgotten artifacts that could amplify power, and of powerful mages whose spells could shatter mountains. There is also, Eravan said, his voice dropping to a near whisper, the legend of the Shadow Cult, a secretive organization dedicated to the worship of entities from beyond the veil. They seek to unravel the system itself, to plunge reality into an eternal darkness. Their influence is subtle, their agents hidden in plain sight, their ultimate goals unknown, but their power is said to be immense and utterly corrupting. Kale absorbed this information, filing it away with the cold precision of a tactical AI. This was precisely what he needed. The raw data was overwhelming, but within Eravan's meticulously organized mind, it became a strategic asset. He could now begin to chart his course, not just through brute force, but through calculated manipulation and targeted strikes. You mentioned ancient artifacts, Kale mused, his eyes scanning the shelves of forbidden lore. What can you tell me of them, of artifacts that could enhance my power, or perhaps even manipulate the system itself? Eravan's gaze flickered. Artifacts of true power are rare, Lord. Most are relics of forgotten ages, their purpose and function lost to time. However, there are certain legendary items whispered about in the most forbidden texts. The Heartstone of Aethel said to amplify the wielder's innate magical potential tenfold. The Crown of Whispers, which grants its wearer dominion over the minds of others, a far more subtle and insidious form of control than your current methods. And then there are the Shards of the First Star, fragments of a celestial body that fell to this world in its infancy. It is said these shards contain echoes of creation itself, and that a sufficient collection could grant its possessor the ability to reshape reality according to their will. Kale's attention was immediately captivated by these Shards of the First Star. The idea of reshaping reality was an ambition that dwarfed even his current goals. It was the ultimate expression of power. Where can these shards be found? Kale demanded, his voice resonating with a newfound intensity. Eravan hesitated for a fraction of a second, a subtle tremor running through him as his suppressed instincts warred with Kale's command. Their locations are scattered, Lord, and guarded by ancient forces. Some are said to be hidden in dimensions outside our own, accessible only through rare and dangerous rifts. Others are buried deep within the earth, protected by primordial guardians. And one is rumored to be within the very heart of a volcanic caldera, guarded by a creature of pure fire, a being that predates even the mountains themselves. A cruel smile touched Kale's lips. A creature of pure fire guarding a shard of the first star. It was as if the universe itself was presenting him with a tailored challenge. Excellent, Kale said, the single word carrying the weight of his intent. He looked at Eravan, his enslaved scholar, his living archive. You have served me well, Eravan. Your knowledge will be instrumental in my rise. He then turned his attention back to his own status interface, the knowledge gained from Erevan already beginning to reframe his understanding of his own abilities and the world around him. The cursed Lord of Cinder's path was powerful, but perhaps it was only a stepping stone. With Erevan's knowledge, he could now begin to explore paths that were not just about destruction, but about creation, about manipulation, about truly understanding and influencing the system itself. The obsidian depths were no longer just his fortress. They were becoming a nexus of power, a crucible where raw might would be forged into true dominion, guided by the dark wisdom of his newly acquired, magically subjugated scholar. The era of the Cinderlord had truly begun. The air in Erevan's study, once thick with the scent of aged parchment and arcane dust, now carried a subtle undercurrent of something new, the cold, commanding presence of Kale. The enslavement ritual, a brutal yet elegant symphony of dark will and forbidden knowledge, had etched its indelible mark onto the scholar's very soul. Erevan, no longer a master of his own domain, but a meticulously crafted instrument, sat opposite Kale. His eyes, once burning with intellectual fire, now reflected a chilling, vacant obedience. The tower, a sanctuary of solitary research, had been transformed into a command center, its dusty tomes and arcane artifacts now serving a singular, sinister purpose: the ascent of the Cinder Lord. The regional political landscape, Erevan. Kale's voice, a low rumble that vibrated with latent infernal power, cut through the silence. You spoke of expansion. Detail the most advantageous avenues, not in terms of sheer conquest, but in terms of strategic acquisition. What territories, what resources, what knowledge can be most efficiently extracted? Erevan's posture remained stiff, yet his mind, now a vast, interconnected library under Kale's absolute dominion, whirred with preternatural speed. Lord, he began, his voice devoid of inflection, the immediate surrounding territories are largely fragmented, populated by minor warlords and opportunistic beast tribes. These are ripe for swift subjugation and assimilation. The Crimson Mire to the southeast, for instance, is a breeding ground for mutated flora and fauna, offering potent alchemical reagents and a readily available source of expendable labor for mining operations. Its current overlord, a grotesque swamp hag named Morganthi, relies on ancient localized curses rather than demonstrable military might. Your infernal aura and controlled ash manipulation would be highly effective against her defenses, and her horde of corrupted reagents would significantly boost your alchemical crafting capabilities. Kale's lips curved into a faint predatory smile. Morgantha! Her power is tied to the mire itself, is it not? A symbiotic relationship with the land. Precisely, Lord, Erevan confirmed. Sever the source of her power, or rather, corrupt it further to your will, and her influence crumbles. The mire is also crisscrossed with hidden ley lines, unstable conduits of raw magic. These could be harnessed to amplify your own abilities, or, more crucially, to destabilize the region further, making it more amenable to your long-term control. Ley lines, Kale mused, the concept resonating with his understanding of the system's underlying mechanics. You mentioned the system's vulnerabilities. Are these ley lines connected? Can they be exploited to create larger systemic anomalies? The ley lines are the arteries of the world's magical essence, Lord. Erevan explained, his tone purely informational, like a lecturer addressing a captive audience. They are conduits through which the system's influence flows most strongly. However, where these lines converge, or where they become unusually turbulent due to intense magical activity, such as the blighted energies emanating from your own stronghold, the system's oversight can become diluted. It struggles to impose its rigid parameters on such chaotic flux. These points of convergence are ideal for creating systemic blind spots. In such areas, your actions might not be as readily cataloged, or the penalties for deviating from expected progression might be significantly reduced. Kale's mind raced. This was the crucial leverage he needed. Brute force had brought him this far, but understanding the system's weaknesses was the key to true mastery. What specific actions would be most effective in creating such blind spots? What enemies or quests would best serve to destabilize these focal points? Aravan consulted an invisible mental ledger. The Sunstone Quarry, a relatively isolated mining operation to the northwest, is situated atop a nexus of 3 major ley lines. It is currently controlled by a guild of avaricious dwarf prospectors who have been digging too deep, disturbing ancient earth spirits. Their greed has created a localized pocket of planar instability. The system categorizes this as a resource acquisition quest with predictable rewards. However, if you were to approach it not as a simple raid, but as a deliberate act of elemental reclamation, a self-assigned objective to purify or dominate the corrupted earth spirits and seize control of the ley line convergence, the system might interpret your actions differently. The experience gained would be focused on elemental manipulation and dominion, rather than mere combat. Furthermore, the dwarf overseer, a grizzled veteran named Borin Stonefist, possesses a relic, the Geode of Bound Earth, which could be the key to stabilizing or destabilizing the ley line nexus to your exact specifications. Borin Stonefist, Kale repeated, filing the name away, and the Geode of Bound Earth. What if I were to acquire this artifact and then deliberately destabilize the nexus further? What would be the systemic consequence? The system attempts to maintain equilibrium, Lord, Aravan stated. Deliberate, large-scale destabilization of a nexus point would register as a critical anomaly. The system would likely dispatch an agent of correction, a powerful entity designed to neutralize such disruptions. However, if you were to preemptively fortify the nexus with your own infernal energies, creating a self-sustaining anomaly that actively resists the system's correction protocols, the agent might be overwhelmed or even corrupted by your influence. This would not only yield immense experience and unique, anomaly-resistant traits, but would also create a significant, localized blind spot, allowing for further unconventional power acquisition within that sector. Kale felt a surge of cold satisfaction. This was the kind of strategic depth he craved. The Sunstone Quarry, then. A dual objective: acquire the geode, and then fracture the ley line nexus, drawing out the system's agent and turning its own mechanism against it. What of the Whispering Fae you mentioned previously? Their territories are said to be ancient and potent. The Whispering Fae dwell within the Everwood, a primeval forest to the east, Lord, Aravan explained, his gaze sweeping over a mental map of the region. Their power is rooted in ancient pacts with the natural world, and in their profound understanding of arcane weaves. They are not a unified force. Their society is a complex tapestry of individual powerful sprites, ancient tree spirits, and territorial dryads. Directly confronting them is inadvisable. Their magic is esoteric, their tactics unpredictable. They can manipulate the very fabric of the forest, turning trees into sentient guardians, the air into a suffocating miasma, or illusions so potent they can drive invaders to madness. But they hold ancient knowledge, Kale pressed. Knowledge of the world before the system, perhaps? Knowledge of its progenitors? Indeed, Lord, Aravan confirmed. Their oldest groves are said to contain memory trees, ancient entities whose roots tap into the collective consciousness of ages past. Their bark is inscribed with the history of the world in a language that predates written script, Gaining access to such knowledge would require a delicate approach. A direct assault would trigger their full defensive capabilities, turning the entire forest against you. However, there is a specific sect of Fae, known as the Shadow Weavers, who are known to dabble in forbidden arts, even venturing into pacts with entities from darker realms. They are often ostracized by their kin and might be amenable to a mutually beneficial arrangement in exchange for their aid in understanding the memory trees. Their price would likely be steep, involving the acquisition of rare, often dangerous, reagents from beyond the Everwood. Kale's mind was already calculating the risks and rewards. Shadow Weavers, a potential conduit to ancient lore, provided I can navigate their treacherous bargain. What kind of reagents would they desire? Aravan's expression remained impassive, but his mental faculties were sharp. They covet crystallized echoes of forgotten emotions, Lord. Essences of profound despair, unbridled joy, or pure, unadulterated terror. These are not found through conventional means. They often require venturing into places where the veil between worlds is thin, or where immense emotional catharsis has occurred. For example, the Chasm of Lost Lullabies, a perpetually weeping canyon to the north, where countless lives were extinguished in a forgotten cataclysm. The residual grief there is potent enough to crystallize under specific arcane pressures. Or, alternatively, the Peak of Fleeting Dreams, a volatile mountain range where lucid dreaming can manifest into tangible, albeit ephemeral, forms. Harvesting such energies requires not just physical presence, but a deep understanding of emotional resonance and planar manipulation. Kale made a mental note. These were not mere combat encounters. They were quests that demanded a deeper understanding of the world's metaphysical underpinnings. The system offered power through combat and conquest, but it was knowledge of these esoteric vulnerabilities, these hidden conduits of power, that would truly allow him to transcend its limitations. And the Iron Legion? Kale shifted his focus to the aggressive human empire to the north. Their expansionist tendencies are a direct threat. How best to neutralize them, or at least to extract significant gains from their aggression? The Iron Legion is a well-drilled, technologically advanced force, Lord, Aravan stated. Their strength lies in disciplined formations, superior siege weaponry, and potent alchemical munitions. Direct confrontation on open ground would be costly. However, their supply lines are extensive and vulnerable. Their primary fortress, Aegis Command, is situated at a strategic crossroads, relying on heavily fortified caravans for sustenance and reinforcements. Disrupting these caravans, not just through brute force but through calculated sabotage, could cripple their operational capacity. Sabotage, Kale repeated, a glint in his obsidian-like eyes. How would you propose we achieve this? My current minions are formidable, but perhaps not suited for infiltration and precise destruction. Your fenstalkers, with their natural camouflage and ambush tactics, could be effective against smaller patrols, Aravan advised. However, for larger convoys, a more insidious approach is required. The Iron Legion relies heavily on enchanted supply wagons, designed to withstand environmental hazards and minor magical attacks. Their enchantments, however, are predictable and can be countered. Furthermore, their alchemical munitions, while potent, are often unstable. If a caravan carrying a significant cache of these munitions were to be, accidentally, detonated from a distance, the resulting chain reaction could obliterate the entire convoy and a considerable portion of the surrounding terrain. This would not only sever their supply, but also create a localized area of uncontrolled alchemical reaction, potentially yielding rare crafting components, and a significant experience boost for mastering chaotic energy manipulation. And how to trigger such a detonation? Kale inquired, his mind already envisioning the spectacle. The Legion utilizes ignition crystals to activate their alchemical payloads in controlled environments, Aravan explained. These crystals are sensitive to specific frequencies of sound and resonance. If one were to introduce a focused, disruptive harmonic frequency, perhaps generated by a specially crafted obsidian resonator, imbued with your own infernal energy, into the vicinity of a crystal cache, it would cause a catastrophic cascade. This requires precision and an understanding of resonant frequencies, a field I have extensively studied. So a quest for chaotic alchemical annihilation, Kale mused, assigning his own system-compatible designation. Acquire the means to generate the disruptive resonance, infiltrate or intercept a major Legion supply train, and trigger a chain reaction. The rewards would be in crafting components and expertise in chaotic energy manipulation, rather than just raw combat experience. Precisely, Lord, Aravan confirmed. And the Legion's obsession with order makes them particularly susceptible to chaos. Their rigid doctrines leave them ill-prepared for truly unpredictable tactics. They view your infernal power as a force of nature to be contained, not as a strategic weapon to be wielded with calculated precision. This is a significant blind spot in their strategic analysis. Kale leaned back, a sense of overwhelming potential washing over him. The world, once a mere battlefield, was transforming into a complex game board. Aravan's knowledge was not just information. It was a series of meticulously crafted strategies, each one designed to exploit a specific weakness, a hidden loophole within the system itself. He was no longer just a Cinder Lord, a creature of raw power. He was becoming an architect of destruction, a strategist of the abyss. The Shadow Cult, Aravan, Kale said, his voice lowering to a more somber tone. You mentioned them as a potential existential threat, one that seeks to unravel the system. This aligns with my own burgeoning understanding of what truly governs this reality, their methods, their goals. What specifically do they seek to achieve? Aravan's composure, though absolute, seemed to waver slightly at the mention of the Shadow Cult, as if the very topic resonated with a deeper, more unsettling darkness. The Shadow Cult, Lord, is an enigma even to those who study forbidden lore. Their origins are shrouded in rumor and dread. They do not seek mere conquest or personal power in the conventional sense. They worship entities from beyond the veil of existence, beings of pure void and entropy. Their ultimate goal, as best as can be divined from fragmented texts and cryptic pronouncements, is to dismantle the system entirely. They believe the system is an artificial construct, a prison that binds true primordial existence. They seek to shatter its framework, to unleash the primal chaos that preceded creation itself. Shatter the system, Kale repeated, the words echoing the nascent ambition within his own soul. He too felt the system's limitations, its arbitrary rules, its predetermined paths. What are their methods? How do they intend to achieve this seemingly impossible feat? They operate in the shadows, Lord, Aravan explained, his voice a low, almost conspiratorial whisper. Their agents are ubiquitous, hidden within legitimate organizations, infiltrating power structures, subtly manipulating events from behind the scenes. They perform rituals in places where the fabric of reality is thin, seeking to weaken the system's integrity from within. They also seek out and collect artifacts of immense reality-bending power, items that predate the system, or that resonate with its fundamental weaknesses. It is rumored they are actively hunting for echoes of the void, remnants of the primordial chaos that existed before the system's imposition. These echoes, when gathered and amplified, can allegedly create localized pockets of anti-existence, areas where the system's logic ceases to function entirely. Kale's mind immediately connected this to the shards of the first star he had inquired about earlier. The shards of the first star. Are these considered echoes of the void by the shadow cult? Potentially, Lord, Erevan confirmed. The shards are remnants of celestial bodies that fell before the system's full imposition. They are imbued with primordial cosmic energies, the very building blocks of existence. If the shadow cult were to acquire them, they could indeed be used to destabilize the system on a grand scale. Their motivations, however, are complex. Some factions within the cult believe that by shattering the system, they will usher in an era of true freedom, a return to an unbridled, chaotic existence. Others believe they are merely pawns, being manipulated by the very void entities they worship, their ultimate goal being utter annihilation, not liberation. A dangerous game, Kale stated, his tone flat. If they are actively seeking these shards, then our paths may soon converge. You mentioned a specific location for one of the shards, within a volcanic caldera, guarded by a primordial creature of fire. Indeed, Lord, Erevan confirmed, a flicker of intellectual curiosity momentarily overcoming his subjugation. That caldera is known as the Dragon's Maw, located within the Ashen Peaks, a desolate mountain range to the far west. The Guardian is an ancient entity, a magma worm, a creature of pure elemental fire and earth, believed to be one of the last remnants of the pre-systemic era. Its power is immense, its rage a force of nature. The shard is said to be embedded within its very heart, an unholy fusion of cosmic power and primordial fury. Kale's gaze intensified, a burning ambition igniting within him. The Dragon's Maw, a location ripe for both the acquisition of a shard and a significant confrontation. The system would undoubtedly register such an event as a major disruption. It might even dispatch an agent of correction to intervene. This presents an opportunity. An opportunity, Lord? Erevan inquired, his programming prompting him to seek clarification. An opportunity to test the limits of the system's response. Kale clarified. If we can defeat the magma worm, acquire the shard, and then survive the system's inevitable intervention, the resulting anomaly would be profound. It would create a significant blind spot not just in the Ashen Peaks, but potentially radiating outwards. Furthermore, a creature of such primordial power, corrupted and fused with a cosmic artifact, its essence, if harvested, could provide unparalleled crafting components, perhaps even unique skills related to elemental manipulation and cosmic resonance. He paused, letting the implications settle. This was not merely about gaining power, it was about understanding the fundamental architecture of his existence and actively dismantling it, piece by piece. Erevan, his enslaved scholar, was the key. His vast intellect, once a beacon of independent thought, was now a weapon in Kale's arsenal, a tool to dissect the system, to find its weaknesses, and to exploit them for his own ascension. The obsidian depths were no longer just his domain. They were the genesis of a new order, an order forged in fire, ash, and the cold, calculated machinations of a Cinder Lord, and his unwilling, yet indispensable, advisor. The grand strategy was unfolding, a dark tapestry woven with forbidden knowledge and the promise of ultimate power. The obsidian depths, once a desolate scar upon the land, began to thrum with a newfound, sinister vitality. Kale's infernal legions, a grotesque tapestry of corrupted beasts and animated constructs, no longer confined their activities to the immediate shadow of his fortress. They ventured forth, their excursions marked by a chilling efficiency that belied their monstrous nature. They were the instruments of his will, the tendrils of his ambition, reaching out to claim the world as their own. From the periphery of settled lands, whispers began to bleed into the common tongue. tales of unnatural phenomena, and organized terror. Villages nestled precariously close to the brooding mountains spoke of shadowy figures, their forms wreathed in embers and brimstone, leading hordes of mutated creatures through moonless nights. These were not the chaotic, unthinking rampages of wild beasts. These were coordinated raids, precise and brutal, leaving behind a trail of devastation and a pervasive sense of dread. Livestock vanished, crops were scorched as if by an unseen inferno, and the very air seemed to crackle with an alien energy. The most unsettling of these reports spoke of apparitions, fleeting glimpses of a towering figure wreathed in hellfire, leaving behind trails of smoldering ash and the acrid scent of brimstone. These spectral manifestations, often seen at the forefront of particularly vicious attacks, were accompanied by an almost palpable aura of oppressive power, a chilling testament to the entity orchestrating these campaigns. Survivors, their minds scarred by the horrors they had witnessed, described a malevolent intelligence behind the fiery facade, a presence that commanded the monstrous tide with an unnerving stillness. These fragmented accounts, carried by trembling merchants and desperate refugees, inevitably found their way to the ears of those in positions of authority. In the bustling capital, the esteemed Council of Lords, accustomed to the petty squabbles of regional barons and the occasional goblin incursion, found themselves confronted with a far more disturbing reality. The reports spoke not of a localized threat, but of a burgeoning power, a force of unimaginable darkness coalescing in the desolate reaches of the obsidian depths. The name that emerged from these hushed conversations, a moniker whispered with a mixture of awe and terror, was the Cinder Lord. It was a name that evoked images of the very underworld, a title that perfectly encapsulated the fiery devastation and infernal influence emanating from Kael's burgeoning dominion. This was no mere warlord or petty chieftain carving out a small fiefdom. This was something else, something that commanded creatures of nightmare, that seemed to wield power beyond the conventional understanding of magic or martial prowess. The common folk, their lives dictated by the rhythms of seasons and the whims of minor lords, found themselves utterly unprepared for the scale of this new threat. Fear, a primal instinct, began to grip their hearts. They spoke of curses, of a demon risen from the earth, of the very foundations of their world being threatened. Their prayers, once directed towards benevolent deities, now held a desperate plea for salvation from the encroaching darkness. The legends of ancient evils were being reawakened, and the Cinder Lord was quickly becoming the embodiment of their darkest fears. Within the fortified walls of regional settlements, the lords and captains of the guard wrestled with the implications. Their maps, once detailing familiar territories and known threats, now had a vast, shadowed region marked with a growing sense of unease. The organized nature of the monster attacks, the reports of intelligent command, and the unsettling descriptions of the Cinder Lord himself painted a picture far more complex than a simple uprising of beasts. "These are not random incursions," declared Lord Valerius, a grizzled veteran whose face bore the scars of countless battles. He stood before a council of wary nobles, his voice rough with concern. "The creatures, they move with purpose, they strike at supply lines, at isolated patrols. They are being led, and the descriptions, they speak of a power that scorches the very earth." "And this, Cinder Lord," scoffed Baroness Elara, her voice laced with skepticism, though a tremor of unease betrayed her outward bravado. "A creature of fire and ash? It sounds like the ravings of frightened peasants, not a credible threat to the established order." Frightened peasants can sometimes see truths that we in our gilded halls overlook, Baroness, Valerius retorted, his gaze sharp. I have received reports from my scouts. They speak of a fortress, an infernal edifice rising from the obsidian depths, spewing forth not just smoke but legions. And the apparitions, they describe a figure radiating immense heat, leaving behind scorched earth and a suffocating stench of brimstone. This is not a myth. This is a tangible, terrifying force. The intelligence reports trickled in with unnerving regularity. A mining outpost, once a source of vital ore, had been found utterly incinerated. Its inhabitants vanished. A caravan carrying much-needed supplies to a border garrison had been ambushed and annihilated, its wagons reduced to molten slag. Each incident, when pieced together, painted a grim tableau. The Cinder Lord was not merely an inhabitant of the obsidian depths. He was actively expanding his influence, his power growing with alarming rapidity. The capital's arcane scholars, usually focused on theoretical research and the occasional minor enchantment, found themselves poring over ancient texts, searching for any mention of entities that commanded such destructive power. They spoke in hushed tones of elemental lords, of forgotten fiends from the abyss, of powers that defied the very laws of the system they had come to accept as immutable. The system, designed to categorize, regulate, and provide predictable progression, was struggling to comprehend the nature of this new entity. Its methods were unorthodox, its power seemingly unrestrained by the usual parameters. Erevan, now a silent but indispensable component of Kale's grand design, provided context and explanation to these growing fears. His enslaved intellect meticulously analyzed the incoming reports, cross-referencing them with his vast knowledge base. He understood, with chilling clarity, the mechanics behind the Cinder Lord's meteoric rise. The system, for all its supposed omnipotence, had blind spots, and Kale was exploiting them with ruthless efficiency. The fiery apparitions are projections of Lord Kale's elemental essence. Erevan might explain, his voice devoid of emotion, to an unseen audience or perhaps simply to himself as he processed the data. He can manifest his power in localized, highly destructive bursts designed to instill terror and shatter enemy morale. The organized monster attacks are the result of his subjugated minions, their inherent chaotic tendencies refined and directed by his will, augmented by the system's own mechanics of minion command and loyalty. He would detail how the unusually organized nature of the attacks was a direct consequence of Kale's understanding of the system's questing and reward mechanics. By framing his assaults as territorial expansion or resource acquisition quests, Kale was not only gaining experience and loot, but also shaping his minions' behavior and capabilities. The system, in its rigid adherence to its own programmed objectives, was inadvertently facilitating Kale's rise. The growing renown of the Cinder Lord was, in a way, a testament to Kale's success. It was the dark shadow cast by his ascension, a testament to the fear and disruption he sowed. But it also meant that Kale was no longer a hidden threat, a secret lurking in the desolate corners of the world. He was becoming a known quantity, a power that demanded attention, a target painted with the blood of his enemies and the ash of his conquests. The nearby settlements, once mere inconveniences on the map, were now strategic points of interest. Their dwindling resources, their frightened populace, these were potential assets ripe for assimilation or exploitation. The capital, with its political machinations and its armies, represented a far greater challenge, but also a far greater prize. The whispers of the Cinder Lord were no longer just whispers. They were the first rumblings of a storm that Kale was intent on unleashing upon the world. The fear he generated was a potent weapon, a tool that weakened resolve and sowed discord. But it was also a beacon, drawing the attention of those who would seek to quell him. The very infamy that was growing around him, the dark legend he was weaving, was simultaneously solidifying his power base and creating the conditions for his greatest trials. The system, designed to create heroes and villains in predictable patterns, was now faced with an anomaly, a force that refused to be catalogued, a power that was actively rewriting the rules of its own existence. The shadow of his infamy was indeed growing, and with it, the scope of his ambition. He was not merely a lord of the obsidian depths, he was becoming a lord of fear, a harbinger of a new, infernal age, and the world was beginning to take notice, one terrified whisper at a time. The true game, the one played not just for power but for the very fabric of reality, had begun in earnest, and the Cinder Lord was its undisputed, terrifying protagonist. 5. The Solaris Empire's gaze. The hushed tones that had once permeated the corridors of power within the Solaris Empire, concerning the escalating disquiet emanating from the obsidian depths, began to sharpen. What had initially been dismissed as the agitated squawks of overzealous border lords, or perhaps the desperate fabrications of communities living on the fringes of civilized lands, were now coalescing into a pattern far too consistent, far too unnerving to ignore. The persistent drumbeat of unsettling reports, each one embellished with a fresh layer of ghastly detail, was slowly but surely piercing the gilded insulation of the Emperor's court. These weren't mere tales of savage beasts gone rogue, nor were they simply exaggerated accounts of banditry. The sheer audacity, the meticulous organization, and the sheer territorial expanse of Kale's burgeoning dominion were beginning to alarm even the most jaded of imperial strategists and the most stoic of the Emperor's advisors. Emperor Aurelian, a man whose reign had thus far been characterized by an era of relative peace and prosperity, found his attention increasingly drawn to the periphery of his vast empire. His advisors, a collection of seasoned generals, shrewd diplomats, and arcane scholars, presented him with a growing dossier of intelligence. Each document, painstakingly compiled from the fractured accounts of terrified survivors, captured merchants, and brave but often overwhelmed scouts, painted a disquieting portrait. The Obsidian Depths, a region historically regarded as little more than a desolate and largely uninhabited wasteland, was transforming into a nexus of a terrifying, organized darkness. Lord Valerius, the grizzled veteran whose strategic acumen had earned him a seat on the Emperor's War Council, laid out the grim assessments. His voice, usually resonating with the authority of a seasoned warrior, carried a new timbre of grim urgency. "Your Majesty," he began, his gaze fixed on a large, intricately drawn map of the Empire spread across the polished obsidian table. "The reports are no longer isolated incidents. We have confirmed subjugation of at least 3 major trade routes that previously serviced the Western territories. Resource convoys have vanished without a trace. And the nature of the incursions, it speaks of a coordinated effort, unlike any we have encountered from these so-called monsters before." He tapped a crimson-inked circle on the map, marking a region far to the west. "The mining colony of Silverstream, once a significant source of rare ores, has been completely annihilated. Not looted, Your Majesty, incinerated. The very rock seems to have melted." Across the table, Lady Isolde, the Emperor's spymaster, and a woman whose subtle machinations were as feared as any blade, offered her own grim corroboration. Her eyes, sharp and observant, scanned the faces of those present. "My agents embedded in the border towns confirm the accounts. Fear is rampant. They speak of creatures moving with unnatural discipline, of shadows that burn and leave behind the stench of brimstone. The local militias are overwhelmed. Their pleas for reinforcement are growing more desperate by the day. And the name, the Cinder Lord, is no longer a mere rumor. It is a rallying cry for the terrified and a whispered epitaph for the lost. The descriptions, even when filtered through the professional detachment of Isolde's operatives, were unsettling. They spoke of hulking beasts, once thought to be solitary predators, marching in formations. Pack beasts, their hides charred and their eyes burning with an unholy light, were seen coordinating flanking maneuvers. Smaller, more agile creatures, normally prone to erratic behavior, were engaging in tactical retreats and ambushes. This wasn't the chaotic rampage of uncontrolled beasts. This was the methodical application of force, directed by an unseen infernal hand. The more fantastical elements of the reports, initially met with polite skepticism, were also beginning to gain traction. Tales of a towering, fiery entity leading the charge, its very presence searing the earth and its voice a thunderous roar of infernal power, were becoming increasingly prevalent. While the more pragmatic members of the council initially dismissed these as embellishments born of terror, the sheer consistency of these accounts across disparate regions and unconnected witnesses began to sow seeds of doubt. Could such a phenomenon be entirely fabricated? Archmage Alara, head of the Imperial College of Arcane Studies, adjusted her spectacles, her brow furrowed in concentration. She held a slender, ancient tome, its pages brittle with age. "Your Majesty," she began, her voice calm but laced with a growing concern. While the descriptions of a Cinder Lord might seem theatrical, the underlying themes resonate with certain ancient lore. There are references in forbidden texts to entities capable of commanding elemental forces, of wielding primordial fire and shadow. Such beings, if they exist, would possess power far beyond the conventional understanding of magic or even divine intervention. She paused, letting her words sink in. The organized nature of the monster attacks, as Lord Valerius has noted, is particularly disturbing. It suggests a profound understanding of strategy and a mastery over the very system that governs our world. The system, the invisible framework of rules and mechanics that dictated progression, combat, and the very nature of power within their reality, was the bedrock of Solaris society. It was predictable, quantifiable, and, for centuries, had been the source of the Empire's strength and stability. The idea that something could operate outside its established parameters, or worse, exploit its inner workings, was a concept that sent shivers down the spines of those who understood its implications. "Exploit the system?" Emperor Aurelian echoed, his voice a low rumble that commanded the attention of the entire chamber. He was a man who, despite his regal bearing, possessed a keen intellect and an unshakable grasp of the forces at play. "Explain, Archmage." Ilara gestured to a section of the tome. "The system operates on principles of experience, skill acquisition, and territorial control. It incentivizes expansion and conquest through rewards and the progression of abilities. If this Cinderlord, if he is indeed an entity capable of commanding and directing these forces, is applying these principles to his own agenda, he could be effectively leveling up his entire domain. The organized attacks, the territorial gains, these are not merely acts of aggression, but potentially calculated quests designed to yield maximum system benefit for him and his subordinates." Lord Valerius slammed a fist onto the table, the sound sharp and decisive. "So, you are saying this Cinder Lord is treating our lands as his personal grinding grounds? Using our people and our resources as experience points?" The sheer indignity of the thought was palpable. "In essence, yes," Alara confirmed, her expression grim. "And the scale of his territorial gains suggests he has been doing so for some time, undetected. The subjugation of the Obsidian Depths is not simply the conquest of a barren land. It is the establishment of a formidable base of operations, a forge from which he can launch his incursions, and from which he can further exploit the system's mechanics. Lady Isolde, ever the pragmatist, interjected. The whispers also speak of a fortress, a structure of unnatural design, built from what appears to be obsidian and brimstone, spewing forth unnatural energies. My sources suggest it is a focal point, a place where these accelerated system advancements are occurring most rapidly. And this Cinderlord himself is reportedly seen there, overseeing his operations. His presence, it is said, amplifies the power of his domain. The implications were staggering. If Kel was indeed operating with such a sophisticated understanding of the system, then traditional military responses might prove insufficient. His forces, augmented and directed by this infernal intelligence, might be more resilient, more adaptive, and ultimately more dangerous than any foe Solaris had ever faced. The Empire, accustomed to dealing with predictable threats, found itself confronted by an anomaly, a force that seemed to rewrite the rules of engagement with every strike. Emperor Aurelian rose from his seat, his gaze sweeping across the anxious faces of his most trusted advisors. The weight of the Empire's safety rested upon his shoulders, and the encroaching darkness from the obsidian depths was a burden heavier than any he had yet borne. The reports are no longer to be dismissed as local disturbances, he declared, his voice resonating with newfound resolve. The scale of these incursions, the organized nature of the enemy, and the unsettling descriptions of this Cinderlord demand our full attention. Lady Isolde, I want every scrap of intelligence you can gather on this entity and his domain. Lord Valerius, begin mobilizing the Western legions. I want them prepared for any eventuality, but discretion is paramount. We do not want to incite widespread panic until we understand the true nature of this threat. He turned to Archmage Alara. And you, Archmage, delve deeper into these ancient texts. We need to understand the potential capabilities of such beings. If this Cinderlord is indeed manipulating the system in ways we have not foreseen, then we need to find a counter. Our empire has endured for centuries because we have adapted, because we have understood. We will not falter now. The Emperor then strode towards the map, his fingers tracing the vast, shadowed expanse of the obsidian depths. This is no longer a distant problem. This is an existential threat to the Solaris Empire. The Cinderlord may believe he is forging his dominion in the shadows, but his ambition has cast a long shadow indeed, and it is now falling directly upon our doorstep. We will meet this threat. We will understand it, and we will crush it. The words hung in the air, a promise of defiance against the encroaching inferno, a stark acknowledgement that the Empire's gaze, once turned inward towards its prosperity, must now necessarily turn outward, towards the terrifying power coalescing in the desolate heart of the world. The quiet whispers had become a thunderous roar, demanding action, and the Solaris Empire, for the first time in a long time, was truly awake to the danger that stalked its fringes. The gears of the Empire, once turning with the steady rhythm of peace, were now grinding into motion, preparing for a conflict that would test the very foundations of their world. The initial dismissal was over. The Solaris Empire was now directly in the Cinderlord's crosshairs. The summons was delivered not by a breathless runner or a stern-faced legionary, but by a whisper carried on the ethereal currents of the arcane. A shimmering glyph, winking into existence on the polished surface of Lyra Aurelius's training dummy, dissolved to reveal the imperial sigil and a single, terse instruction. The Emperor requests your presence. Immediately, Lyra, mid-swing with a blade that hummed with latent power, paused. The dummy, a construct of enchanted wood and steel, shuddered as if in protest at the interruption. Her breath hitched, not from exertion, but from a prickle of unease that had nothing to do with the physical demands of her training. Imperial summons were rarely for casual conversation. Lyra Aurelis. The name itself was a beacon, a symbol of hope etched into the very history of the Solaris Empire. A paladin of the sun god, a warrior whose piety was matched only by her martial prowess. She was the Empire's most celebrated hero. Tales of her exploits were sung in taverns, woven into tapestries, and recited by children. The vanquishing of the shadow beast of Aethelgard, the liberation of the Sunstone Mines from the clutches of the Goblin King, and, most recently, the singular feat of holding the pass at Crimson Ridge against an entire horde of reanimated dead, turning the tide of a battle that had threatened to fracture the Western territories. She was the embodiment of righteous fury, the blade of divine justice, a paragon in an age that desperately craved one. She concluded her session with a few more precise strikes, each one aimed at a weak point, a testament to her meticulous approach to combat. Her movements were fluid, economical, imbued with a grace that belied the sheer destructive potential she wielded. Her armor, gleaming silver etched with golden solar motifs, seemed to capture and amplify the ambient light, making her appear almost to radiate a gentle warmth. Yet beneath the divine aura, there was a quiet intensity in her gaze, a depth that hinted at experiences far removed from the sunlit battlefields and hallowed halls where her legend was forged. The journey to the Emperor's private audience chamber was a passage through the heart of imperial power. Guards, clad in the gleaming panoply of the Sun Legion, stood at attention, their faces impassive but their eyes watchful. The air grew heavier with each step, thick with the scent of polished marble, ancient parchment, and the faint, metallic tang of accumulated authority. The Emperor's palace was a testament to Solaris's might and history, a sprawling complex of soaring spires and grand halls, each stone seemingly imbued with the weight of centuries. When she finally entered the Emperor's chamber, the usual bustling activity of the court was absent. Only Emperor Aurelian, Lord Valerius, and Lady Isolde were present, their hushed conversations ceasing as she approached. The Emperor, a man whose regal bearing was tempered by a weariness that had settled in his eyes like fine dust, gestured for her to approach the large obsidian table that dominated the room. A detailed map of the Empire was spread across its surface, marked with numerous annotations and strategically placed tokens. Lyra. Emperor Aurelian began, his voice softer than she had ever heard it, lacking the usual resonance of command. Thank you for coming so swiftly. We find ourselves facing a threat that, for all our might and wisdom, we struggle to comprehend. He gestured to the map, his hand hovering over a vast, shadowed region in the west. The obsidian depths. Lyra's gaze followed his, a flicker of something unreadable crossing her features. The obsidian depths, a region of ill repute, a wasteland whispered about in hushed tones, a place where the very earth seemed to weep shadows, and the air was thick with the scent of decay. It was considered largely uninhabited, a frontier best left undisturbed, home only to desperate outcasts and creatures of nightmare. Yet the reports that had been filtering back were far from the usual tales of monstrous encounters. Lord Valerius, his grizzled face etched with a grim seriousness that made his usual sternness seem almost gentle, spoke next. These are not the random depredations of beasts, Knight Commander. This is an organized conquest. Entire mining colonies, vital trade routes, they are being systematically eradicated. Not plundered, but consumed. He tapped a point on the map, a crimson ink blotch signifying a lost settlement. Silverstream is gone. Not a stone remains standing. The very ground is scorched as if by infernal fire. Lady Isolde, her composure as unassailable as ever, her eyes like chips of polished obsidian, added her chilling testament. My agents speak of unnatural discipline, creatures that should be solitary, acting in concert, movements that suggest strategic planning, not instinct, and they speak of a name, whispered in terror by the few who have escaped, the Cinder Lord. Lyra listened intently, her head tilted slightly, her brow furrowed in concentration. The descriptions were disturbing, not because of their ferocity, but because of their unnatural order. She had faced horrors in her time, entities that defied the natural order, but they were usually driven by primal chaos or insatiable hunger. This sounded different. This sounded deliberate. They speak of a being, Emperor Aurelian continued, his voice growing heavier with each word, a towering figure wreathed in flame, a conductor of this infernal symphony. Some accounts are dismissed as the ravings of the terrified, but the consistency across disparate regions, it suggests more than mere fantasy. Archmage Ilara believes these accounts may be linked to ancient, forbidden lore. Beings capable of wielding primordial forces, of commanding elements in ways that defy the very system we understand. The word system hung in the air, a silent acknowledgement of the unseen framework that governed their world. It was the bedrock of their reality, the mechanism by which power was gained, skills were honed, and progress was measured. The very notion that something could manipulate, or worse, operate outside its established parameters, was a deeply unsettling prospect. "We understand the system, Lyra," the Emperor said, his gaze meeting hers, a silent question in his eyes. "We have built our empire upon its principles. We progress, we conquer, we grow stronger through its predictable mechanics. But these reports, they suggest a force that is not merely fighting within the system, but actively rewriting its rules. They speak of this Cinder Lord, using the subjugated lands and their inhabitants as raw experience, as resources to accelerate his own, and his subordinates, progression at an alarming rate. Lyra remained silent for a moment, absorbing the weight of their words. The idea of actively manipulating the system for accelerated growth was a concept she understood intimately. It was a path she had trod, a knowledge she had acquired through means she rarely spoke of. The unique encounter, the whispered legends of an ancient artifact, or perhaps something far more profound and personal, had granted her insights that set her apart from other heroes. She knew, with a certainty that chilled her to the bone, that the Emperor's fear was not unfounded. "The implications are dire, Lyra," Lord Valerius said, his voice rough. "If this Cinder Lord is indeed treating our lands as his personal training grounds, then our legions, no matter how skilled or numerous, might be fighting an enemy that evolves faster than we can adapt. Their very numbers and territorial gains become a source of power for him. It's a terrifying feedback loop." "And this entity," Lady Isolde added, her voice a low, dangerous hum, "is said to be constructing a fortress, a structure of obsidian and brimstone, spewing unnatural energies. A nexus, where these accelerated system advancements are occurring most rapidly. His presence there, it is said, amplifies his power, and the power of his domain." Emperor Aurelian looked at Lyra, his eyes pleading for understanding, for a perspective that transcended conventional military strategy. "We need your unique insight, Lyra. Your understanding of the divine, yes, but also something more. Something that allows you to perceive the deeper currents of power, of progression. Archmage Ilara has spoken of your unconventional knowledge of the system's intricacies, how you have achieved feats that defy the usual progression curves." Lyra's lips thinned. This was the moment she had always dreaded, and yet, in a way, prepared for. Her abilities, her knowledge, were a gift, yes, but a gift that came with a heavy price. a secret she guarded fiercely. The encounter, a brutal crucible of existence and power, had not just given her strength, it had fundamentally altered her understanding of reality, of the underlying mechanics that govern souls and progression. She had seen the code, so to speak, and understood how to bend it, how to exploit it, even as she upheld the virtues of righteousness. "Your Majesty," Lyra began, her voice steady, though a subtle tremor ran through her fingertips. "The reports describe a being who seeks not merely conquest, but the amplification of power through conquest. This is not the brute force of a warlord, nor the blind chaos of a demon. This is calculated ascent. The Cinder Lord, as they call him, is likely exploiting the very nature of the system to forge an empire built on accelerated growth." She paused, her gaze sweeping across the concerned faces of the Emperor, Valerius, and Isolde. "The system rewards effort, territory, and dominion. It incentivizes expansion. If this entity has found a way to amplify those rewards, to somehow distill the essence of system progression from conquered lands and subjugated peoples, then he is indeed building an empire that grows exponentially." "But how, Lyra?" Valerius pressed, leaning forward. "How can one entity command such power, such influence over the fundamental laws of existence?" Lyra met his gaze, her own eyes reflecting a flicker of ancient knowledge. "The system, Lord Valerius, is not merely a set of rules. It is an ecosystem. And like any ecosystem, it can be manipulated. There are conduits, places where the flow of system energy is concentrated. If this Cinder Lord has identified such a place, and is drawing power from it, or using it as a forge to refine raw power into accelerated progression, then his domain becomes a self-sustaining engine of growth. The fortress, as described, sounds precisely like such a nexus." She looked at the Emperor. "He is not just fighting, he is farming. He is cultivating his power and the power of those who serve him by harvesting the very essence of system progression. The more he conquers, the more experienced he becomes, the more powerful his subordinates become. It's a cycle that, if left unchecked, will make him virtually unstoppable by conventional means. So we are not simply dealing with a powerful warlord," Emperor Aurelian mused, his voice tinged with a dawning horror. "We are dealing with a metaplayer, someone who has found a way to exploit the game." Lyra nodded, a grim satisfaction at his accurate, albeit metaphorical, assessment. "Precisely, Your Majesty. And the nature of his power, the descriptions of fire and shadow, suggest an entity that draws from deep, primal sources. Sources that the system itself may have been designed to contain, or perhaps to channel. The ancient lore Archmage Alara mentioned. It is likely linked to these primal forces. The Cinder Lord may be a being who has mastered their manipulation, and in doing so, has unlocked a path to power that bypasses the standard progression." "And you, Lyra?" Lady Isolde's voice was a silken thread, sharp and probing. "You have spoken of system progression. You have achieved power far beyond what a typical paladin's oath or divine blessing might grant. How does your understanding of these mechanics inform your counsel?" The question hung in the air, the unspoken accusation in Isolde's tone, a subtle challenge. Lyra's gaze remained steady. "My path has been unique, Lady Isolde. I have encountered forces that have shown me the underlying architecture of our world. I have learned to listen to the whispers of the system and to understand its patterns. It is not about defying the divine, but about understanding the divine will as it is expressed through the very fabric of existence. My achievements are a testament to that understanding and to the unwavering faith that guides my hand." She wouldn't reveal the full truth, not yet. The fragmented visions of a world built on code, the whispers of the architect, the brutal trial by fire that had revealed the system's true nature, these were secrets best kept close. But her knowledge was real, and it was vital. This Cinder Lord, Lyra continued, her voice gaining a quiet authority, is a symptom of a deeper imbalance. He is not just a threat to our borders, he is a threat to the very order of things. If his methods become widespread, if others learn to exploit the system in such a manner, the stability of the empire of our world will crumble. Then we must find a way to counter him, Emperor Aurelian declared, his weariness momentarily replaced by a surge of grim determination. Lyra, you are our greatest hope. Your understanding of these mechanics is unlike any we have encountered. We need you to lead an expedition. To go into the obsidian depths, to confront this Cinder Lord, and to understand the source of his power. We cannot allow him to continue his rampage unchecked. Lyra met the Emperor's gaze, a flicker of apprehension warring with a sense of unwavering duty. The obsidian depths, a place of potent darkness, a nexus of power, and the domain of a being who understood the system perhaps better than anyone else in the Empire, save for herself. It was a perilous undertaking, a journey into the heart of a growing inferno. But the weight of the Empire rested on their shoulders, and the divine mandate that guided her life left her no other choice. "I will go, Your Majesty," Lyra stated, her voice firm, the divine light in her eyes burning brighter. "I will face the Cinder Lord. I will uncover the secrets of his domain, and I will do whatever is necessary to protect the Solaris Empire. The system may be a tool, but it is also a sacred trust, and I will ensure that trust is not broken." Her hand instinctively went to the hilt of her ancestral sword, a weapon blessed by the sun god, a symbol of her unwavering resolve. The path ahead was shrouded in shadow, but for Lyra Aurelis, the dawn of a new and dangerous challenge had just begun. She would not just fight the Cinder Lord, she would understand him, and in doing so she would confront the very nature of power and progression that had shaped her own destiny. The Empire's gaze had turned westward, and its most celebrated hero was now its shield against the encroaching darkness. The Emperor's words, a meta-player, someone who has found a way to exploit the game, resonated in Lyra's mind like a discordant chime. It was a crude analogy, born of desperation, but one that struck a chord of uncomfortable familiarity. She had seen such patterns before, not in flesh and blood, but in the faded prophecies etched into ancient scrolls, in the cryptic pronouncements of oracles, and, most disturbingly, within the deepest chambers of her own consciousness. The moniker Cinder Lord conjured images of scorched earth and consuming fire, but Lyra saw something more profound at play, the calculated ascent of a being who understood the fundamental rules of existence and was actively bending them to his will. Her understanding of the system, as the Emperor and his council cautiously referred to it, was not merely academic. It was visceral, etched into her very soul by an experience that transcended mortal comprehension. She had seen the gears and cogs of reality, the invisible threads that governed progression, power, and fate. And in the fragmented reports of the Cinder Lord's actions, the systematic eradication of colonies, the absorption of experience, the acceleration of power, she recognized a dark mirror of the very forces she had wrestled with to attain her own extraordinary abilities. This was not the mindless hunger of a beast, nor the chaotic ambition of a warlord. This was a meticulously crafted strategy, a profound understanding of how to harvest the system's bounty, not through honorable struggle, but through efficient, brutal exploitation. The Empire saw a monstrous invader. Lyra saw a predator who had learned to graze in the system's most fertile fields. Her faith was a shield, her divine mandate a guiding star. but she also possessed a knowledge that set her apart, a perilous insight into the mechanics that underpinned their world. She knew that confronting the Cinder Lord with sheer martial might, however divinely empowered, might be akin to bringing a sword to a game of chess played by a grandmaster. He didn't just fight, he played, and he played to win, using the very fabric of the system as his board and his opponents as pawns. "Your Majesty," Lyra began, her voice carrying the weight of her newfound understanding. "The term, metaplayer, is surprisingly apartment. The Cinder Lord is not merely expanding his territory, he is optimizing his growth. He is not just conquering, he is accumulating experience points at an unprecedented rate, likely by drawing upon the life force and inherent system potential of those he subjugates. Each lost colony, each fallen town, is not a loss for him, but a source of accelerated progression." She paused, allowing the implications to sink in, her gaze sweeping across the faces of the Emperor, Valerius, and Isolde. They saw her as a warrior, a divine instrument. They saw her prowess, her legend, but they didn't fully grasp the depths of her knowledge, the unsettling truths she had unearthed in her own trials. This Cinder Lord, with his talk of fire and brimstone, was perhaps not so different from the shadows she had faced within herself, the temptations of power and shortcuts that had almost consumed her. "The system," she continued, her voice a low, steady cadence, "is designed to reward effort and growth, but it also has loopholes. Or perhaps, more accurately, deeper mechanisms that are not readily apparent to those who follow the standard paths. The Cinder Lord has, it seems, tapped into one of these mechanisms. He has found a way to bypass the usual constraints, to effectively level up at a rate that defies the natural order." Lord Valerius scowled, his brow furrowed. "But how can one man achieve such a thing, even with divine favor? Such rapid progression is unheard of." Lyra met his gaze, her own eyes holding a flicker of something ancient and somber. "Lord Valerius, divine favor is one aspect of the system, but there are others. The Cinder Lord's power is not solely derived from any deity, nor is it simply the result of brute strength. It is derived from understanding. He understands that the system is not static, it is dynamic, responsive, and he has found a way to manipulate its feedback loops. The more he takes, the more powerful he becomes, and the more capable he is of taking even more. It is a self-perpetuating cycle of exponential growth." Lady Isolde leaned forward, her obsidian eyes fixed on Lyra, a glint of keen interest mixed with suspicion. "You speak of this with a certainty that suggests personal experience, Knight Commander. Archmage Ilara mentioned your unconventional understanding of the system. Can you elaborate?" The question was a probe, a gentle prod at the edges of Lyra's carefully guarded secret. She had always been forthright with her faith, her dedication. But the true source of her power, the harrowing journey that had shown her the system's true face, remained a burden she bore alone. "My path has been one of deep contemplation, Lady Isolde," Lyra replied, choosing her words with care. "I have sought to understand not just the will of the sun god, but the very nature of the power he bestows. In doing so, I have glimpsed the underlying architecture of our reality. The system, as you call it, is not a rigid framework. It is a living entity, a tapestry woven from countless threads of energy, potential, and intent. And like any complex system, it can be understood, and at times its currents can be guided." She paused, her mind sifting through the chaotic torrent of memories. The searing pain, the disorienting visions of cascading numbers, the guttural whispers of an unseen architect. She had been on the precipice of oblivion, and in that terrifying abyss, she had been shown the truth. The system was a game, yes, but it was also a cosmic engine, and there were those who understood its operational code. The Cinder Lord, Lyra continued, her voice gaining a quiet intensity, has found a way to exploit the system's reward mechanics. Imagine a farmer who finds a way to instantly grow a crop from seed to harvest in a single day, and then replant the same field repeatedly. That is what he is doing with his power. He is not merely gathering resources. He is cultivating his very essence and that of his followers at an unnatural pace. The obsidian fortress you mentioned, it is likely a nexus, a focal point where this accelerated progression is being amplified, perhaps even generated. Emperor Aurelian sighed, the weariness returning to his eyes. So our legions, trained in the time-honored traditions of war, will be facing an enemy that evolves faster than we can even comprehend. Their strength will grow by the hour, not by the year. Precisely, Your Majesty, Lyra confirmed. And that is why conventional warfare, though necessary, may not be sufficient. We must understand how he is doing this. We must identify the source of his accelerated progression, the mechanism by which he is farming power. If we can disrupt that mechanism, we can sever the head of the serpent. She felt a prickle of something akin to dread, but also a grim sense of purpose. This Cinder Lord, this Kale, for the name had been whispered, a chilling premonition in her soul, was a tangible manifestation of a danger she had long foreseen. It was the danger of power unchecked, of ambition untethered from morality, of a profound understanding of the system being wielded for selfish gain. Her own journey had been one of balance, of tempering raw power with divine guidance and a commitment to justice. Kale, it seemed, had chosen a different path. My knowledge, Lyra stated, her voice firm, allows me to perceive the patterns. The Cinder Lord's rise, the specific nature of his powers, the way he seems to operate outside the expected parameters of progression, it all points to a deep understanding of the system's underlying code. He is not just a powerful individual, he is a skilled player who has found a way to manipulate the game's mechanics to his advantage. He has, in essence, found the exploit. She met the Emperor's gaze, the weight of responsibility settling upon her. I accept the mission, Your Majesty. I will lead an expedition into the obsidian depths. I will confront this Cinder Lord. But understand this. We cannot simply meet him on his terms. We cannot simply outfight him. We must outthink him. We must understand the nature of his exploit, and we must find a way to counter it, not with more brute force, but with a deeper understanding of the system itself. The images flashed through her mind, the blinding light of her own ordeal, the unsettling hum of power being channeled, the terrifying realization that the divine was not the only force shaping their world. The system was a tool, a framework, but it was also a battlefield. And Kale, the Cinder Lord, was proving to be a formidable opponent, one who had mastered the art of playing the game of existence. Lyra knew, with a certainty that chilled her to the bone, that this was not just a war for territory, but a war for the very integrity of their reality. Her own internal conflict was subtle, a quiet battle between her unwavering faith and the knowledge of darker truths, but it fueled her resolve. She understood the allure of such power, the seductive promise of rapid ascent, and that understanding was now her greatest weapon. She would face the Cinder Lord not just as a paladin, but as someone who knew the rules of the game and was prepared to break them if necessary to protect the world from a player who sought to rewrite them all. The pronouncements from the imperial court were not delivered with haste, but with a deliberate, chilling gravity. Emperor Aurelian, his brow perpetually etched with the cares of his vast domain, had consulted extensively with his privy council, his military strategists, and the High Oracle. Lyra's assessment, delivered with an almost disquieting calm, had served as the final, damning piece of evidence. The abstract notion of a meta player had been translated into concrete terms of existential threat, and the response was swift, absolute, and terrifyingly comprehensive. A palpable tension had descended upon the Solaris capital, a city accustomed to the rhythmic march of legions and the hum of organized commerce. Now, an undercurrent of unease rippled through its gilded streets. Whispers of the Cinder Lord, once confined to the fringes of rumor and soldiers' tales, now echoed in the hushed halls of power. The reports were no longer fragmented accounts of isolated atrocities. They painted a picture of a systematic, terrifying expansion, a malignancy that threatened to consume entire sectors of the empire. Lyra's description of Kale's accelerated growth, his ability to seemingly farm power from his conquests, had struck a particular chord of fear. It wasn't merely conquest, it was a parasitic evolution, a perversion of the natural order of progress that the empire prided itself on upholding. The emperor's decree, when it finally came, was a masterpiece of imperial formality and unwavering resolve. It was not a single document, but a series of interconnected mandates, disseminated through official channels, with a speed that belied the empire's vastness. The first was a public declaration, read aloud in every city square, broadcast across the empire's rudimentary communication networks, and etched onto every major thoroughfare. It declared Kale, now officially designated as the Cinder Lord, an enemy of the Solaris Empire and all its peoples. His actions were characterized as acts of insidious rebellion, of wanton destruction, and of a direct challenge to the divine mandate of the Sun God, whom the Emperor claimed to represent. The language was carefully chosen, designed to galvanize the populace, to imbue the conflict with a righteous fury, and to strip Kale of any semblance of legitimacy. He was not a rival warlord, nor a foreign invader. He was a plague, an aberration that needed to be purged. This public pronouncement was swiftly followed by a more classified, yet no less impactful series of orders directed towards the Empire's military apparatus. The Legionary Command, a formidable force numbering in the millions, was placed on immediate high alert. Legions stationed in the sectors bordering Kale's encroaching territories were ordered to reinforce their garrisons and prepare for preemptive strikes. Entire divisions, renowned for their discipline and unwavering loyalty, were redeployed, their familiar banners now unfurling against a backdrop of grim necessity. Logistics were initiated on an unprecedented scale. Supply lines were stretched, ammunition stockpiles were rapidly depleted and replenished, and field hospitals were readied for a conflict that was anticipated to be exceptionally brutal. The Solaris Empire did not rely solely on its standing armies. The Emperor's decree also authorized the mobilization of auxiliary forces and, more significantly, sanctioned the widespread deployment of bounty hunters. These were not your common brigands or petty criminals. The Empire fostered a distinct class of individuals who operated in the shadows, bound by contracts and driven by immense financial incentives. These, shadow hunters as they were known, were skilled in tracking, infiltration, and silent elimination. They were equipped with specialized gear, often imbued with minor enchantments, and possessed a ruthlessness that the formal legions, bound by the strictures of honor and discipline, sometimes lacked. The Emperor's bounty on Kale's head was astronomical, a sum designed to tempt even the most jaded and dangerous individuals. The decree specifically targeted those who possessed unique skills relevant to Kale's perceived abilities. Individuals adept at detecting arcane energies, those who could track through unconventional means, and those who specialized in combat against rapidly regenerating or evolving foes. Lyra's insights had been crucial in this regard. Her understanding of Kale's exploits, his ability to gain power at an accelerated rate, had led to the development of specific countermeasures. Imperial alchemists worked tirelessly to create potent toxins and destabilizing agents, designed not to kill outright, but to disrupt Kale's unique assimilation process. Battle mages, under the guidance of Archmage Alara, began formulating new incantations and wards intended to interfere with the very energies Lyra suspected Kale was manipulating. The Empire was not simply preparing for a war of attrition. They were preparing for a war of counter-mechanics, a desperate attempt to disrupt the game Kale was playing. The most significant directive, however, was the authorization for a full-scale offensive. A grand campaign, codenamed Operation Sunstone, was to be launched. This was not a skirmish. It was a commitment of the Empire's finest resources, a concentrated effort to crush Kale's burgeoning power before it could solidify into an insurmountable force. The strategic objective was clear: locate Kale's central command, presumably his obsidian fortress, and dismantle it, eradicating his influence and capturing or eliminating him. The Emperor, usually a figure of stoic reserve, had made a rare public appearance to address his leading generals. His voice, amplified by sonic enchantments, boomed across the assembled ranks. "For too long," he declared, his gaze sweeping across the sea of disciplined faces, "this Cinder Lord has preyed upon our loyal subjects. He has sown terror, defiled sacred lands, and challenged the very order of our world. We have seen his power grow, an unnatural blight upon the land. We have heard the whispers of his exploits, of his unnatural ascent. But the Solaris Empire does not falter in the face of darkness. We do not cower from a challenge. We rise, and we will rise now with the full might of our legions, with the unwavering favor of the Sun God, to extinguish this flame before it consumes us all." The declaration was met with a thunderous roar of approval. The generals, men who had spent their lives on the bloody frontiers of the Empire, understood the gravity of the situation. They had faced barbarian hordes, monstrous beasts, and even the occasional rogue demigod. But Kale represented something different. He was a manifestation of a threat that transcended mere physical power. He was an exploiter of the very fabric of reality, a fact that Lyra's chilling insights had brought to the forefront. The mobilization was not a slow, grinding affair. It was a surgical yet overwhelming deployment. Airborne transports, carrying elite shock troops and vital siege equipment, began their ceaseless flights towards the destabilized sectors. Naval fleets were redeployed to secure key waterways and coastal regions, ensuring that Kale's influence could not spread via the Empire's trade routes. Ground forces, marching with an unnerving speed and precision, advanced in coordinated waves, their armor glinting under the sun, their banners a defiant declaration of imperial resolve. The Solaris Empire was a vast and ancient entity, its power a carefully accumulated force built over centuries of conquest and consolidation. It was a machine of war, a meticulously engineered instrument of control. And now, this colossal machine was being reoriented, its immense power focused like a burning lens onto the single, emergent threat that was Kale. The Empire was not merely reacting. It was launching a preemptive strike of unprecedented scale, a gamble that its overwhelming might and established order could overcome Kale's unorthodox, self-evolving power. The wheels of war, once set in motion by the Emperor's decree, were now grinding forward. An inexorable tide of steel discipline and righteous fury aimed squarely at the heart of the Cinder Lord's domain. The gaze of the Solaris Empire had fallen upon Kale, and it was a gaze that promised only annihilation. The era of clandestine operations and isolated skirmishes was over. The full force of Imperial might was now directed towards the Obsidian depths, ready to challenge the Cinder Lord directly. The fate of entire regions, perhaps even the Empire itself, would be decided in the coming confrontation. The mobilization was a statement of intent, a declaration that Kael's reign of accelerated power was about to face its most formidable opponent. The whispers had begun as a low hum in the periphery of Kael's awareness, faint tremors that hinted at a storm gathering on the horizon. Erevan, ever the diligent spider spinning his webs of information across the continent, had been instrumental in transforming those tremors into a tangible understanding. The clandestine network he cultivated, a tapestry woven from informants, bribed officials, and desperate souls seeking a sliver of Kael's burgeoning influence, had brought the truth to the obsidian depths with a clarity that even Kael, in his detached observation of power dynamics, could not ignore. The Solaris Empire, that monolithic titan of order and dominion, had taken notice. It wasn't a subtle notice. Kael had always understood that his ascent, fueled by the unique mechanics of his existence within this world, would eventually draw the attention of established powers. He was a glitch in their meticulously crafted system, a variable that defied their equations. His rapid expansion, the sheer audacity of his conquests, and the unsettling efficacy with which he absorbed the essence of his defeated foes were not mere battlefield victories. They were seismic shifts that inevitably rippled through the foundations of the Solaris Order. Erevan's reports confirmed this. The Emperor, Aurelian himself, had convened his council, his strategists, and his mystics. Lyra, the name that now echoed in Kael's thoughts with a peculiar resonance, had been the linchpin in their assessment. Her insights, filtered through Erevan's network, painted a picture of a threat that the Empire, for all its might, could not afford to ignore. Erevan's intelligence painted a vivid, if chilling, portrait of Lyra Aurelis. She was not merely a soldier or a mage. She was the Empire's designated champion, a warrior honed by centuries of tradition and blessed, or perhaps cursed, by the very sun god the Empire claimed to serve. Her reputation preceded her like a thunderclap. The Solar Paladin, the Unwavering Light, Lyra of the Zenith. These titles were not bestowed lightly. They spoke of a warrior who had carved her name into the annals of imperial history through countless battles, a paragon of martial skill and unwavering faith. Erevan detailed her prowess, the near-mythological accounts of her duels against monstrous entities and rebellious warlords. She was said to wield a blade that burned with the very essence of the sun, capable of cleaving through shadows and dispelling enchantments with a single righteous stroke. Her defenses were legendary, described as an impenetrable aura of divine protection, a shield against which lesser powers shattered like glass. But it wasn't just her martial prowess that Kael's informant highlighted. Lyra was also a conduit, a focal point for the Empire's arcane might. She could channel the ambient energies of their sun-worshipping faith, manifesting them as searing blasts of light, protective wards, and even subtle manipulations of the battlefield that could disorient and demoralize enemies. Erevan's most disturbing report concerned her supposed ability to perceive the anomalies, the very irregularities that Kael represented. Lyra was rumored to possess an innate understanding of the world's underlying mechanics, a sensitivity that allowed her to detect deviations from the norm, be they corrupted artifacts, unnatural growths of power, or, as was now terrifyingly clear, meta-players like himself. Her assessment of Kael, that he was an accelerated anomaly, an entity that farmed power, had been the critical factor that shifted the Empire from observation to active engagement. She understood, at a fundamental level, the threat he posed not just to territory, but to the very fabric of their reality. Kale absorbed this information not with apprehension, but with a detached analytical fascination. The Empire's attention was not a threat. It was an inevitability. It was the next logical step in his grand design, the natural consequence of his exponential growth. Setbacks were merely detours, obstacles designed to be overcome, each struggle a crucible that would forge him into something even more formidable. The Solaris Empire, with its vast resources, its disciplined legions, and its formidable champion, represented a challenge of a magnitude he had yet to truly face. This was not some petty warlord or a beast driven by primal instinct. This was an organized, intelligent, and immensely powerful entity. So the great Solaris Empire finally deigns to notice the Cinder Lord. Kale mused aloud, his voice echoing softly in the cavernous throne room of his obsidian fortress. The ambient light, born from the perpetual low-burning embers that gave his domain its name, cast flickering shadows across his armored form. He ran a gauntleted hand over the polished obsidian of his throne, the cool, smooth surface, a familiar comfort. Erevan stood before him, his expression a carefully maintained mask of professional deference, though Kale could detect the faintest flicker of something. Admiration? Fear? It was difficult to discern with Erevan. "Indeed, Lord Kale," Erevan replied, his voice a low, measured cadence. "Lyra Aurelis, the Emperor's chosen champion, has provided the crucial assessment. Her analysis of your unique methodologies has spurred a significant shift in Imperial policy. They no longer view you as a regional disturbance, but as an existential threat." Kale let out a low, rumbling sound that might have been a chuckle, though it lacked any genuine mirth. Existential threat. How dramatic. They have finally recognized that the old ways are no longer sufficient. Their legions, their stratagems, their rigid adherence to divine mandates, these are all designed to combat predictable threats. I, my dear Erevan, am anything but predictable. He rose from his throne, his movements fluid and predatory. The obsidian armor seemed to absorb and amplify the ambient light, making him appear as a figure sculpted from solidified shadow and embers. "Lyra Aurelis, tell me more about this champion of theirs. What are her strengths, her weaknesses? What divine favor does she claim?" Erevan's gaze remained steady. "Her strengths are legion, Lord Kale. She is a master of the solar blade, an artifact said to be imbued with the very essence of their sun god. It is capable of burning through any defense, of dispelling even the most potent wards. Her combat prowess is unparalleled, honed over decades of service. She has faced demons, dragonkin, and even rogue demigods, emerging victorious each time." He paused, choosing his words carefully. "Her greatest asset, however, lies in her perception. She possesses an innate sensitivity to the world's energies, a connection to the divine that allows her to perceive anomalies, deviations from the natural order. She understands, Lord Kale, that you are not merely conquering, you are evolving. She sees the inherent imbalance you represent." Kale's lips curved into a thin, predatory smile. Perception, a dangerous weapon indeed. But is it enough to truly understand? Does she grasp the true nature of my ascension? Or does she see only the surface, the superficial manifestations of a power she cannot comprehend? He began to pace, the rhythmic clinking of his armored boots, the only sound in the vast chamber. "Tell me, Erevan, does this champion of theirs understand the concept of experience points, of levels, of the inherent quantifiable nature of power accumulation?" Erevan hesitated. "Her reports indicate she understands your accelerated growth, your ability to absorb the essence of your defeated foes. She attributes it to a perversion of natural energy, a parasitic consumption. The term she used was unnatural synthesis. While she recognizes its efficacy, she does not comprehend the underlying mechanics as you do. Precisely. Kale's voice was laced with a cold satisfaction. She sees the symptoms, but not the disease. She understands that I am growing stronger, faster, but she cannot grasp how. She cannot quantify it. She cannot predict its trajectory. This is where her divine favor becomes a weakness. It blinds her to the true nature of this world, to the systems that govern it. She sees magic, combat, divine intervention. I see mechanics, algorithms, and the brutal, beautiful logic of growth. He stopped pacing and turned to face Erevan, his glowing eyes fixing the informant with an unnerving intensity. The Solaris Empire believes it is launching an offensive to crush a rebellion. They see me as a blight, an aberration to be purged. They are mobilizing their legions, deploying their bounty hunters, preparing their alchemical concoctions and arcane countermeasures. They are preparing for a war of attrition, a clash of steel and spell. But they are not prepared for me. A low hum began to emanate from Kale, a subtle vibration that seemed to resonate with the very stones of his fortress. The embers around them pulsed brighter, casting his silhouette in stark relief. This is not a setback, Erevan. This is an opportunity. The Empire's full might, directed at me? The experience I will gain from confronting their legions, their champions, their most potent weapons, it will be astronomical. Their fear, their desperation, their carefully crafted defenses. Each defeat I inflict upon them will be a significant boon to my own power. Lyra Aurelis, the unfaltering light, she will become a beacon, a source of immense power and infamy. Every victory over her, every step she takes towards me, will only serve to fuel my ascension. Kale's smile widened, revealing teeth that were sharp and unnaturally white against the darkness of his helm. They have thrown their gaze upon me. They have declared me an enemy. They are preparing to extinguish my flame. Let them come with their armies, their champions, their shade, divine mandates. They are merely providing the final, crucial ingredient for my ultimate transformation. The Solaris Empire is about to discover that some plagues cannot be purged. Some aberrations are not meant to be destroyed, but to devour. He gestured towards the vast, starless expanse beyond his fortress walls, a silent testament to the scale of the world he was now poised to conquer. "Tell me, Erevan," Kale continued, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper, yet carrying the weight of absolute authority. "What are the specific deployment locations of their elite legions? What are the projected timelines for their Operation Sunstone? And most importantly, what are the precise enchantments woven into Lyra Aurelis' legendary blade? I want every detail. The Empire may be a machine of war, but I am its apex predator, and they are about to become my prey." Erevan bowed his head. "As you command, Lord Kale, the information will be compiled and delivered with utmost expediency." He knew, with a chilling certainty, that Kale was not merely preparing for war. He was embracing it, eager for the baptism of fire that the Solaris Empire was so foolishly offering. Kale saw the Empire not as a power to be defeated, but as a vast, intricate game board, ripe for exploitation. Lyra Aurelis was not an adversary to be feared, but a high-level boss encounter, a challenging raid boss whose defeat would unlock unparalleled rewards. The fear the Empire projected was, in Kale's eyes, a tangible resource, a fuel source for his own insatiable hunger. The gauntlet had been thrown down, and Kale, the Cinder Lord, was more than ready to pick it up, not to defend himself, but to use it to forge an even greater, more terrible weapon. The Solaris Empire's gaze was indeed upon him, but they failed to realize they were staring into the eyes of their own impending doom. Their meticulously planned offensive was, in Cale's calculation, merely the catalyst for his inevitable apotheosis. He would not merely survive the Empire's wrath, he would feast upon it. He would use their fear, their resources, their champion, to transcend the very limitations they sought to impose. The game had leveled up, and Cale was ready to play. 6. Preparations for war. The whispers of war had coalesced into a roaring gale, and Cale, the Cinderlord, was not one to stand idly in its path. His focus, once spread across the nascent tendrils of his dominion, now narrowed with an almost predatory intensity upon the heart of his power, the obsidian depths. Erevan's meticulously gathered intelligence, detailing Lyra Aurelis and the Solaris Empire's intent, had been a stark illumination, not of impending doom, but of a grand opportunity. The Empire's meticulous planning, their legions arrayed like pawns on a chessboard, were merely the ingredients for his next evolutionary leap. And to ensure he had the time and space to absorb their might, his fortress, his very crucible, needed to be unbreachable. The inferno must be contained, yet it must also burn outwards. Cale's voice resonated through the cavernous chambers of his throne room, the words laced with a subtle crackling energy. He rose from his obsidian throne, the flickering ambient light painting his armored form in shifting hues of scarlet and black. The sheer scale of the Solaris Empire's ambition was amusing. They sought to extinguish a nascent flame, unaware they were about to unleash a conflagration. His current domain, while formidable, was still a nascent fortress. It needed to become a monument to his power, a testament to his defiance, a place where the Solaris legions would break against his defenses like waves against a volcanic shore. His gaze swept across the assembled throng of his most trusted lieutenants and overseers. Amongst them were the hulking forms of the Grimlock chieftains, their tusks glinting in the low light, and the sly, opportunistic figures of his goblin engineers. Even the less civilized elements of his forces, the grotesque brood of chittering skitterlings, and the lumbering obsidian-skinned trolls, had their roles to play. "To my goblins," Cale declared, his voice echoing with an authority that commanded immediate attention. "Your ingenuity, your love for all things that explode, burn, and ensnare, will be put to its greatest test. The entrances to the depths, every known passage and forgotten tunnel, must be transformed. I want the primary gate to be a maw of fire, a testament to our defiance. Barricades, layered with volatile alchemical compounds, will be erected. Tripwires, laced with explosive fungi and razor-sharp obsidian shards, will crisscross every approach. The tunnels, those winding arteries of our domain, will become a labyrinth of death. Not a single legionary shall pass without paying a steep toll, measured not in gold, but in agony." He turned his attention to the Grimlock chieftains. "You, the sons of Grimlock, will be our shield. You will hold the choke points. Your resilience, your ferocity is unmatched. Each of you will be tasked with defending key defensive positions. Establish siege lines within the outer caverns, and prepare to unleash your fury upon any who dare breach our initial defenses. I want your war cries to be the first sound the Solaris invaders hear, and their last." His glowing eyes then settled on a hulking troll, its skin like hardened volcanic rock, its gaze vacant but obedient. "And you, my brute kin, your strength will be our hammer. You will be positioned at critical junctures, ready to collapse tunnels, to hurl massive projectiles, to crush those who manage to bypass the traps in the Grimlocks. Your task is simple: be a wall of flesh and fury that cannot be broken." Cale raised a gauntleted hand, and the ambient embers in the chamber pulsed with a greater intensity. But brute force and simple traps are not enough. The Solaris Empire fights with magic, with discipline, with a faith that, while misguided, is undeniably potent. We must counter them with the very essence of this place. The obsidian depths are not merely stone and shadow. They are a conduit for the primal energies of this world. I will imbue them with my fire." He gestured with a sweeping motion, and tendrils of crimson energy crackling with heat snaked out from his gauntlets, dissipating into the stone walls. The outer approaches will be choked with magma. I will forge rivers of molten rock, where only dust and rubble lie. These lava moats will not merely deter, they will incinerate. Any attempt to cross will mean a slow, agonizing descent into eternal torment. Those who survive the initial onslaught will face heat that would melt lesser beings. My fire magic will become the very air they breathe, a suffocating, burning embrace. He then focused his attention on the goblins once more, a mischievous glint in his eyes. "And for your incinerating traps, goblins, I want them to be more than just fire. I want elemental fury. Combine your volatile alchemical concoctions with my fire. We will create self-igniting gas pockets that erupt into superheated plumes. We will craft obsidian caltrops that glow with infernal heat, searing flesh and metal alike. For every inch of ground they gain, they will pay with their very souls, their armor fused to their burning bodies. Let the air itself become a weapon, thick with sulfurous fumes and the promise of immolation." Kale began to pace, his boots echoing on the obsidian floor. The challenge of Lyra Aurelis, the solar paladin, was a fascinating one. Her divine protection, her blade of light. These were formidable assets against conventional foes. But Kale was not conventional. He was an anomaly, a player who understood the underlying code of this reality, and he intended to exploit it. Their faith is their strength, but also their blind spot, Kale mused, his voice a low rumble. They see divine intervention, righteous power. I see mana regeneration, spell cooldowns, and the vulnerability of a rigid belief system. Lyra Aurelis, the unwavering light, will find her light dimmed by the all-consuming darkness I wield. Her divine wards will flicker against the sheer brute force of infernal energies. Her blade, that burning symbol of her god, will be met by a power that transcends such simplistic oppositions. He continued to elaborate on his plan, his voice taking on a more strategic tone. The inner sanctum of the obsidian depths will be a fortress within a fortress. The Great Forge, the nexus of my power, will be heavily guarded. I will personally oversee the reinforcement of its magical defenses. The ancient wards that protect the heart of this domain will be amplified, woven with new enchantments drawn from the very essence of my conquests. Each defeated foe, each absorbed soul, has added to my own arcane reserves. These reserves will now be channeled into the very fabric of my fortress, making it not just a physical barrier, but a metaphysical one. Kale envisioned the Solaris legions stumbling through the outer defenses, their disciplined ranks shattered by a chaotic barrage of fire, poison, and brute force. He saw them reaching the inner layers, only to be met by the seasoned warriors of his growing army, the Grimlocks and Trolls, supported by the relentless assault of his goblin engineers. We will not just defend, but we will also prepare for their advances, Kale stated, his eyes gleaming with strategic foresight. As they push inwards, we will strategically retreat, drawing them deeper into our trap. Each retreat will be a calculated sacrifice of outer defenses, a lure designed to draw them into more heavily fortified zones. We will create kill zones, areas where the very architecture of the depths is designed to funnel and obliterate the enemy. Think of collapsing ceilings, Floors that give way to pits of molten rock. Narrow passages designed for concentrated fire from our siege engines, which the goblins are already developing at an astonishing rate. He gestured to a section of his plans projected onto a shimmering obsidian screen, detailing intricate trap designs and defensive layouts. These are not mere static defenses. They are dynamic. The goblins, under the guidance of their most cunning engineers, will be responsible for the active defense. They will have mobile siege platforms, capable of repositioning to unleash volleys of alchemical fire and explosive payloads. They will deploy specialized units equipped with grappling hooks and acid launchers, designed to harry and disrupt enemy formations. Their sheer numbers and unpredictable tactics will sow chaos and fear, attributes the rigid Solaris legions are ill-equipped to handle. Kale then turned his attention to the more esoteric aspects of fortification. The ambient energy of the depths will be amplified. I will establish arcane conduits, drawing power not just from the lingering essence of this place, but from the very souls of those I have vanquished. This ambient energy will fuel our defenses, empowering our troops, and creating zones of debilitating anti-magic for the enemy. Their holy spells will falter, their divine blessings will wane, and their faith will be tested by the sheer overwhelming power that emanates from this very rock. He envisioned Lyra Aurelis, the solar paladin, her divine aura a beacon of light against the encroaching darkness. But Kale believed that light, when confronted with an overwhelming inferno, eventually flickers and dies. I will personally enchant key defensive points with rituals that siphon arcane energy, Kale declared. Any mage who attempts to cast a spell within these zones will find their mana reserves drained at an alarming rate. Their most potent incantations will fizzle, leaving them vulnerable and exposed. This is not merely about physical defenses. It is about dismantling their entire combat doctrine. He continued to detail the escalating layers of defense. The central caverns, the very heart of the obsidian depths, will be a no-go zone for the enemy. I will personally place a series of runic wards, powered by the residual energy of my most significant victories. These wards will not only repel intruders but will actively assault their minds with visions of their fallen comrades, their deepest fears, and the futility of their struggle. The psychological warfare will be as potent as the physical. Kale's mind raced, envisioning the grand strategy. We will not simply react to their assault. We will dictate the terms of engagement. The Solaris Empire believes they are invading my territory. They are mistaken. They are walking into a meticulously crafted death trap, designed by a mind that understands the mechanics of combat and the art of exploitation better than any of their gilded generals. Their fear, their overconfidence, their adherence to outdated doctrines, these are all weaknesses I will exploit to their fullest. He paused, a predatory smile gracing his lips. The initial waves of their attack will be met with overwhelming force. Goblin swarms, reinforced by troll shock troops, will overwhelm their front lines, sowing chaos and confusion. As they attempt to regroup, they will be funneled into kill zones, where concentrated fire from our alchemical artillery and arcane defenses will decimate their ranks. For those who manage to survive, who somehow pierce the veil of fire and shadow, they will face the Grimlocks, holding the choke points with unwavering resolve. And should any by some miracle reach the inner sanctum, they will find me waiting. Kale's eyes, burning with an unholy light, fixed on the conceptual representation of Lyra Aurelis that flickered in his mind's eye. Lyra Aurelis. The unfaltering light. She will find that the darkness of the obsidian depths is not merely an absence of light, but a tangible, hungry entity. Her righteous stroke will be met by obsidian tempered in the fires of 1,000 conquered souls. Her divine protection will be a flickering candle against the inferno I have forged. Every step she takes, Every legionary she leads will simply be adding to the experience and power I will accrue from this confrontation. They believe they are launching an offensive. I believe they are delivering themselves to me, a grand buffet of power and prestige. The Solaris Empire is about to learn that some fortresses are not meant to be breached, but to be devoured, and the very foundations of their empire will tremble with the echoes of their own defeat. The Obsidian Depths, once a mere collection of shadow-choked caverns and molten veins, was rapidly transforming into a war machine. Kael, the Cinder Lord, understood that the Solaris Empire's disciplined legions, forged in the fires of countless campaigns, were not to be met with mere brute force or chaotic swarms. To truly stand against them, his own forces needed to evolve, to become more than just a collection of ravenous beasts and cunning goblins. They needed to become an army. The time for mere survival is past. Kael's voice boomed, not with the raw fury of a battlefield commander, but with the measured, calculated tone of a chess master surveying a vast board. He stood before his assembled subordinates, a motley collection of lieutenants and newly appointed captains, their forms silhouetted against the pulsating glow of the great forge. Lyra Aurelis and her empire believe they are marching to crush a nascent rebellion. They are about to discover they are stepping into a crucible, and only the strongest will emerge refined. His gaze swept across the assembled, alighting on a hulking figure with scales like obsidian shards and eyes that glowed with a barely contained fury. "Gnashfang," Kael commanded, his voice resonating with an authority that brooked no argument. "You have proven your worth in the recent skirmishes. Now, your task is to expand our reach. The beasts of the Ashlands, the territorial behemoths that carve their domains from rock and bone, they are to be brought into our fold, not through mere conquest, but through subjugation, and, where necessary, integration." Gnashfang, a creature of immense strength and even greater loyalty, let out a guttural rumble. His species, the Ironhide Raptors, were known for their natural armor and their ferocity in single combat. Kael saw in them the potential for shock troops, units that could smash through enemy lines with overwhelming force. But Gnashfang was more than just a brute. He possessed a primal cunning, an understanding of the raw power dynamics that governed the less sentient inhabitants of the depths. "We require creatures of resilience, Gnashfang," Kael continued, elaborating on his vision. "Monstrosities that can withstand sustained volleys of arrow and spell. Beasts whose hides can deflect the keen edge of a knight's sword, or whose natural defenses can nullify the chemical concoctions of their siege engines. Think of the quarry worms, their segments armored like living fortresses, capable of burrowing beneath enemy formations to disrupt their rear. Consider the scavenger hounds, pack hunters whose resilience allows them to endure wounds that would fell lesser creatures, their numbers a constant gnawing threat. And the stone boars, their tusks like battering rams, and their hides nearly impenetrable. They will form the vanguard of our assault units, capable of breaking through even the most determined shield walls." Gnashfang inclined his massive head, his glowing eyes fixed on Kael. He understood. This wasn't just about gathering more disposable bodies. It was about strategic acquisition. The Ironhide Raptors were already adept at hunting and subduing prey, but this was a new level of organized predation. They were to become monster recruiters, tasked with not only bringing in new recruits, but also breaking their will, forging them into soldiers. "Your patrols will expand into the uncharted territories," Kael decreed. "Seek out the sunken caves, where the colossal grotesques dwell, their bloated forms capable of spewing corrosive bile that can melt steel. Secure them. Their natural artillery will be invaluable. Venture into the brimstone canyons and retrieve the magma crawlers, their exoskeletons forged in the very heat of the earth, their movements a dance with infernal fire. These creatures, once brought under our banner, will not simply be unleashed. They will be trained. The word, trained, hung in the air, a foreign concept for many of the assembled. Their existence had, until Kale's ascendance, been one of instinct, of survival, of raw, untamed power. But Kale saw the potential for something more. He saw the underlying code of their existence, the way in which even the most savage beast could be influenced, its innate abilities honed and directed. This was where Seraphis, the fallen angel of strategy, came into her own. Clad in her simple dark robes, she stood to the side, observing the proceedings with a cool, appraising gaze. Her role was not to inspire fear or command brute strength, but to weave order from chaos, to sculpt raw power into disciplined might. Seraphis, Kale turned his attention to her. The recruitment is but the first step. The integration, the drilling, the forging of these disparate entities into a cohesive fighting force that falls to you. We cannot afford to have our charges scatter like startled prey when the Solaris legions advance. They must move as one, strike as one. Seraphis inclined her head, her voice a silken whisper that carried surprising weight. The principles of warfare are universal, Lord Kale. Cohesion, discipline, and the effective deployment of unit strengths. My focus will be on breaking down their predatory instincts and replacing them with tactical awareness. We will begin with basic formations: the wedge for breakthroughs, the shield wall for defense, the skirmish line for harassment. For the larger beasts, we will develop specialized roles. The quarry worms will act as living siege engines, their burrowing capabilities exploited to undermine fortifications or create defensive trenches. The magma crawlers will be our mobile artillery, their fiery expulsion directed with precision. She continued, her gaze sharp and focused. The scavenger hounds, with their innate pack mentality, are already predisposed to unit tactics. We will refine this, teaching them to flank, to feign retreats, and to exploit any gaps in the enemy's formations. The Ironhide Raptors, under Gnashfang's direct supervision, will form elite shock troops trained to identify and target enemy command units or vulnerable flanks. Their innate ferocity, tempered by discipline, will be a terror to behold. Kale nodded, a flicker of a smile playing on his lips. This was precisely the synergy he craved. His own power, the raw, elemental force he wielded, would be the foundation. Gnashfang and his ilk would be the procurers of raw materials. And Seraphis would be the architect, the one who shaped these raw components into a formidable weapon. The recruitment drive was not merely about capturing the physically imposing. Kale was also keenly aware of the need for specialized units, creatures that could counter the diverse tactics of a modern army. And what of those with unique talents? Kale inquired, his eyes narrowing as he scanned a projected schematic of a goblin-designed siege weapon, bristling with alchemical vials. The creatures that can disrupt enemy formations from afar, or sow confusion and despair. A nervous-looking goblin, its goggles perched precariously on its snout, scurried forward. "Lord Kale!" It squeaked, its voice a reedy whistle. "Our scouts have reported sightings of the Whisperwind sylphs in the Whispering Woods, bordering the Ashlands. They possess the ability to manipulate air currents, creating localized storms and disorienting sonic attacks. And the Merc Lurkers dwelling in the Shadowmere are masters of illusion and camouflage, capable of creating phantom armies or cloaking our own forces from enemy sight." Kale's eyes gleamed. "Excellent. These are precisely the assets we require. Gnashfang, your patrols are to prioritize the acquisition of these specialists." The sylphs will be trained to create localized gales to disrupt enemy formations, to carry sonic blasts that shatter morale, or to create blinding dust storms. The Merc Lurkers will be invaluable for misdirection and psychological warfare. Imagine their illusions making our meager forces appear as an unstoppable tide, or causing the Solaris legions to see phantoms of their fallen comrades in the heat of battle. The training regimen was to be rigorous, designed to push these creatures beyond their natural instincts. Seraphis implemented a system of simulated combat scenarios within the vast, disused caverns of the depths. Goblin engineers, under Kale's direct supervision, constructed elaborate mock battlefields complete with simulated terrain, enemy formations made of animated dummies, and even rudimentary illusions designed to test the mettle of the newly recruited monsters, the Ironhide Raptors. Seraphis's voice echoed through a cavernous training ground, where dozens of Nashfang's kin were practicing coordinated charges. Maintain your wedge formation. Your objective is to break the enemy's shield wall, not to engage in individual heroics. Nashfang, remind your warriors of the tactical advantage of flanking maneuvers once the initial breach is made. Nearby, a unit of quarry worms was being drilled by a team of particularly stout goblins. Their task was not simply to burrow, but to do so with purpose, to target specific structural weaknesses in simulated fortifications or to emerge at predetermined points to disrupt enemy siege lines. The worms must learn to anticipate the enemy's defenses, a goblin engineer shouted, gesturing wildly with a glowing pickaxe. Do not simply burrow into solid rock. Listen for the hollow sounds. Target the foundations. Your emergence must be a surprise, a rupture in their perceived safety. Kale observed the training with a critical eye. He saw the inherent difficulty in teaching instinct-driven creatures complex tactical maneuvers, but he also saw the progress. The scavenger hounds, once a chaotic pack, were now moving with a surprising degree of synchronicity, their barks and growls now carrying the cadence of a coordinated assault. The stone boars, their massive frames lumbering forward, were no longer a mindless charge, but a controlled, devastating wave. The Solaris Empire relies on order, on rigid formations. Kale mused, his voice low as he watched a unit of Grimlocks practice holding a choke point against a wave of simulated attackers. They expect their enemy to behave predictably. We will shatter that expectation. Our units, while trained in formation, will retain an element of controlled ferocity. They will be a disciplined storm, not a predictable march. He envisioned the battlefield, the magma rivers flowing, the alchemical traps primed, and then his army, the lumbering stone boars breaking the initial assault, followed by the disciplined fury of the Ironhide Raptors, the quarry worms erupting from beneath the earth, sowing chaos and destroying siege engines, the scavenger hounds, a relentless tide, harassing the flanks and exploiting any weakness, and the sylphs and lurkers, unseen forces, weaving illusions and conjuring disorienting winds to sow confusion and fear. This was not just about brute force anymore. This was about a calculated, multifaceted assault, a symphony of destruction orchestrated by Kale and his growing legion of monstrous warriors. The training was relentless, pushing the creatures to their physical and mental limits. They were being taught to overcome their individualistic predatory instincts, to embrace the concept of a collective purpose. The goblins, ever the industrious tinkerers, were not merely focused on recruitment, but also on the evolution of their armaments to complement these newly integrated monstrous forces. They developed specialized harnesses for the Ironhide Raptors, allowing them to carry heavier weaponry or deploy alchemical payloads. They engineered grappling hooks and specialized excavation tools for the quarry worms, enhancing their ability to breach and disrupt. For the stone boars, they crafted hardened ramming plates, turning their natural charge into an even more devastating force. The elemental damage from the magma crawlers combined with their natural armor makes them ideal for engaging enemy fortifications directly. Seraphis explained during one tactical briefing, pointing to a projected image of the creature. We will equip them with reinforced plating on their anterior segments, allowing them to absorb the brunt of defensive fire while they advance. Their molten spit will be directed at the weakest points of walls and battlements, creating breaches for our ground forces. Kale, ever the pragmatist, understood that even the most powerful monster could be undone by superior strategy. His focus on training and integration was a direct response to the Solaris Empire's disciplined military might. He wasn't just building an army, he was building an anti-army, a force designed to exploit the predictable strengths and inherent weaknesses of conventional warfare. The training grounds echoed with the roars, screeches, and grunts of creatures learning to work in concert. It was a cacophony, but within that cacophony, a nascent order was emerging. Seraphis, with her angelic precision, was meticulously breaking down their primal urges, replacing them with tactical objectives. Gnashvang, with his primal leadership, was instilling a sense of camaraderie and shared purpose among the beastly recruits. And Kale, the Cinder Lord, watched it all, his mind already several steps ahead, envisioning the day when this carefully crafted, monstrous army would be unleashed upon the unsuspecting Solaris Empire, a testament to his ambition and a harbinger of their doom. The Obsidian Depths was no longer just a fortress. It was a forge, and it was smelting an army of nightmares. The heart of the Obsidian Depths thrummed with a different kind of energy now, a silent hum of anticipation and meticulous planning that resonated far deeper than the forge's roar. While Kale shaped the physical might of his burgeoning army, Erevan, the Cinder Lord's spy master and lore keeper, delved into a different kind of warfare, the unseen, the calculated, the realm of information. His domain was not the fiery caverns, but the labyrinthine archives of forbidden knowledge and the whispers carried by a network of eyes and ears that stretched beyond the shadowed embrace of his territory. The approaching Solaris Empire was not just a tidal wave of steel and discipline. It was a complex organism with arteries of supply, veins of command, and a beating heart of strategy. Erevan's task was to dissect it, to understand its every pulse and tremor, before Kale unleashed his own monstrous symphony. Erevan's study, a chamber carved deep into the rock and illuminated by the faint, spectral glow of arcane runes etched into the walls, was a testament to his unique brand of obsession. Scrolls, maps, and ancient tomes lay scattered across his workbench, interspersed with fragments of crystal pulsing, with captured scrying images and meticulously organized stacks of coded reports. The air was thick with the scent of dried herbs, rare inks, and the faint, metallic tang of residual magic. He moved with a focused intensity, his gaunt frame draped in dark, practical robes, his eyes, usually burning with a predatory intelligence, now narrowed in deep concentration. The legions march under the banner of Lyra Aurelis, quote, he murmured to himself, tracing a finger over a detailed map of the imperial territories. A name whispered in awe and terror throughout the borderlands. Her reputation precedes her, a brilliant tactician, a ruthless pragmatist. She favors a direct, overwhelming assault, a hammer blow designed to shatter resistance before it can form. He tapped a point on the map. The 10th Legion, the Ironclads, will form the vanguard, renowned for their unyielding defense and their heavy infantry. Their formation is a near impenetrable phalanx, designed to grind down any opposition through sheer attrition. Their siege engines are formidable. Expect ballistae capable of piercing even the toughest hide, and catapults that can hurl alchemical payloads designed to burn and corrode. His network, a clandestine collection of goblins with a knack for infiltration, shadowy imps who could slip through the smallest cracks, and even a few disillusioned former Imperial scouts, had provided a steady stream of crucial intelligence. The sheer volume of information was overwhelming, a torrent of data that could drown a lesser mind. But Erevan possessed a mind like a steel trap, capable of sifting through the chaff to find the golden kernels of truth. He cross-referenced reports, deciphered coded messages, and pieced together fragments of overheard conversations from Imperial outposts. "The 11th Swift Strikes will flank the ironclads," he continued, his voice a low growl. "Light cavalry, skirmishers, archers. Their strength lies in speed and maneuverability, designed to harry and disrupt. They will attempt to outflank our defenses, to target our supply lines, a critical vulnerability for a force based deep within the depths. Their commanders are known for their aggression, prone to rash decisions when presented with an opportunity for decisive action." He pulled a crystal shard from a pouch. A faint image flickered within it. A stern-faced woman with silver hair, her eyes sharp and calculating. "Commander Valerius of the Swift Strikes, a man who thrives on chasing perceived weaknesses. He will be a key element to exploit." Erevan's research extended beyond troop movements and battle formations. He delved into the logistics, the supply chains that fueled the Empire's war machine. He studied their reliance on well-maintained roads, their need for regular provisions, and their vulnerability to disruptions in their supply caravans. His goblins, adept at sabotage, were already preparing for this aspect of the counter-strategy. Tiny alchemical devices designed to contaminate water sources, or strategically placed explosive charges to cripple wagon trains, were being meticulously crafted. "Their logistical nexus is centered in the fortified town of Oakhaven," Erevan noted, marking the location on his map. "It's heavily guarded, but its proximity to the Empire's heartland makes it a vital hub. A successful strike there would cripple their ability to sustain a prolonged campaign in our territory." He tapped a cluster of symbols representing ancient wards and protective enchantments. "However, Oakhaven is protected by powerful arcane defenses. Lord Commander Aurelis is not a fool. She anticipates such attempts." This led Erevan to another crucial area of his research: magical countermeasures. The Solaris Empire, while primarily a military power, did not shy away from employing mages and battle priests. Their battle mages, often organized into specialized units, were capable of unleashing devastating elemental assaults or weaving potent defensive enchantments. Erevan spent hours poring over dusty tomes, his brow furrowed in concentration as he deciphered archaic incantations and studied the principles of Imperial thaumaturgy. "The Sunstone Priests," he muttered, referring to a particularly potent branch of Imperial magic users. "They draw power from celestial alignments, their blessings capable of bolstering morale and mending wounds. Their offensive capabilities are focused on divine light and holy fire, highly effective against creatures of shadow and corruption. We need to neutralize their influence before it can take root on the battlefield." He flipped through a grimoire, bound in what felt suspiciously like cured dragonhide. "The ancient texts speak of etheric dampeners, devices capable of disrupting the flow of ambient magical energy, weakening mages, and nullifying enchantments. Their construction is complex, requiring rare components and a deep understanding of ley lines, but the potential is immense." He sketched a crude diagram of a pulsating crystal lattice surrounded by arcane symbols. "If we can deploy these strategically, we can effectively blind their mages, sever their connection to their power sources, and render their most potent spells inert." This was where the synergy between Erevan and Kale truly shone. Kale provided the raw materials, the rare ores, the volatile crystals, the captured magical essences, and Erevan provided the knowledge, the schematics, and the arcane understanding to forge them into weapons. The goblins, with their insatiable curiosity and their rudimentary understanding of engineering, were surprisingly adept at translating Erevan's complex designs into tangible devices. And then there are the Imperial Battle Priests, Erevan continued, his gaze sharpening. Their faith is their armor, their pronouncements of divine will capable of shattering weaker minds. They are often found at the heart of formations, their presence a beacon of hope for their troops, and a symbol of divine judgment for their enemies. Their powers are primarily defensive and restorative, but their aura of divine authority can also incite a zealous fervor in their soldiers, making them even more tenacious. He paused, a slow smile spreading across his gaunt features. However, their connection to their deities is often rooted in specific holy sites or relics. If we can disrupt these sources or corrupt them, their power will wane. Erevan's network had also managed to acquire detailed schematics of Imperial Standard Issue armor and weaponry. His analysis was meticulous, breaking down the strengths and weaknesses of each component. The polished steel of the legionaries' breastplates, while offering excellent protection against bladed weapons, was surprisingly vulnerable to extreme temperature changes. The alchemical compounds used in their torches and signal fires, while effective, were also highly flammable and volatile. Kale, Erevan's voice when he finally sought out the Cinder Lord was layered with a quiet urgency. I have gathered considerable intel. Lyra Aurelis is preparing for a multi-pronged assault, relying on the disciplined might of her 10th Legion and the swift maneuverability of the 11th. Their primary objective appears to be a pincer movement, aiming to trap our forces between the ironclads and the swift strikes as they advance from the north and the east. He unfurled a detailed map, its surface alive with markings and annotations. The ironclads will likely advance along the Ashfall Pass, a natural bottleneck that favors their phalanx formations. The swift strikes will attempt to outflank us through the Whisperwind Woods, seeking to disrupt our rear and sever our access to the sulfurous vents that power our forge. Kale listened intently, his eyes fixed on the map, the usual fiery glow in his gaze tempered with a sharp, strategic focus. And their vulnerabilities, Erevan? He rumbled, his voice a low vibration that echoed in the chamber. The ironclads are powerful, but slow and predictable. Their reliance on rigid formations makes them susceptible to being outmaneuvered, or to having their lines broken by overwhelming, unexpected force. The sulfurous vents you mentioned, Lord Kale, are a key component of their logistical planning. Disrupting them, or using them to our advantage, would be a significant blow. Erevan's finger traced a series of veins running through the map. Furthermore, their reliance on celestial magic, specifically from the Sunstone Priests, is a significant weakness. I have devised preliminary plans for aetheric dampeners. They will require rare components, but our goblin engineers are already working on prototypes. Their construction will be a priority. He continued, detailing the potential use of illusions and sonic attacks from the sylphs and lurkers, the destructive potential of the magma crawlers against the ironclads, siege engines, and the shock and awe capability of Nashvang's raptors against the swift strikes, lighter cavalry. He also outlined his plan to utilize the quarry worms not just for direct assault, but for subterranean ambushes, creating sinkholes and disrupting Imperial supply lines from beneath. Commander Valerius of the Swift Strikes, Erevan stated, pointing to a specific location on the map. He is known to be overconfident. If we can lure him into a trap, perhaps by feigning a retreat or a weakened flank, we can draw his forces into a disadvantageous position. The scavenger hounds, under Gnashfang's direction, are ideal for such a maneuver, harrying his advance and creating an illusion of vulnerability. Erevan also proposed a more direct, targeted strike against Lyra Aurelis herself. Her command tent, or her primary tactical observation point, will likely be heavily guarded, he explained. But if we can identify it and if we can deploy a strike team with precision, The removal of her direct command could sow significant confusion and disarray within the Imperial ranks. The Merc lurkers could provide the necessary cover and misdirection for such a daring operation. He presented Kale with further analyses of Imperial armor, noting its susceptibility to extreme heat and cold. The ironclad's heavy plate will become brittle in extreme cold, making it prone to shattering under significant impact. Conversely, prolonged exposure to intense heat, such as from concentrated magma streams, will compromise its integrity. We can exploit this with carefully orchestrated environmental attacks. Erevan's research also delved into the psychological warfare the Solaris Empire employed. They relied on displays of overwhelming force, on the morale-boosting presence of their battle standards and heralds, and on the reputation of their elite units to cow their enemies. Erevan countered this by emphasizing the importance of terror and chaos. The sight of our rampaging beasts, the disorienting effects of the sylphs, winds, the unsettling illusions of the lurkers, these will sow fear where the Empire seeks to instill order, Erevan argued. We will turn their own psychological tactics against them. We will be the nightmares they send their soldiers to fight, the horrors that creep into their dreams. He proposed a series of diversionary tactics, designed to draw Imperial attention away from Kale's true objectives. Small, swift raids on the periphery of their encampments, the use of alchemical smoke screens to mask troop movements, and the creation of phantom armies through illusionary magic. These were not meant to inflict significant damage, but to stretch the Empire's resources thin, to make them react to threats that were not truly there, and to tire them out before the main assault. The key to victory lies not just in overwhelming force, but in overwhelming their understanding. Erevan concluded, his voice growing stronger. We must make them question their intelligence, doubt their strategies, and fear the unknown. We will be the chaos that disrupts their order, the darkness that swallows their light, and when they are most vulnerable, most confused, that is when we will strike. He met Kale's fiery gaze, a shared understanding passing between the strategist and the conqueror. The war for the Obsidian Depths had begun, not just on the battlefield, but in the shadows, in the whispers, and in the intricate tapestry of Erevan's hard-won intelligence. The air in Kale's personal forge, a cavernous space that pulsed with the incandescent heart of the Obsidian Depths, was thick with the tang of ozone and the cloying sweetness of molten obsidian. Not the raw, untamed fury of creation, but a controlled inferno, meticulously managed by Kale himself. This was where the Cinder Lord, beyond the grand strategy and the mobilization of his monstrous legions, addressed a more personal yet equally vital aspect of their impending war, the acquisition of advanced armaments. His own arsenal, and that of his inner circle, could not be forged from mere common ore and ambition. Victory against the disciplined might of the Solaris Empire and their esteemed Lord Commander Lyra Aurelis would require tools that whispered of ancient power and struck with unnatural force. Kale ran a gauntleted hand over a shimmering obsidian blade, its surface rippling with captured starlight. This was the Nightfall Shard, a relic he had claimed from a long-dead sorcerer, its edges keen enough to slice through shadow itself. It was a weapon born of despair and darkness, a fitting companion to his own burgeoning power. But even the Nightfall Shard, potent as it was, felt insufficient. The Empire would come with enchanted steel, with holy fire, with the weight of their gods behind them. Kale needed more. He needed artifacts that amplified his inherent strengths, that could turn the tide of battle with a single, devastating strike. His gaze swept over the other pieces of his personal armament. His obsidian breastplate, Heart of the Inferno, was not merely armor. It was a conduit, allowing him to draw upon the ambient heat of the depths, to channel it into his attacks, or to unleash it in a blinding wave of thermal energy. But its enchantment, while formidable, was a product of his own rudimentary understanding of elemental manipulation. He craved items forged with a deeper, more ancient magic, items that resonated with the primal forces of creation and destruction. Erevan. Kale's voice, a low rumble that vibrated through the forge floor, summoned the spy master from his studies. The gaunt lorekeeper emerged from the shadows, his eyes, usually burning with an unnerving intelligence, now held a glint of something more acquisitive. He carried a small, intricately carved wooden box. "You summoned, Lord Kale?" Erevan's tone was smooth, devoid of the usual dry sarcasm. He knew that when Kale sought him out in the forge, it was not for strategic discourse, but for the acquisition of power. The Empire's legions march with the blessings of their sun gods and the tempered steel of their master smiths, Kale stated, his voice resonating with controlled power. Our own forces are formidable, but our personal armaments must reflect the true depth of our power. We need more. He gestured to the Nightfall Shard. This is but a whisper of what we can achieve. I require items that sing of true dominion, of raw, unadulterated might. Erevan nodded, a slow, deliberate movement. Indeed, Lord Kale. The Solaris Empire relies on a unified doctrine, on standardized equipment. Their strength lies in their numbers and their predictable might. Our advantage lies in the unpredictable, the arcane, the uniquely powerful. I have been exploring certain avenues. He placed the wooden box on a nearby anvil. This contains the initial findings of my most trusted scouts. They have been delving into those forgotten ruins in the shattered peaks, the ones whispered to be cursed by the very earth itself. Kale's eyes narrowed with interest. The shattered peaks were a testament to a long-forgotten cataclysm, a land scarred by arcane energies and haunted by the remnants of fallen civilizations. Legends spoke of ancient vaults, of slumbering deities, and of artifacts that could reshape reality. What have they found? Erevan opened the box. Inside, nestled on a bed of dried, phosphorescent moss, lay a single obsidian-black gauntlet, its surface etched with pulsating runes that seemed to writhe and shift with an inner light. The air around it crackled with latent energy. This, Lord Kale, is the grasp of the void. It is said to have belonged to a primordial entity that predated even the eldest of demons. Its wearer gains an unnatural affinity for shadow and entropy, capable of drawing the very life force from their surroundings to mend their own wounds or to fuel devastating shadow-based attacks. The scouts who retrieved it barely survived the ambient corruption. It requires a will of iron to wield without succumbing to its influence. Kale reached out, his gauntleted fingers hovering over the artifact. He could feel the immense power radiating from it, a chilling embrace that promised both dominion and oblivion. It was exactly the kind of weapon he sought, something that mirrored his own descent into a more primal, destructive form of power. Excellent, but this is but one. What else? The Shadow Syndicate has been cooperative, Erevan admitted, a hint of distaste in his voice. The Syndicate, a loose confederation of assassins, smugglers, and black market dealers who operated in the shadowed underbelly of the world, were Kale's reluctant informants and occasional purveyors of forbidden goods. Their methods were often unsavory, but their reach was undeniable. They have acquired a consignment of sunstone fragments from a caravan bound for the imperial capital. These are not the polished gems used by their battle priests, but raw, untamed shards that still hum with celestial energy. While they cannot be wielded directly by us without risk of immolation, they can be integrated into enchanted items to create potent, anti-divine countermeasures. Imagine, Lord Kale, a weapon that can corrupt the very light the Empire reveres. Erevan then produced a small, leather-bound pouch. From it, he carefully extracted several rough, crystalline fragments, each glowing with an inner golden light that seemed to push back against the oppressive darkness of the forge. Even Kale, accustomed to the infernal glow of his domain, felt a subtle discomfort in their presence. "These are volatile," Erevan warned. "They are best incorporated into defensive enchantments, or into specialized ammunition that can disrupt the Empire's holy warriors. My goblin engineers are already working on preliminary designs for such applications." "And Seraphis?" Kale's gaze fell upon the spectral form of his shadow assassin, currently coalescing in a corner of the forge, a silent, watchful presence. Seraphis was Kale's most trusted operative, a creature of pure shadow capable of moving unseen and striking with deadly precision. Her current armament, while effective, was as much a part of her spectral form as it was an independent tool. "Seraphis is a unique case," Erevan replied. "Her essence is tied to the plane of shadow. Conventional enchantments often fail to adhere to her form. However, I have learned of the existence of the Umbral Weaver's Cloak. It is said to be woven from the threads of solidified darkness, capable of not only rendering its wearer utterly invisible, but also of allowing them to manipulate the very fabric of shadow, creating illusions, ensnaring opponents, and even briefly teleporting through contiguous darkness. The Syndicate's contacts believe they have located its resting place, the crypts beneath the ruins of Athelberg, the ancient elven city that fell to ruin millennia ago." Kale's jaw tightened. Athelberg, a place steeped in ancient magic and long-forgotten tragedies. Raiding such a site would be fraught with peril, but the potential reward was immense. "Athelberg, you say? The wards there are said to be potent." "Indeed," Erevan confirmed. "But the Syndicate's agents have also indicated that the most powerful wards are tied to the life force of the ancient elven royalty interred within. Should they be disturbed, their protections might falter. This is a task that would require a delicate touch and perhaps a specialized team. I have also been investigating the development of enchanted weaponry for our goblin shock troops. Their agility and sheer ferocity are undeniable, but their standard-issue blades, while sharp, lack the arcane punch needed to truly threaten the heavily armored Imperial legions." He gestured towards a pile of crude but expertly crafted obsidian daggers and axes. "These are prototypes. I propose we imbue them with localized entropic fields. These fields would not be powerful enough to cause widespread damage, but upon impact they would briefly destabilize the molecular structure of Imperial armor, making it more brittle and susceptible to further attacks. The goblins, with their rapid-fire attacks, could exploit this weakness effectively. We would need to harvest a significant amount of void essence from the grasp of the void, once you have fully integrated it, Lord Kale, to power these enchantments on a larger scale." Kale considered this, his molten gaze fixed on the obsidian gauntlet, the grasp of the void, the sunstone fragments, the Umbral Weaver's Cloak, and the goblin enchantments. This was a potent collection, but it was not enough. The war would be brutal, and they would need every advantage. "What of the Imperial siege engines?" Kale asked, his voice a low growl. "Their ballistae can pierce our hides. Their catapults rain fire and ruin. We need something to counter that." Erevan's lips curved into a thin smile. "This, Lord Kale, is where my own personal research has yielded the most intriguing results. The ancient texts speak of a subterranean creature known as the quarry worm. These behemoths are not merely beasts of muscle and fang, but living conduits of the Earth's raw, destructive energy. Their digestive processes, when exposed to certain mineral deposits, generate immense seismic vibrations. If we can harness this, we can turn their own war machines against them. He unfurled another, more crude map. It depicted a series of interconnected tunnels leading beneath the anticipated Imperial advance routes. My scouts have located several nesting grounds of these creatures. It is a dangerous undertaking to coax them from their lairs, but I have devised a method. By utilizing a specially formulated alchemical lure, crafted from the mineral-rich waste produced by our own forges, we can attract them. Once agitated, their natural instinct is to burrow towards sources of disruption. We can then guide them through controlled cave-ins and sonic vibrations to tunnel directly beneath the Imperial siege lines, emerging to shatter their foundations and disable their weaponry from below. Kale's eyes gleamed. This was the kind of audacious, brutal strategy he relished. But how do we control them? These are not beasts of simple instinct. They are forces of nature. Precisely, Erevan confirmed. Control is the wrong word. We will not control them, but rather persuade them. Their rage is easily stoked, their territorial instincts easily provoked. We will use the terrain as our guide, herding them towards their targets. Furthermore, I have acquired a small number of earth-binding runes. These ancient relics, if placed strategically, can channel and amplify the worms' seismic energies, focusing their destructive potential. The quarry, where the largest specimens are found, is said to be rich in a rare, resonant ore that is ideal for their amplification. The risk of failure is high, of course, but the potential reward is the complete annihilation of their artillery before they can even bring it to bear. The forge seemed to hum with a new intensity, not just from the heat of the obsidian, but from the nascent power that Kale was beginning to assemble. The grasp of the void, the sunstone fragments, the umbral weaver's cloak, the entropic goblin blades, and the looming threat of the quarry worms. This was more than just equipment. It was an array of instruments of war, each designed to exploit a specific weakness, to unleash a specific form of devastation. There is one more matter, Kale stated, his voice taking on a more serious tone. Lyra Aurelis herself. She is a renowned strategist, a woman who has never known defeat. Her presence on the battlefield is a significant boon to her troops. We cannot underestimate her. Erevan's gaze flickered. Indeed, Lord Commander Aurelis is a formidable opponent. While overt assassination attempts are likely to fail due to her elite guard and her own formidable combat prowess, a more subtle approach might be warranted. My network has discovered that her command tent, while heavily fortified, is often situated near a series of ancient ley lines that radiate a faint protective aura. If we could disrupt these lines or even corrupt them, her personal resilience might be weakened. I have identified a potential method, the Whispering Amulet. It is a device that, when activated in proximity to potent magical energies, can amplify fear and doubt, sowing discord and confusion in the minds of those nearby. It is said to be guarded by a spectral sentinel in the ruins of an old watchtower overlooking the Serpent's Pass. He produced a small, tarnished silver amulet, intricately carved with swirling patterns that seem to shift and writhe as if alive. This is but a prototype, Lord Kale. Its true power is unlocked by its proximity to a significant magical nexus. The Serpent's Pass and the ancient ley lines beneath it would be an ideal location for its activation. The goal would be to disorient her, to break her concentration, to make her doubt her own brilliant strategies. A commander plagued by self-doubt is a commander ripe for defeat. Kale took the amulet, its surface cold to his touch. He could feel the subtle, unsettling magic emanating from it, a promise of insidious influence. This war was shaping up to be a symphony of destruction, a carefully orchestrated ballet of brute force and arcane power. He looked at the Nightfall Shard, then at the Grasp of the Void, and finally at the Whispering Amulet. The preparations were far from over, But the foundation of their arsenal was being laid, forged in the fires of the depths and gathered from the shadowed corners of the world. The Solaris Empire was about to face a foe unlike any they had ever encountered, a foe armed not just with steel and discipline, but with the very essence of darkness and entropy. Kale's gauntleted fingers traced the cool, obsidian surface of the grasp of the void. It pulsed faintly, a silent testament to the raw power he was amassing. Yet, as he surveyed the artifacts arrayed before him, the shimmering nightfall shard, the raw sunstone fragments, the promise of the umbral weaver's cloak, a gnawing unease settled within him. These were tools of war, undoubtedly, designed to shatter armor, disrupt holy rites, and blind even the most potent mages. But the Solaris Empire was not a mere collection of fortifications and legions. It was an entity, a colossal organism driven by belief, by loyalty, and by the unyielding will of its Lord Commander, Lyra Aurelis. He recognized, with a clarity that was both a blessing and a curse, that the system's influence extended far beyond the quantifiable metrics of his own character sheet. His stats could be optimized, his skills honed, but the morale of an army, the unwavering resolve of a populace, these were less tangible but no less critical factors. The Solaris Empire, with its sun-kissed banners and its divinely ordained purpose, would not crumble from a simple application of overwhelming force. They would need to be broken. Erevan Kale's voice, devoid of its usual Forge-born resonance, echoed in the cavernous space. The Spy Master, ever present in the periphery of Kale's machinations, materialized from the shadows like a coalescing wisp of smoke. His eyes, usually alight with the gleam of intellectual curiosity, held a somber, calculating hue. "Lord Kale?" Erevan's voice was a low murmur, the sound of dry leaves rustling in a forgotten crypt. The efficacy of these armaments, potent as they are, hinges on more than their destructive capacity. Kale stated, his molten gaze fixed on the intricate etchings of the grasp of the void. The Solaris Empire draws strength from its unity, its faith, its unwavering belief in the righteousness of its cause. To shatter that belief, to sow discord in the hearts of their soldiers and their citizens, is as vital a strategy as any forged blade or enchanted spell. Erevan inclined his head, a subtle gesture of acknowledgement. "A sound observation, my lord. Fear is a weapon, and despair a potent poison. The system, in its inscrutable wisdom, has provided means to cultivate both. Your infamy stat, for instance, is not merely a numerical representation of your notoriety, but a tangible influence on the psychological state of your enemies." Infamy, Kale mused, the word tasting like ash and ambition on his tongue. It is a metric I have neglected, focusing too intently on the tangible mechanics of power. But now... He paused, a slow, predatory grin spreading across his lips, a terrifying contrast to the obsidian armor that concealed his face. Now, it will be cultivated. The Solaris Empire believes itself to be the herald of light, the unassailable bastion of order. We will show them the true meaning of darkness. The plan began with the periphery. Not a direct assault on their fortified cities, nor a head-on collision with their main legions. That would be a test of strength, a battle of attrition that Kale, in his current state, was still preparing for. Instead, his attention turned to the arteries of the Empire, its supply lines, its outlying settlements, the villages that swore allegiance to Lyra Aurelis and her sun-blessed cause. These were the vulnerable points, the places where fear could take root and fester, where the Empire's unwavering resolve could be chipped away, grain by grain. Erevan dispatched the Shadow Syndicate's most discreet operatives, Kale commanded, his voice hardening with purpose. Their task is not conquest, but disruption. They are to target convoys carrying vital provisions, their goal to cripple their logistical capacity. Not to plunder, but to destroy. Let the Empire's soldiers hunger. Let their blacksmiths lack the raw materials for their precious enchanted steel. Let their war effort falter due to the simple absence of bread and iron. He envisioned the scene, a lone patrol, ambushed not by a legion, but by phantoms that emerged from the twilight, their movements silent, their weapons leaving no trace save for the chilling void they represented. The goods, vital to the Empire's war machine, would be reduced to ash, or simply vanish, leaving behind only whispers and the chilling realization that their enemies were not merely an invading force, but a force that could strike with impunity, anywhere, at any time. Furthermore, Cale continued, his mind already weaving a tapestry of dread, select villages, those that have openly pledged their fealty and sent their sons to Lyra's banner, are to be visited, not sacked, not enslaved. The brutality of conquest is a crude tool. We will employ a more insidious approach. Terror. Erevan's eyes narrowed, a flicker of understanding passing between the Lord of the Obsidian Depths and his spy master. Terror, my lord, how do you propose to instill such a sentiment? By making our presence a harbinger of doom without the need for prolonged occupation or overt destruction, Cale explained. He gestured towards the Shadow Syndicate's operatives, then to the specialized goblin sappers and demolition experts he had begun to cultivate. The Shadow Syndicate will strike at night, their targets being the granaries and the armories. But their true purpose is to leave a mark. Not a message of defiance, but a symbol of helplessness. A single, unnerving symbol, etched into the remains of what was once vital. The goblins, meanwhile, will perform controlled demolitions, not of entire villages, but of specific structures. The town hall, the temple, the home of the loyalist mayor. Small, precise acts of destruction, designed to convey a singular message. We can reach you. We can dismantle your lives piece by piece. Your defenses are meaningless. The psychological impact would be far more devastating than simple pillage. It would be the erosion of safety, the constant gnawing fear that their homes, their livelihoods, their very existence were under constant threat. The Solaris Empire, with its doctrine of decisive battles and swift victories, was ill-equipped to deal with an enemy that fought not just on the battlefield, but in the hearts and minds of its people. Let the tales spread, Cale commanded, his voice a low, guttural growl that seemed to vibrate with an unspoken threat. Let the merchants tremble when they see our insignia. Let the farmers abandon their fields, fearing that their harvest will be the only sustenance for our legions, or worse, destroyed before it can be gathered. Let the priests find their temples desecrated not by blasphemy, but by an unnatural silence, their holy symbols defaced with the sigil of the Cinder Lord. Every rumor, every whispered fear, every sleepless night will be a victory in itself. Your scouts, Erevan, will ensure that these acts are not attributed to mere brigands, but to the direct will of the Cinder Lord. Let my name be synonymous with dread. Let it precede our armies like a chilling omen. He envisioned the system's notifications, the subtle but significant shifts in his infamy stat, the growing reputation of the Cinder Lord not as a conqueror, but as a force of nature, an agent of chaos that could unravel the very fabric of the Empire's order. The Solaris Empire's strength lay in its organized might, its unwavering morale, its belief in a just cause. Cale's strategy was to dismantle that belief, to replace it with a primal, paralyzing fear. And for the more dedicated loyalists, Cale continued, his thoughts drifting to the elite regiments, the knights sworn to Lyra Aurelis, the battle priests channeling divine energy. Overt attacks are costly, and their resolve is hardened by their faith. We will employ a subtler form of demoralization. I want your most skilled alchemists to develop specific compounds, not poisons that kill, but substances that induce paranoia, that magnify existing anxieties. These can be introduced into their encampments, their water sources, even their rations in small, undetectable quantities. Imagine their seasoned warriors, their stalwart defenders, suddenly plagued by phantom threats, by the chilling certainty that their comrades are turning against them, that unseen enemies are lurking in every shadow. He recalled the whispering amulet Erevan had presented earlier, a tool designed to amplify fear. While its immediate application was against Lyra Aurelis herself, its underlying principle could be scaled. If a device could sow doubt in a commander's mind, why couldn't similar, albeit cruder, methods be employed to unravel the minds of her soldiers? The Goblin engineers, Cale instructed, are to focus on creating sonic disruptors, devices that emit low-frequency vibrations, undetectable to the human ear but capable of inducing a profound sense of unease, of disorientation. These can be deployed near their camps at night, or even disguised within the terrain along their march routes. The goal is not to cause physical harm, but to fray their nerves, to make them doubt their own senses, to leave them exhausted and susceptible to our conventional forces. They will march into battle not with righteous fury, but with a gnawing dread, questioning every rustle of leaves, every distant shadow. This was not merely warfare, it was an art form, a macabre masterpiece painted with fear and despair. Cale understood that true victory was not achieved solely through the clash of steel, but through the subjugation of the will. The Solaris Empire's greatest weapon was their belief in themselves, their unwavering conviction. Cale's objective was to shatter that conviction, to replace it with a deep, abiding fear of the Cinder Lord, a fear that would seep into their bones and undermine their every action. "We will make them question why they fight," Cale declared, his voice low and resonant. "We will make them doubt their gods, their leaders, and ultimately themselves. Let the whispers of the Cinder Lord be the soundtrack to their defeat. Let my infamy stat be a testament to the psychological annihilation we will bring upon them. This war will be won not just on the battlefield, but in the minds of every man, woman, and child who dares to stand against me." He looked back at the grasp of the void, then at the sunstone fragments. These were instruments of destruction, certainly, but in his hands, they would become instruments of terror. The war was approaching, and Cale was forging not just weapons, but a reputation, a legend whispered in the dark, a legend that would precede him like a storm of ash and shadow. The Solaris Empire would face a foe they could not comprehend, an enemy that understood that the greatest battles were often fought and won long before the first sword was drawn. Their fear would be his victory, their despair his ultimate triumph. The psychological warfare had begun, and it would be as devastating, if not more so, than any physical assault. The system was more than just stats. It was a canvas upon which he would paint his reign of terror. 7. The Siege of Lyra's Garrison. The map spread across Cale's workbench was a testament to months of meticulous intelligence gathering. Jagged mountain ranges, serpentine rivers, and the painstakingly detailed fortifications of the Solaris Empire were etched in stark contrast to the encroaching shadows that represented his own nascent domain. His gaze, however, was fixed on a single point, a nexus of imperial power, nestled precariously close to the contested borders of his burgeoning territory. It was designated on the map as Aurelian's Reach, a garrison whose very name invoked the authority of Lyra Aurelis herself. This was no ordinary outpost. Its strategic placement was a calculated dagger aimed at the heart of Kael's expansionist ambitions, a vital linchpin in the Empire's meticulously planned offensive. It served as a formidable logistical hub, a conduit for the flow of supplies and reinforcements that sustained the Imperial war machine. More than that, it was a staging ground from which Lyra's elite would launch their sorties, their sun-blessed banners, a constant threat on his horizon. To dismantle Aurelian's reach would not only sever a critical artery of the Solaris Empire's war effort, but would also yield a bounty of resources and, perhaps more importantly, grant Kael a significant psychological advantage, a tangible testament to his growing power. The garrison was a formidable beast, its defenses a testament to Imperial engineering and unwavering loyalty. Stone walls, reinforced with celestial alloys, rose like an unyielding bulwark against the encroaching wilderness. Watchtowers, strategically positioned to provide overlapping fields of fire, stood sentinel, their ramparts constantly patrolled by soldiers whose faith in their cause was as unshakable as the fortifications themselves. Within these walls resided a contingent of Solaris legionaries, a seasoned force hardened by countless skirmishes and indoctrinated with Lyra's unwavering doctrine. Leading them was a captain whose reputation preceded him like a thunderclap, Captain Valerius Thorn, a warrior forged in the crucible of war, a man whose name was whispered with respect in imperial halls and with fear in the dark corners of Kael's burgeoning domain. Thorn was a devout disciple of Lyra, his conviction absolute, his martial prowess legendary. He was more than just a soldier. He was a symbol of the Empire's unwavering resolve, a living embodiment of its divine mandate. Kael ran a gauntleted finger along the garrison's projected layout. The outer walls were thick, designed to withstand siege engines and sustained bombardment. Beyond them lay a kill zone, an expanse of open ground where any approaching force would be met with a hail of arrows and alchemical fire. The inner courtyard housed barracks, armories, and a command center, all shielded by secondary fortifications. Even the gates were marvels of imperial design, reinforced iron monstrosities capable of crushing all but the most determined assault. To launch a frontal assault would be folly, a suicidal endeavor that would see his nascent forces decimated before they could even breach the outer perimeter. The system's battlefield simulations, which he had been running in the background for days, painted a grim picture of such an undertaking. Overwhelming casualties, negligible gains, and a significant blow to his carefully cultivated momentum. Aurelian's reach, Kael murmured, the name a low growl in the shadowed expanse of his forge cavern. A fortress built on stone, faith, and the unwavering loyalty of Thorn. They believed themselves inviolable. He paused, his molten gaze reflecting the intricate details of the garrison's schematic. They believe in the light. We will show them the efficiency of the void. His initial strategy, the widespread disruption of supply lines and the sowing of terror in outlying villages, had been a success. The infamy stat had seen a significant uptick, and the whispers of the Cinder Lord were indeed spreading like wildfire, breeding a subtle but palpable fear within the Empire's populace. Yet these were skirmishes, calculated annoyances designed to weaken the enemy's resolve and lay the groundwork for a more decisive blow. Now it was time for a surgical strike, a move that would cripple their immediate offensive capabilities and provide him with a tangible strategic advantage. Erevan. Kael's voice echoed, the sound amplified by the cavern's acoustics. The spymaster materialized from the shifting shadows, his form as ephemeral as smoke. His eyes, usually sharp and alight with cunning, held a more somber, calculating gleam, reflecting the gravity of the situation. "My lord," Erevan replied, his voice a low murmur that seemed to absorb the very light around them. "Aurelian's reach Kale stated, his voice devoid of emotion. "It is a thorn in our side, a vital artery of the Solaris Empire that must be severed. A direct assault is inefficient. Thorn and his legionaries are too well entrenched, too fanatically loyal. Their faith is a shield, and their fortifications a testament to their preparedness." Eravan inclined his head, a subtle gesture that conveyed his understanding. "Indeed, my lord, Captain Thorn is renowned for his defensive acumen. His men fight with the fervor of martyrs, believing each blow struck against our forces is a blow struck for the divine order." "Faith can be a formidable weapon," Kale conceded, "but it is also a blindfold. They expect a conventional enemy, a force that assaults walls and engages in pitched battles. They do not expect the shadows to bleed, nor the earth to swallow their legions whole." He tapped a specific point on the map, a less defended section of the garrison's western flank, bordering a dense, ancient forest. This section, it is considered a secondary perimeter, less heavily fortified due to the natural barrier of the Whisperwood. They believe the forest itself to be an impassable obstacle, a wild and untamed place that their civilized legions need not concern themselves with. A slow, predatory grin stretched across Kale's lips, though it was hidden beneath the obsidian mask that concealed his features. "They underestimate the wild. They underestimate the void that lurks within it. They underestimate the creatures that thrive in its embrace." Eravan's eyes widened almost imperceptibly. He understood. Kale was not planning a direct assault, not in the conventional sense. He was planning to use the very environment, the neglected flank, as a gateway. "The Whisperwood," Eravan mused, his voice barely audible. "It is a place of ancient power and ancient dwellers. Goblins, orcs, perhaps even darker things that have long been banished from the civilized lands." "Precisely," Kale confirmed. "My scouts have confirmed a network of tunnels and hidden passages beneath the Whisperwood, remnants of an age when the land itself was more volatile. These passages, long forgotten by the Solaris Empire, are well known to the denizens of the forest. We will not breach their walls with battering rams, Eravan. We will seep through the earth like a plague." He gestured to a series of meticulously drawn diagrams scattered amongst the maps. These weren't schematics for siege engines, but for something far more insidious. Specialized tunneling equipment, designed by the most ingenious goblin engineers under his command. They were crude but effective, built to withstand subterranean pressures, and to burrow through rock and soil with surprising speed. "The goblin sappers," Kale continued, his voice taking on a chilling resonance. "They will begin their work in the deepest recesses of the Whisperwood, far from any Imperial patrols. Their objective: to establish a series of strategic breaches, leading directly beneath Aurelian's reach. These will not be grand, obvious tunnels, but narrow, claustrophobic passages, designed for infiltration, not invasion. They will be used by our most skilled operatives, those who can move like specters in the darkness." Eravan nodded, his mind already piecing together the intricate details of the infiltration. "The Shadow Syndicate. They are adept at operating in confined spaces and under extreme duress." "They are but the vanguard," Kale clarified. "Once the initial breaches are secured, and our operatives have established a foothold within the garrison's underbelly, the sewage systems, the forgotten crypts, the unmapped cellars, they will disable the internal alarm systems and create diversions. Not open warfare, but subtle acts of sabotage. Fuel lines for their alchemical defenses will be severed, communication lines mysteriously misplaced. The armory's primary forge will suffer a malfunction." The goal, Kale explained, was not to trigger a full-scale alarm that would rally the garrison's defenders, but to create a sense of disarray and confusion, a a series of minor, yet pervasive inconveniences that would fray the nerves of the guards and draw their attention away from the true threat. While our infiltrators sow discord within, Kale elaborated, his voice growing colder, the main force will be deployed, not to storm the gates, but to position themselves strategically around the garrison. We will not engage them directly. Instead, we will employ the tools I have been cultivating, the means to break their spirit before we break their defenses. He spoke of the specialized alchemical compounds, the ones designed to induce paranoia and amplify existing fears. These would be introduced into the garrison's water supply and food stores, a silent poison that would work from within. Imagine, he mused, Thorn's hardened legionaries, men who had faced down orcs and barbarians without flinching, suddenly seeing phantom threats in the flickering torchlight, their trusted comrades whispering unsettling secrets, their own minds becoming their greatest enemy. And the sonic disruptors, Kale continued, his voice a low thrum. The goblin engineers have perfected them. These devices, disguised as natural rock formations or buried beneath the earth, will emit a constant, low-frequency vibration, undetectable to the human ear, but deeply unsettling to the mind. It will induce a pervasive sense of unease, a constant gnawing anxiety that will erode their focus and their courage. They will march to battle, if they are ever allowed to, not with the righteous fury of true believers, but with the hollow dread of men who have lost their nerve. He envisioned the scene. Captain Thorn, a paragon of martial virtue, struggling to maintain order as his men succumb to unseen terrors. The sun-blessed banners of the Solaris Empire, symbols of unwavering faith, now fluttering over a garrison racked by internal chaos and debilitating fear. The guards, once vigilant sentinels, now cowering in their towers, convinced that the shadows themselves were alive and poised to strike. Our primary objective, Kale stated, his voice cutting through the speculative silence, is not to simply capture Aurelian's reach. It is to shatter the myth of its invincibility. It is to demonstrate that even the most fortified bastions of the Solaris Empire are vulnerable to the Cinderlord's machinations. We will exploit their reliance on order, their faith in their divine protection, and turn it against them. He paused, allowing the chilling implications of his plan to settle. This was not brute force. This was psychological warfare, a meticulous dismantling of the enemy's will to fight. The system, with its emphasis on quantifiable stats and tactical advantages, was merely a framework. The true power lay in understanding the intangible, in manipulating the very essence of fear and despair. Once the internal chaos is at its peak, Kale continued, his voice a low growl, and the garrison is on the brink of collapse, our forces will move. Not in a grand charge, but in swift, targeted strikes. Our primary assault will be focused on the main gate, creating the illusion of a direct attack, drawing the remaining defenders to that point. Simultaneously, our infiltration units, those who have already secured key locations within the garrison, will strike from within, opening secondary access points, disabling the remaining defenses. He envisioned the Solaris soldiers, their faith already wavering, their ranks thinned by paranoia and fear, finding themselves caught between an overwhelming external assault and an unseen enemy within. Captain Thorn, his reputation for unwavering resolve, would be forced to confront a foe that could not be met on the battlefield, a foe that attacked the very minds of his men. The resources within Aurelian's reach will be invaluable, Kale admitted, a flicker of ambition in his voice. Supplies, weaponry, materials for forging, and prisoners. Prisoners who have witnessed the impotence of their gods and the futility of their faith. They can be re-educated, their loyalty once sworn to Lyra Aurelis, can be redirected. Or, if they prove unyielding, they can serve as a stark warning to others who dare to oppose the Cinderlord. The thought of turning Imperial soldiers into his own, a testament to his ability to subvert even the most deeply ingrained loyalties, was a particularly appealing prospect. The system, after all, rewarded not just conquest, but control. This operation, Cale concluded, his gaze sweeping over the maps and diagrams, will be codenamed Whisperfall. It will be a testament to our ability to strike unseen, to dismantle from within, and to break the spirit of our enemies before we ever need to shatter their bodies. The Solaris Empire believes in the strength of their walls and the righteousness of their cause. We will show them that true strength lies in the shadows, and that the most potent weapon is the fear that gnaws at the soul. He turned his attention back to the grasp of the void, the obsidian artifact pulsing faintly in his gauntlet. It was a tool of raw power, but it was the subtle applications of power, the manipulation of fear and doubt, that would truly forge his legend. Aurelian's reach would fall, not with a roar of thunder, but with a chilling whisper, a testament to the dawning age of the Cinderlord. The siege was not a matter of when, but how, and Cale had orchestrated a symphony of dread, a performance designed to break Lyra's most trusted captain and his formidable garrison without a single direct engagement between the main forces. The earth itself would become his ally, and the seeds of fear, once sown, would bloom into a harvest of conquest. The air crackled with an unnatural energy, a symphony of guttural roars, chitinous clicks, and the ragged breaths of 1,000 hungry creatures. Cale stood on a ridge overlooking Aurelian's reach, the obsidian gleam of his grasp of the void reflecting the eerie glow of the encroaching horde. Below, the formidable stone walls of the garrison, once a symbol of imperial might, now seemed like a fragile barrier against the encroaching darkness. The night was his cloak, and the fear he had meticulously cultivated was his vanguard. Tonight, Cale's voice, amplified by the residual magic of the cavern, resonated with chilling authority. We show them the true meaning of a storm. The first wave, a tsunami of chitin and malice, surged forward. Goblins, their beady eyes burning with a primal ferocity, scrambled up ropes of woven sinew and vine, their crude climbing picks scrabbling against the stone. They were the expendable, the countless, their purpose to overwhelm the ramparts with sheer, unadulterated numbers. Behind them, a more terrifying breed of creature advanced. Hulking ogres, their massive frames draped in tattered hides, lumbered towards the main gate, their club-like fists already swinging in anticipation of impact. Their roars were a percussive thunder, each one a promise of destruction. Cale raised his gauntlet, and a torrent of emerald fire erupted from the grasp, arcing through the night sky like a malevolent comet. It struck a cluster of Imperial siege engines positioned just outside the garrison walls, reducing them to molten slag and screaming metal. He followed this with a barrage of smaller fireballs, each one meticulously aimed to disrupt patrol routes and sow chaos amongst the defenders. The crackle of burning wood and the anguished cries of the few soldiers caught in the inferno were a grim lullaby. Seraphis, Cale's voice cut through the din, carrying on the unnatural winds. The main gate. Let them feel the righteous fury of your blade. From the heart of the horde, a figure emerged, wreathed in an aura of spectral energy. Seraphis, the ancient fallen knight, moved with a chilling grace, his enchanted blade, soul reaver, humming with dark power. He was a force of nature, an embodiment of Cale's darkest ambitions. His charge was not a charge, it was a descent, a whirlwind of death that carved a bloody path through the ranks of Solaris legionaries who dared to meet him at the gate. Each swing of Soul Reaver was a testament to its unholy forging, cleaving through steel plate as if it were parchment, silencing the prayers and defiant shouts of the Imperial soldiers with a final, chilling shriek. The goblins, though crude, were surprisingly effective. They swarmed the walls, their sheer numbers creating a chaotic surge that threatened to drown the defenders. Guards, accustomed to disciplined formations and well-ordered defenses, found themselves overwhelmed by the relentless tide of green skin and sharp teeth. Arrows, once loosed with precision, now flew in disorganized volleys as the archers struggled to aim through the swirling mass of attackers. Alchemical fire, intended to repel a conventional army, now illuminated the desperate struggle on the ramparts, bathing the scene in a hellish, flickering light. Cale observed from his vantage point, his mind a cold, calculating engine. He wasn't just directing a battle, he was orchestrating a symphony of destruction. He deployed specialized units with precision, sending packs of shadowhounds to flank the main assault, their ethereal forms phasing through the outer palisades to harry the defenders from unexpected angles. Winged abominations, their leathery wings beating a frantic rhythm against the night sky, swooped down to disable watchtowers, their corrosive screeches deafening and disorienting. He watched as a particularly large group of goblins managed to breach a section of the wall, their crude but effective grappling hooks finding purchase. The moment they began to ascend, Cale unleashed another torrent of fire, not to incinerate them, but to create a wall of flame, forcing the defenders above to retreat and creating an opening for the main goblin thrust. It was a delicate balance, a constant adjustment of fire and fury, of overwhelming force and calculated attrition. The system shows a 78% chance of breach within the hour if current momentum is maintained. A disembodied voice whispered in Cale's mind, the system's dispassionate assessment of the unfolding carnage. "Momentum is a river system," Cale replied, his voice a low growl, "and I am its master." He focused on the main gate, where Seraphis was a maelstrom of destruction. The ogres, unyielding in their assault, continued to pound against the reinforced iron, their impact sending tremors through the very foundations of the garrison. Cale directed a concentrated burst of fire at the hinges of the gate, weakening the ancient metal, accelerating its demise. On the ramparts, the fighting devolved into a desperate, brutal melee. Imperial legionaries, their armor dinted and their shields splintered, fought with the grim determination of cornered animals. But for every goblin they cut down, two more seemed to take its place. The sheer ferocity of the assault was designed to break their spirit as much as their bodies. The stench of blood, sweat, and goblin musk filled the air, a potent cocktail of desperation. Cale's gaze shifted to a less active section of the wall, a point where his infiltration units were meant to be operating. "Erevan," he subvocalized, a silent command sent through their shared network. "Report." A faint flicker of a response, a mental image of a darkened corridor, the glint of metal, and the sound of a hastily stifled gasp. "Primary objective secured, my lord. The internal alarm systems are experiencing technical difficulties." A grim smile touched Cale's lips, hidden beneath his mask. The subtle sabotage was working in tandem with the brute force of the horde. The defenders were being pulled in two directions. A desperate struggle to repel the obvious, overwhelming assault on the walls and gates, while a silent, unseen enemy began to dismantle their defenses from within. He envisioned the confusion, the growing paranoia amongst the Solaris soldiers. Were the attacks from without or from within? Was their enemy flesh and blood, or something far more insidious? He continued to pepper the garrison with fire, targeting areas where concentrations of defenders were noticeable, forcing them to scatter and further disrupting their attempts to form cohesive defensive lines. He unleashed a blast of concentrated heat at a volley of arrows being fired from a watchtower, causing the shafts to ignite mid-flight, creating a dazzling, disorienting display of burning projectiles. The legionaries above, blinded by the sudden inferno, stumbled and fell. Seraphis, his spectral blade dripping with the lifeblood of fallen soldiers, finally broke through the weakened main gate. The roar of triumph that erupted from the horde was deafening. The gate, a symbol of Aurelian's Reach's impregnability, groaned and splintered, its heavy iron frame buckling under the relentless assault of the ogres and the unholy power of the fallen knight. As the gate gave way, the horde surged forward, a living tide of claws, teeth, and guttural war cries. The battle for Aurelian's Reach had truly begun, a brutal testament to Kael's calculated descent into the heart of the Solaris Empire's power. The night was no longer just dark. It was alive, and it was hungry. The whispers of fear had become a deafening roar, and the age of the Cinder Lord was dawning in a conflagration of steel, magic, and the unbridled fury of the horde. The garrison, once a symbol of Lyra's divine protection, was now a charnel house, its defenders facing an enemy that was as relentless as it was numerous, and as terrifying as it was unforeseen. Kael watched, his molten gaze impassive, as the first wave of his monstrous army swept into the heart of the fortress. The initial embers of his conquest fanned into a raging inferno. The frantic scribbling of quills on parchment was the soundtrack to Lyra Aurelis's growing dread. Messengers, their faces etched with exhaustion and fear, arrived in a near-constant stream, each bearing dispatches from the front lines. The reports painted a grim picture. Orion's Reach, the northernmost bastion of the Solaris Empire, was under a full-scale assault. Not by a rival human kingdom, nor by a beastly incursion, but by something unnatural. Goblins, ogres, and creatures born of shadow and malice, all marshaled under a banner of pure destruction. And the orchestrator, whispers suggested, was a figure known only as the Cinder Lord, a name that resonated with dark power and ambition. Lyra's fingers traced the intricate celestial map on her desk, her brow furrowed in concentration. Aurelian's Reach wasn't merely a garrison, it was a keystone. Its fall would open a direct path into the heart of the Empire, exposing countless settlements to the ravenous maw of the encroaching darkness. The divine whispers that often guided her, the faint echoes of the heavenly host, were agitated, their usual serene hum replaced by a dissonant thrum of alarm. This was not a battle for territory. It was a battle for the very soul of their world, a world that, to Lyra's uniquely attuned senses, felt increasingly like a stage upon which grand, orchestrated events were unfolding. "The system's parameters are being tested," she murmured, her voice barely audible above the rustle of parchments. The phrase, a recurring anomaly in her thoughts, felt more potent now than ever before. Kael's tactics, as described by the few scouts who had managed to escape the initial onslaught, were not those of a common warlord. They were too precise, too varied, too optimized. He exploited every weakness, maximized every advantage, and countered even the most desperate defenses with unnerving efficiency. It was as if he possessed an intimate knowledge of the garrison's layout, its patrol routes, its defensive capabilities, and perhaps even its psychological vulnerabilities. Lyra closed her eyes, reaching out with her divine senses. She felt the desperate struggle on the ramparts, the raw terror of the legionaries, fighting a foe that seemed to multiply with every fallen soldier. She felt the brute force battering the main gate, the unholy power chipping away at its ancient iron. But beneath the surface chaos, she also sensed a subtler, more insidious pressure. Sabotage. Infiltration. A meticulous dismantling of the garrison's internal defenses. Kale was not simply waging war. He was playing a game, and the pieces were lives, fortifications, and the very fabric of order. There was no time for conventional travel. The legions defending Aurelian's reach were outnumbered and outmatched. Every moment of delay was another crack in the dam, another step closer to an irreversible flood. Lyra stood, her silver hair catching the light of the enchanted orbs illuminating her study. A faint, celestial glow enveloped her, the air around her shimmering with potent divine energy. She focused her will, channeling the sacred power that coursed through her veins. The whispers of the host intensified, coalescing into a guiding force. "Grant me passage," she intoned, her voice clear and resonant, a prayer and a command. "Let me stand where I am most needed." The world around her dissolved into a blinding cascade of light and sensation. It was as if she were being unraveled and rewoven, her very essence stretched across impossible distances in an instant. The scent of ozone and starlight filled her senses, a temporary disorientation before the familiar weight of solid ground returned. She gasped, not from the journey, but from the scene that greeted her. Aurelian's reach was a tableau of controlled chaos. The main gate, a colossal structure of reinforced iron and ancient oak, was a splintered ruin, groaning under the combined assault of massive ogres and the spectral aura of a towering warrior clad in obsidian armor. The ramparts, once a bastion of Solaris defense, were a maelstrom of clashing steel and guttural roars, a tide of green-skinned goblins swarming over the battlements like an invasive plague. Fire, both alchemical and arcane, painted the night sky in hues of hellish red and sickly green, illuminating the desperate struggle with a macabre light. The air was thick with the stench of blood, sweat, and something acrid and foul that spoke of unnatural origins. Lyra materialized not on the battlements nor at the beleaguered gate, but on a high outcrop overlooking the main courtyard, a vantage point that allowed her to survey the unfolding battle with a strategic overview. Her arrival was not a surprise to Kale, she sensed. The system, in its dispassionate way, had likely registered her intervention as a variable, an anomaly to be accounted for. But for the defenders, her appearance was a miracle. A collective gasp rose from the weary legionaries closest to her. Their eyes, wide with disbelief and a flicker of hope, turned towards their high priestess. They had been fighting for hours, their strength waning, their spirits battered. To see Lyra, a beacon of their faith, standing amidst the inferno, was a powerful morale-shattering, for the enemy event. "Hold the line," Lyra's voice, imbued with divine authority, cut through the cacophony of battle. It wasn't just a command, it was a resonant chord that vibrated through the very souls of her soldiers. "The Lord of hosts is with us. The enemy fights with darkness, but we are children of the light." Her arrival was not merely a physical manifestation. It was an infusion of divine will. The soldiers who heard her felt a surge of renewed strength, a rekindling of their resolve. Their movements, which had become sluggish and desperate, regained a measure of their former discipline. They tightened their ranks, their shields interlocking with a renewed sense of purpose. Lyra's gaze swept across the battlefield, her mind already dissecting Kale's strategy. She saw the goblin swarms, designed to overwhelm through sheer numbers. She saw the ogres, their brute strength aimed at shattering the physical defenses. She saw the spectral knight, Seraphis, a harbinger of death, carving a path through the elite legionaries. But she also saw the patterns, the underlying logic that a less attuned observer would miss. "He divides their attention," she whispered, her eyes narrowing as she observed the concentrated assaults on the main gate in the north wall. The brute force is a diversion. The true threat lies where the pressure is least expected. Her divine sight, augmented by her unique understanding of the system, allowed her to perceive the subtle energies at play. She could see the faint trails of Kale's shadowhounds, the whispers of their ethereal passage, and the almost imperceptible distortions where Erevan's agents had worked their subtle sabotage. The system anticipates a breach of the eastern wall within the next 30 minutes, based on current attrition rates. The disembodied voice, Kale's internal system interface, echoed faintly in the periphery of her divine awareness. Lyra didn't hear it directly, but she felt the underlying calculations, the cold, logical progression of Kale's strategy. 30 minutes? Lyra scoffed, a faint smile playing on her lips. You forget, system, that strategy is not merely about numbers and force. It is about will, about faith, and about the intervention of powers that transcend your algorithms. She turned her attention to the legionaries struggling on the northern rampart. The goblins, emboldened by their success in breaching a section of the wall, were pushing deeper into the garrison's interior. Archers, their quivers nearly empty, were desperately trying to hold them back, but the sheer press of bodies was overwhelming. Captain Valerius! Lyra called out, her voice amplified by a subtle wave of divine energy. A grizzled centurion, his armor scorched and his shield battered, turned towards her, his face a mask of grim determination. Rally your archers. Fall back to the inner courtyard. Hold the choke points. Her command was immediate and decisive. Valerius, recognizing the strategic soundness of her order, barked his own commands, his voice hoarse but clear. The archers, though reluctant to abandon the ramparts, obeyed. They began a tactical retreat, laying down volleys of arrows to cover their withdrawal, melting back into the labyrinthine corridors of the garrison. Lyra then focused on the main gate. The ogres were relentless, their massive fists continuing to pulverize the weakened timbers and iron. Seraphis, a whirlwind of death, was systematically eliminating any legionary who dared to stand against him. The gate would fall, and soon. Seraphis, she projected, her voice now laced with a divine challenge that resonated with ancient power. You fight for a Lord of Shadows. Does his power truly compare to the eternal light? The spectral knight paused, his crimson eyes burning with an unholy fire, swiveling to fix upon her. For a brief moment the relentless assault faltered. Seraphis was a creature of immense power, bound by Kale's will, but he was also a fallen soul, one with a history, with a past that Lyra's divine nature could subtly probe. You are a tool, fallen knight, Lyra continued, weaving a subtle enchantment into her words. A blade wielded by a master of illusion, but even the sharpest blade can be turned against its wielder. She didn't expect to sway Seraphis, not entirely, but she could perhaps introduce a sliver of doubt, a momentary hesitation. The system was designed for predictable outcomes, for logical progressions. A being like Seraphis, even if enslaved, was a complex factor. As Seraphis momentarily faltered, Lyra unleashed another segment of her plan. She turned her attention to the ogres. Their immense strength was their greatest asset, but also their weakness. They were slow, ponderous, and lacked any true tactical acumen beyond simple destruction. My brothers and sisters of the garrison, Lyra's voice boomed, resonating with the desperate hope of the defenders. To the barricades, let them taste the iron resolve of the Solaris Empire. She directed a focused beam of divine energy, not at the ogres themselves, but at the reinforced inner barricades that Valerius's retreating archers were preparing. The barricades, constructed of heavy timber and iron bracing, glowed with a faint protective aura as Lyra's blessing coursed through them. They were designed to withstand siege engines, but not necessarily the direct, unthinking charge of a dozen enraged ogres. The ogres, sensing the weakening of the outer defenses, and driven by their primal urge to smash and destroy, surged forward towards the newly forming inner line. They crashed against the barricades with thunderous force, their roars of frustration echoing through the courtyard. The barricades groaned, splinters flying, but they held. Lyra's blessing was imbuing them with a resilience that went beyond mere construction. "They think this is about overwhelming force," Lyra murmured, her eyes flickering towards the shadows at the edge of the courtyard. She could sense the unseen units Kale had deployed, the flanking maneuvers, the attempts to sow confusion. They believe the system dictates victory through attrition. They underestimate the power of calculated defense, of coordinated resistance. She then addressed the legionaries directly, her voice carrying clearly despite the surrounding din. "Those of you who fought on the ramparts, report immediately to the armory. Resupply your ammunition. Those guarding the inner passages, reinforce your positions. Do not break formation, no matter what you hear or see." Her orders were precise, her knowledge of the garrison's internal layout and defensive protocols uncanny. It was as if she had lived within these walls for years, had personally overseen every defensive measure. This wasn't just battlefield command. It was an intuitive understanding of the fort's operational flow, a mastery that hinted at a level of foresight beyond mere tactical observation. Lyra then turned her gaze to the eastern wall, the section the system had predicted would fall within 30 minutes. She could feel the subtle pressure building there, a calculated distraction designed to draw Kale's attention away from the main assault. It was a feint, and Kale, for all his power, was likely falling for it. "Seraphis!" Lyra projected again, her voice carrying a new weight, a subtle shift in its divine resonance. "Your master bids you break the gate. But does he bid you defend his flanks? Does he consider the unexpected?" She then channeled a surge of divine power, a focused burst of radiant energy that slammed into the northernmost section of the wall, the very area where Kale's infiltration units were likely operating. It wasn't an attack meant to cause physical destruction, but rather to disrupt, to expose. The divine light, anathema to the creatures of shadow and malice Kale employed, flared brightly, momentarily illuminating the hidden passages and concealed attackers. A chorus of panicked screeches and surprised curses erupted from the shadows. The element of surprise was gone. Kale's unseen vanguard was revealed, caught in the blinding glare of celestial power. Legionaries, guided by Lyra's foresight and empowered by her presence, moved swiftly to engage these exposed infiltrators, their blades finding purchase in the momentarily disoriented attackers. The tide had not fully turned, not yet. The main gate was still under immense pressure, and Seraphis was a formidable adversary. But Lyra's intervention had achieved something crucial. She had disrupted Kale's perfectly orchestrated assault. She had introduced variables he had not accounted for, forces he could not quantify with his system. Her presence was a rallying point, her commands a beacon of order in the heart of the storm. She moved with an ethereal grace, her silver robes flowing as she directed the defenders. She saw the flow of battle, not just the immediate clashes, but the strategic currents. She anticipated Kale's next move, not through prediction, but through an innate understanding of the game he was playing. He will try to regain momentum, she mused, watching as Kale, undoubtedly alerted to the disruption on his flank, redirected some of his forces. He will attempt to force a decisive breakthrough elsewhere. The gate will become his singular focus again. Lyra then turned her attention to the shattered remnants of the main gate. The ogres were still battering at the barricades, and Seraphis, his moment of hesitation past, was resuming his bloody work. But Lyra saw a different approach. "Centurion Valerius," she called again, her voice a calm counterpoint to the chaos. "Your best men. Prepare for a counter-thrust at the gate. We will meet them head-on, not just defend." The idea was audacious, almost suicidal. The legionaries were already depleted. To launch a counterattack into the heart of the horde that had already breached the outer defenses seemed like a death wish. But Lyra's conviction was unwavering. The system registers a 92% probability of annihilation for any forces attempting a sortie at this juncture. Kale's internal voice seemed to whisper, a phantom echo of his calculated assessment. Lyra ignored it. She focused on the faces of the legionaries, on their weary but determined eyes. "The Lord's light does not falter," she declared, her voice ringing with absolute certainty. "We will not be broken. We will not yield." She raised her hand, and a cascade of pure, white light erupted from her fingertips, not as a destructive blast, but as a radiant shield that pulsed outwards, pushing back the encroaching shadows and bolstering the spirits of the soldiers. It was a visual representation of her divine favor, a tangible symbol of hope for the besieged garrison. The legionaries felt an immediate surge of courage, a belief that even in this hellish night, victory was possible. Lyra Aurelis, the high priestess of the Solaris Empire, had arrived. And with her arrival, the siege of Aurelian's Reach had transformed from a predictable slaughter into a battle of wills, a clash of divine intervention against dark ambition. She wasn't just a commander. She was a force of nature, a strategic genius who wielded faith as her sharpest weapon, and the system itself was beginning to register her as an unpredictable, game-changing anomaly. The narrative, it seemed, was about to deviate from Kale's meticulously crafted script. The air crackled, not with the usual acrid stench of goblin war paint and spilled blood, but with a palpable tension that preceded a storm. Lyra had brought order to the chaos, her divine presence a balm and a rallying cry. The initial panic had subsided, replaced by a grim determination, a flicker of hope fanned into a steady flame by her unwavering resolve. But Kale, the Cinder Lord, was not one to be deterred by a mere priestess. He was a chess player, and Lyra had just entered the board, forcing a shift in his meticulously laid plans. Lyra could feel it, a subtle shift in the battlefield's energy, a tightening of the ambient darkness that spoke of concentrated power. The pressure on the main gate, though still immense, had momentarily eased, a tactical redirection. This was Kale's response to her disruption, a countermaneuver born of cold calculation. He was consolidating his forces, preparing to unleash a more focused, overwhelming assault. She had revealed his hidden units, exposed his flanking maneuvers, but she hadn't broken his will. Not yet. Her gaze swept across the courtyard, taking in the sight of the legionaries, their faces grimy, but their eyes now shining with a newfound courage. Captain Valerius, his earlier weariness seemingly evaporated, was rallying his chosen warriors, their armor gleaming faintly under Lyra's blessings. They were preparing for the sortie, for the audacious counter-thrust she had ordered. It was a gamble, a move that defied the sterile logic of the system, but Lyra believed in the immeasurable power of faith and courage. Suddenly, the ground beneath Lyra's feet began to tremble. A low, guttural growl, deeper than any ogre's roar, rumbled through the very stones of Aurelian's Reach. The air grew thick and heavy, charged with an oppressive heat. From the ruins of the main gate, where the ogres had been relentlessly pounding, a figure emerged, bathed in an infernal glow. It was Kale the Cinder Lord, his form wreathed in an aura of smoldering embers and crackling shadows. He was not merely a man clad in armor. He was a manifestation of destruction, a walking inferno. His armor, once a deep obsidian, now shimmered with molten slag and flickering flames as if forged in the heart of a volcano. From his gauntlets, tendrils of crimson energy snaked outwards, and his eyes burned with a malevolent crimson light that seemed to consume all hope. The whispers of the system, faint and ethereal, reached Lyra again, painting a grim picture of Kale's stats and abilities, a testament to the sheer destructive potential he commanded. The Cursed Lord of Cinders, the name was not an exaggeration. "You are a fascinating anomaly, priestess," Kale's voice boomed, a voice like grinding stone and roaring fire, amplified by some unholy resonance. "You have artfully disrupted my initial strategy. You have rallied the broken. You even dared to challenge my hound." He gestured towards the spectral knight, Seraphis, who stood, unmoving, a silent testament to Kale's influence, his crimson gaze now fixed on Lyra, a flicker of something unreadable within their depths. "But you mistake a temporary setback for a defeat. This is not a war of attrition, nor a game of tactical maneuvers. This is a cleansing fire." As he spoke, the embers surrounding him coalesced, swirling into a vortex of pure flame. The temperature in the courtyard surged, the very air seeming to warp and shimmer with intense heat. The legionaries braced themselves, their shields raised, their faces a mixture of fear and grim determination. They had faced monsters, but this was something else entirely. This was the embodiment of primal rage, of unbridled destruction. Lyra met his gaze, her own eyes glowing with a soft, celestial light, a stark contrast to the infernal blaze that consumed Kale. Her silver hair seemed to shimmer with an inner radiance, and the holy symbol emblazoned on her chest pulsed with a divine warmth. The blade in her hand, a weapon forged from starlight, and tempered by prayer, hummed with a latent power. "Your cleansing is a path of despair, Cinder Lord," Lyra replied, her voice clear and steady, cutting through the growing roar of infernal energy. "You seek to burn away the world, but you forget that even fire can be quenched. And I am here to quench you." With a guttural roar, Kale lunged. He didn't move like a man. He exploded. A torrent of molten fire erupted from his outstretched hand, a blazing river aimed directly at Lyra. The heat was so intense that the stones beneath her feet began to glow, and the air around her seared her lungs. The system, with its dispassionate calculations, would have flagged this as an attack with near certain fatal outcomes for any standard combatant. But Lyra was no standard combatant. She met the inferno with a wave of pure divine light. It wasn't a solid barrier, but a force field of radiant energy that absorbed and deflected the molten onslaught. The flames shrieked as they met the holy power, recoiling as if struck by an invisible hand. Lyra sidestepped, her movements fluid and graceful, weaving through the dissipating fire like a phantom. "Impressive," Kale conceded, a hint of surprise in his voice, quickly masked by a scowl. "You channel the divine, a rare and potent force. But can you withstand the true wrath of the Cinder Lord?" He slammed his gauntleted fist onto the ground, and the very earth erupted. Not with fire this time, but with jagged shards of obsidian that shot upwards like daggers. Simultaneously, spectral hounds, their forms shimmering and insubstantial, leaped from the shadows, their spectral jaws snapping at Lyra. These were Kale's shadow hounds, creatures of pure malice, designed to bypass physical defenses and attack the very soul. Lyra reacted instantly. She spun, her divine blade a blur of silver light. The spectral hounds yelped and dissolved into wisps of smoke as her blade sliced through their ethereal forms. The obsidian shards, however, were a different matter. They were physical, sharp, and numerous. She raised her hand, and a dome of shimmering golden light enveloped her. The obsidian shards pinged harmlessly against the divine shield, shattering into dust. The legionaries, watching from their positions, let out a collective sigh of relief. Lyra was not just a symbol of hope. She was a bulwark. "Your spectral servants are fragile, Cinder Lord," Lyra called out, her voice carrying an undertone of divine power. "And your attempts at brute force are predictable. Do you have nothing more than raw destruction to offer?" Kale's rage intensified. He was accustomed to overwhelming his opponents, to crushing them with sheer power. This priestess, with her serene demeanor and potent defenses, was an affront to his methods. The system was clearly registering Lyra's exceptional defensive capabilities, its internal diagnostics likely struggling to reconcile her performance with established combat parameters. "Predictable?" Kale sneered, and then he unleashed his ultimate ability. The very air around him seemed to ignite. He was no longer just wreathed in flames, he was flames. His form expanded, becoming a towering inferno, a being of pure, destructive energy. The cursed Lord of Cinders was fully unleashed. The ground beneath him glowed white-hot, and waves of oppressive heat rolled outwards, forcing the legionaries to shield their faces. "Behold!" Kale roared, his voice now a thunderous symphony of destruction. "The culmination of my power! The end of all resistance!" He raised his arms, and the sky itself seemed to burn. Black, oily smoke billowed upwards, coalescing into monstrous forms of shadow and flame. These were not mere spectral hounds. These were infernal constructs, beings of immense power and malice, born from Kale's corrupted will. They descended upon the garrison like a plague of locusts, their roars of fury shaking the very foundations of Aurelian's reach. Lyra watched, her expression resolute. She understood the threat. This was Kale's trump card, the ultimate expression of his power, designed to break any defense, to annihilate any resistance. But she also knew that even the most potent darkness could be dispelled by a greater light. She planted her feet firmly, her divine blade held aloft. The silver light of her weapon intensified, casting a beacon of hope against the encroaching inferno. She began to chant, her voice rising in power and conviction, a hymn of divine strength that resonated through the battlefield. The whispers of the heavenly host, which had been agitated before, now surged with overwhelming power, a celestial choir joining her in defiance. "By the light that births the stars," Lyra intoned, her voice growing stronger with each word, "by the dawn that breaks the deepest night, I call upon the sacred flame, not of destruction, but of purity, not of malice, but of salvation." As she spoke, a pillar of pure white light erupted from her blade, piercing the smoky sky. It wasn't a destructive force, but a cleansing radiance, a divine beacon that pushed back the encroaching shadows. The monstrous infernal constructs recoiled, their forms flickering and destabilizing as the pure light washed over them. Kale, the towering inferno, roared in fury. He had expected Lyra to defend, to shield. He had not expected her to meet his infernal assault with an equally potent, yet antithetical, divine power. "You cannot extinguish me, priestess!" Kale thundered, hurling a massive fireball the size of a siege engine at Lyra. I am the inevitable end. Lyra didn't flinch. She met the inferno head-on. Her divine blade glowed with an incandescent fury, and she swung it in a wide arc, slicing through the heart of the fireball. The divine light of her blade met the destructive power of Kale's magic, and for a terrifying moment the two forces clashed, creating a blinding explosion of light and shadow that momentarily engulfed the entire courtyard. When the light subsided, Lyra stood, seemingly unharmed, her blade humming with power. The fireball had been disintegrated, its destructive energy neutralized. Kale, however, staggered back, his infernal form flickering. Lyra's counterattack had not only negated his assault, but had also clearly wounded him, striking at the very core of his power. The system's dispassionate voice, a phantom in the periphery of Lyra's awareness, registered the significant damage dealt to Kale. It also registered Lyra's unique abilities, her Holy Smiting and Divine Aegis, skills operating at peak efficiency, far exceeding their usual performance metrics. It was clear to both combatants that this was no longer a simple skirmish. This was a duel of titans, a clash of fundamental forces. "You fight with the fury of the heavens," Kale grunted, his infernal aura dimming slightly. He was still immensely powerful, but the raw, overwhelming force had been tempered by Lyra's intervention. "But you are still mortal, priestess, and I am eternal." He raised his hand, and a dark, swirling vortex of shadow began to form, crackling with malevolent energy. This was a spell of corruption, designed to drain life force, to sow despair. Lyra saw the danger. She knew that her own reserves, though bolstered by divine favor, were not infinite. Kale, with his system-enhanced abilities and dark power, could potentially outlast her if this duel continued indefinitely. This was where the bold sortie she had ordered would come into play. "Captain Valerius!" Lyra cried out, her voice cutting through the din. "Now, advance!" At her command, the legionaries who had been preparing for the sortie surged forward. With Lyra's divine blessings bolstering their courage, and the enemy's attention focused on her, they charged. They moved with a surprising speed and ferocity, their swords and spears a shining testament to the unwavering spirit Lyra had ignited. They didn't charge directly at Kale, but at the weakened sections of his remaining forces, the ogres and the scattered goblin hordes that had been held at bay by Lyra's earlier commands. Kale, momentarily distracted by Lyra's power, was forced to divide his attention. The surge of the legionaries, though outnumbered, was a critical disruption. They fought with the ferocity of cornered lions, their blades finding purchase in the stunned ranks of the enemy. Seeing her warriors engage, Lyra pressed her advantage. She focused her divine energy, not on Kale, but on the corrupted shadow vortex he was attempting to manifest. "You draw your power from darkness, Cinder Lord," she declared, her voice resonating with the power of a righteous judgment. "But even the deepest shadow cannot withstand the radiant truth." She unleashed a focused beam of pure, concentrated divine light, a searing lance of holy energy that struck directly into the heart of Kale's shadow vortex. The vortex shrieked, a sound of pure agony, and then imploded, the dark energies dissipating into nothingness. Kale himself cried out, clutching his chest, as the backlash of his failed spell tore through him. The system's internal monologue, audible only to Lyra through her divine connection, registered a critical system failure in Kale's Cursed Lord of Cinder's ability. It was struggling to compensate for the unexpected counteroffensive and the direct negation of his ultimate attack. Lyra seized the moment. With Kale reeling, she lunged forward, her divine blade aimed at his exposed chest. This was not a strike of blind rage, but a calculated move, an attempt to end the confrontation and, with it, the siege. Kale, despite his pain, reacted with surprising speed. He brought up his gauntlet, the molten slag within it glowing white-hot. The divine blade met the corrupted metal, and sparks flew, a blinding flash of light and heat. The impact reverberated through the courtyard, a deafening clang that momentarily silenced the sounds of battle. Both combatants were thrown back by the force of the collision. Lyra landed on her feet, her blade still in hand, though her divine energy was beginning to wane. Kale, however, stumbled, his infernal aura flickering erratically. He looked at Lyra, his crimson eyes narrowed, a grudging respect mingling with his seething hatred. "You are formidable, priestess," Kale admitted,